A lone figure in heavy plate armor stands guard before the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. Their breathing heavy and punctuated by involuntary hiccups. Sensing something amiss, the young traveler's ears twitch as he and his seasoned companion approach the clearing, the older man cautioning him to maintain a safe distance from the armored stranger. The knight remains rooted to the spot, their body trembling violently as the hiccups continue to rack their frame, while the two onlookers watch with a mixture of confusion and concern. Fearing a threat, the older man lunges forward with his blade, ignoring the knight's desperate, muffled pleas to stay away as he strikes a decisive blow against the metal visor. As the heavy helmet clatters to the ground, it reveals not a hardened warrior, but a young girl with tear-streaked eyes, her identity finally exposed to the stunned travelers. Far from this world of steel and sorcery, a memory of a different life flickers into existence. A life spent amidst the concrete and glass of a bustling modern metropolis. In that distant reality, a man in a sharp suit meticulously planned his day, checking the weather and his grueling sales schedule before heading out for another routine business trip. He moved through the crowded station, stopping briefly at a shop to browse the shelves, a mundane moment from a past that now feels like a lifetime ago. He stood in the light novel section, browsing the latest releases with a sense of nostalgia. Back in his college days, he had been a dedicated fan, constantly checking websites for updates. But now these stories served merely as a way to pass the time during his frequent business travels. Moments later, he arrived at the Shinkansen platform, suitcase in hand, and ready to begin another professional assignment. The bustling station hummed with the energy of travelers, and he felt fully prepared for the journey ahead. Suddenly, a deafening roar tore through the air, accompanied by a violent, bone-jarring shudder. The train had derailed, its massive frame tilting precariously amidst a thick blanket of snow. Whether it was a fatal error by the conductor or the sheer weight of the winter accumulation on the rails remained a mystery, but the devastation was absolute. In the chaos, his consciousness began to slip away as the world around him went dark. A final, desperate hand reached out into the cold air, but the light was fading fast. When he finally opened his eyes again, the modern world was gone, replaced by the towering spires of a grand castle. He soon came to the startling realization that he had been reborn as Millimos Nanette, the seventh child of the Nanette kingdom, starting his new life at the age of 5. He jolted awake in a simple wooden bed, the remnants of his past life still clinging to his mind like a fading shadow. His companions, Gomen and Ark, looked on with concern, noting that although the transition had been jarring and filled with confusion, he eventually accepted his new reality as the years slipped by. Now, at 12 years old, he stood tall, ready to embrace the future that this second chance had granted him. He is currently hiding in a town near the battlefield, where the atmosphere is thick with the tension of the impending war. Despite the early hour, the decision is made to deploy the bird for vital reconnaissance. Turning to his companion, he watches as Gomen produces the object in question. The older man presents the small, feathered creature with a sense of gravity, ready to begin the operation. He examines the creature closely, noting its striking resemblance to a horned owl, though in this world, it is known as an ibis. It sits motionless in his hands, a silent vessel for the magic he is about to perform. With a focused expression, he invokes his power, chanting the words that will grant the artificial creature temporary life. As the magic takes hold, the bird's wings begin to beat, and it takes flight from his outstretched hand, soaring upward with a sudden burst of energy. The creature he just animated darts through the open window and into the sky above the town. Seeing the birds safely away, Gomen quickly moves to shut the shutters, ensuring their activities remain hidden from prying eyes. Once the room is secure, the veteran warrior produces a small, glowing crystal. He instructs the boy to activate this next magic tool, which will serve as their window into the bird's perspective. The young noble takes the crystal and recites the necessary incantation, commanding the stone to reveal the scenery from the bird's eye. Immediately, a shimmering projection flickers to life, displaying a wide, aerial view of the distant plains where the enemy forces are gathering. They both lean in to study the clear image, marveling at the effectiveness of the device. Gomen remarks that the tool, a product of reverse-engineered technology from the ancient magic empire, is performing exactly as expected. He watches through the eyes of the mechanical bird as it soars over the rugged terrain, though a reminder of the absolute secrecy surrounding this ancient magic empire technology briefly flickers through his mind. Beside him, the veteran warrior stares in disbelief at the sheer scale of the force appearing on the horizon, calculating that the combined enemy armies must number over 20,000. The projection reveals the terrifying reality. Rank upon rank of disciplined soldiers, their blades drawn and gleaming under the sun. At the head of this massive host, a lone figure in ornate armor stands atop a ridge, surveying the valley below with a cold, commanding presence. This commander appears to be shouting orders to the gathered masses, but the magical construct lacks the ability to carry sound back to its master. Across the vast plains, the army stretches as far as the eye can see, a sea of steel and banners set against the distant, snow-capped peaks. Every soldier moves in perfect unison, their heavy shields forming an impenetrable wall as they march forward with grim determination. Realizing the danger of discovery, the young lord focuses his will, chanting an incantation to command the false wings to ascend higher into the clouds, safely out of sight of the legion below. He watches through the bird's eyes as the vast legion begins its advance, the sheer scale of the mobilization finally becoming a reality. Beside him, the veteran warrior Gomen advises the young lord to observe carefully, noting that the conflict has officially commenced as the first ranks surge forward. This clash is the latest stage in a grueling 50-year struggle between the magic empire of Magistri Prunbrawl and the Holy Knight's kingdom of Mudu Binurnadal, the two most powerful nations in existence. Questioning the outcome, the boy wonders if the mage's superiority is guaranteed. Gomen points out that the Holy Knight's reckless, unformed charge makes them perfect targets for the Empire's devastating fire magic, which soon rains down upon the advancing front. However, the expected slaughter does not occur, as a knight clad in heavy plate armor emerges from the smoke and flames completely unscathed, much to the young lord's astonishment. Seeing the boy's confusion, the veteran explains that the Holy Kingdom pioneered divine art, a technique that bolsters the physical form and repels magical strikes, rendering standard spells as harmless as pebbles. If their magic is so easily countered, the boy asks how the Empire has managed to survive for half a century, but the older man simply tells him to wait and watch. The answer comes in the form of concentrated destruction. Gomen explains the concept of focused fire, demonstrating that while a single spell might fail, even the strongest divine art will crumble under the weight of a dozen simultaneous magical impacts. He peers through the viewing device as Gomen directs his attention slightly behind the front lines. There, a specialized unit of soldiers stands ready, each supporting a massive, ornate staff topped with a glowing crystal sphere. He realizes with a start that the glowing spheres are the very magical devices upon which the scouting birds were modeled. He wonders aloud if these tools are used to pinpoint the exact positions of the enemy knights with such precision. Suddenly, the sky rains destruction. Beams of concentrated magic strike the earth with thunderous force, erupting in a series of violent explosions that shroud the entire battlefield in thick smoke and flying debris. The intensity of the barrage is so great that even the mechanical bird is caught in the crossfire, spiraling away as the dust begins to settle. Gomen observes that the initial onslaught seems to have calmed, though the air remains thick with the scent of ozone. Through the swirling haze, a lone warrior emerges, charging forward on a heavily armored steed. The knight's breathing is heavy and rhythmic, a testament to the strain of surviving the magical storm, leaving the young lord wide-eyed in disbelief. He watches as Gomen explains the grim reality of their foes. While such a magical strike would have annihilated a standard soldier, it is insufficient to fell a true knight protected by divine art. Mil-Limos can only stare, sweating as he realizes the sheer power required to wipe them out. The armored figure becomes a whirlwind of steel, her blade carving through the opposition with practiced lethality. Every strike is precise, cutting through the enemy's defenses as if they were nothing more than parchment. She stands amidst the fallen, her sword still drawn as the sounds of clashing metal echo across the field. Despite the overwhelming magic used against them, the knights have breached the lines, turning the tactical bombardment into a desperate, close-quarter struggle. She was no longer the focus as the perspective shifted to the observers. From a safe distance, the young prince and his mentor watched the horrific display of power unfolding on a magical projection. The battlefield was a chaotic tapestry of fire and steel, where the very earth seemed to scream under the weight of the assault. He clutched his head, his face pale, as the sheer scale of the violence began to sink in. Beside him, the older man let out a grim chuckle, noting that the boy's older brothers had reacted with the exact same shock upon seeing the truth of the world. The prince could only stammer in disbelief, his mind struggling to process the nightmare. As he stared at the screen, the projection shifted to highlight the instruments of this destruction, the elite knights and their devastating magical staves. It was a sobering realization that a single one of these warriors possessed enough power to annihilate an entire battalion of their own soldiers, and if those staves were ever turned toward their home, the kingdom of Nanette would be reduced to ash in an instant. He looked up at his mentor, his voice trembling as he questioned how such a disparity in strength was even possible. The veteran explained that 50 years of relentless, high-stakes warfare between these two superpowers had forged a military might that other nations simply could not hope to replicate, which was why no one dared to defy them. They sat in the quiet room, the flickering light of the projection casting long shadows as the lesson continued. The mentor explained that witnessing this brutal conflict was a mandatory rite of passage for every prince of Nanette. a necessary education in the harsh realities of global power and the terrifying gap between their kingdom and the world's giants. His gaze sharpened, the initial shock giving way to a cold, focused intensity. The weight of his future responsibilities seemed to settle on his shoulders as he stared into the heart of the conflict. The older man watched him, acknowledging that while it might be too soon for a child of his age to witness such horrors, his royal blood left him no choice. He drove home the point that the only way to ensure their kingdom's survival was to maintain a fragile peace and never, under any circumstances, provoke the giants currently clashing on the screen. He stood before the court, a young boy burdened with the title of marshal. Despite his youth, his innate magical talent and self-taught mastery of the divine arts had propelled him to the highest ranks of the national army at the tender age of 12, making him a prodigy born of necessity in a world of monsters. He reflects on the strange position he has found himself in, having accidentally mastered the divine art through his obsession with magic, which led to his appointment as marshal. While Goman acknowledges the weight of his role, the young prince struggles to reconcile his immense responsibility with his youthful appearance. Looking out at the stone walls of the lodge, he recalls his previous life as a simple salaryman and his initial plan to live a carefree existence as the youngest prince after being reincarnated. The title of marshal was intended to be merely ceremonial, a way for the royal family to maintain control over the military. Despite his desire for a quiet life, a small smile plays on his lips as he admits that, as a former salesman, it doesn't feel entirely bad to have his hard work and innate talent finally recognized by those around him. However, his expression soon darkens with a cold realization. While his own magic and divine art are formidable, they pale in comparison to the overwhelming, world-shaking power displayed by the two warring superpowers he has just witnessed. His grim contemplation is interrupted by Goman, who notes that the intensity of the distant fighting is beginning to wane, suggesting it is time for them to depart from the safety of the lodge. On the magical screen, the chaotic clash of steel and sorcery continues unabated, suggesting that the resolution of this particular skirmish is still some time away. Seeing the carnage unfold, the veteran warrior questions the young lord's resolve to venture out into such a volatile environment, even as the armies prepare to withdraw for the day. He remains steadfast, however, insisting that they must move now to secure the bird and the crystal, despite the inherent dangers that linger on a battlefield even after the main forces have retreated. He held the glowing crystal aloft, his eyes burning with a newfound resolve. His primary objective was clear: scavenge the discarded armaments of the two warring nations to unlock the secrets of their magical technology. Though his title of marshal was merely a formality on paper, he was determined to do whatever it took, be it public works or clandestine recovery, to advance the magical capabilities of Nanette. Stepping outside the inn, he continued the discussion with his seasoned companion. Goman urged caution, but the young prince reassured him, noting that while his divine art might not match the prowess of a holy knight, it was more than sufficient to bolster his physical strength. Goman, however, remained superstitious, warning that scavenging from the fallen might bring ill fortune, a concern the boy dismissed with a casual wave. The two of them set off, their figures small against the backdrop of the stone fortifications as they began their trek toward the outskirts of the conflict. Pausing to adjust a small lens over his eye, he focused his concentration, asking if the connection to their aerial scout was established. High above, a mechanical owl took flight, its artificial eyes serving as his windows to the world below. Through this shared vision, he observed the shifting tides of the battlefield, where both armies were meticulously arranging their formations. He understood the grim ritual of war. Once the lines were set, officers would attempt to negotiate a surrender, and if those talks failed, the slaughter would resume in earnest. As the owl banked into a turn, Goman suggested a tactical approach, pointing out that a nearby forest away from the main front would provide the perfect cover for their scavenging operations. The boy nodded in agreement, his hand already reaching for his gear as he prepared to move. The landscape unfolded beneath the bird's wings, a tapestry of winding rivers and scorched earth where the smoke of distant skirmishes rose like dark omens against the horizon. Suddenly, something caught his eye through the crystal's glow, prompting a sharp intake of breath. He urgently called for Alectem to bring the map, his gaze fixed on a discovery that demanded immediate investigation. He points to a specific region on the map, noting the presence of scorched leaves and fallen, charred trees. It seems likely that a skirmish took place in this secluded area, away from the main front. His companion agrees, deciding they should investigate since it lies safely away from the primary positions of both armies. As they prepare to move, the elder man commands their mechanical scout to maintain a vigil from the skies above the tree line, before pausing to address a final, crucial point. The veteran warrior explains their protocol. Should they stumble upon survivors from either side, they are to present themselves as a recovery team gathering armaments for the Magic Empire. He stresses that this is a professional endeavor for paid labor, a detail he insists the boy must remember to avoid unnecessary conflict. A subtle, knowing smile plays across the young lord's lips in response to the instruction. Suddenly, he bursts into a sprint, playfully declaring the trek a race. Behind him, the older man calls out a stern warning against such recklessness, though the boy's laughter suggests the caution has gone unheeded. High above the dense canopy, the mechanical owl glides silently, its artificial eyes scanning the terrain as the two figures make their way through the vast, quiet forest. Upon reaching their destination, the boy pauses to catch his breath, checking to see if the elder man has managed the pace. The veteran scoffs at the concern, asserting that he is far from needing magical enhancement just to keep up with a child's jog. As they settle into the area, a pungent, unfamiliar odor hits the boy's senses, prompting a realization. While their mechanical scout provides a visual link, it cannot transmit the sounds or the heavy, metallic scent that lingers in the air after a violent conflict. He stands beside his elder companion, who offers a way out, suggesting the boy wait behind if the path ahead proves too daunting. The veteran warrior is prepared to handle the grim task alone, but the young lord steels his resolve, insisting they move forward together. Following that decision, the two figures become small specks against the vast, overgrown trail as they venture deeper into the dense foliage. The rustle of leaves and the crunch of undergrowth are the only sounds accompanying their steady march toward the source of the metallic scent. Suddenly, he freezes, his eyes widening in realization as the trees give way to a clearing. The transition from the shaded forest to the open space reveals a sight that halts his breath, forcing him to confront the reality of the battlefield they have sought. Before them lies a scene of absolute carnage, where the earth is littered with the fallen and their discarded steel. The silence of the clearing is heavy, punctuated only by the sight of broken blades and bodies sprawled across the grass, a testament to a violent and recent struggle. He stares down at the face of a fallen soldier, the grim reality of death inches away from his boots. The man's eyes are vacant, and the blood staining the soil is a visceral confirmation that this is no longer a mere scouting mission, but a confrontation with the end of life. Overwhelmed by the stench and the sight, the boy claps a hand over his mouth, his body trembling as he fights back the urge to retch. The weight of the atmosphere presses in on him, his wide, terrified eyes reflecting the trauma of a child witnessing the aftermath of war for the first time. His companion remains stoic, explaining with cold pragmatism that they cannot simply stand by. They must strip the valuable gear from the corpses to fulfill their objective. Seeing the boy's hesitation, the elder offers to take the burden upon himself, though the necessity of the task remains clear. Looking away, he struggles to reconcile his morals with the harsh demands of survival in this unforgiving world. The internal conflict is etched on his face as he contemplates the grim work ahead, realizing that the innocence of his former life is rapidly slipping away. He clenches his fists, the fabric of his trousers bunching under the strain as he wrestles with a wave of nausea. Memories of a previous life, where death was merely a flickering image on a screen, clash violently with the visceral stench of the clearing. He knows he cannot back out now. He was the one who insisted on this grim task, and to leave the burden entirely to his companion would be an act of cowardice he cannot stomach. Steeling his resolve, the young boy begins to navigate the field of the fallen, his eyes scanning the ground with a newfound, grim focus. The initial shock has hardened into a quiet determination as he moves past the silent forms scattered across the grass. He notes that over 10 soldiers from the Magic Empire lie here, all seemingly felled by a single, incredibly skilled opponent. While he had hoped to find the valuable gear of a holy knight among the wreckage, the sheer efficiency of the slaughter leaves him unsettled, his gaze drifting over the carnage as he discusses the tactical implications with his mentor. Nearby, a figure in heavy, ornate plate armor sits slumped against the base of a large tree, a sword still gripped in a lifeless hand. The stillness of the metal-clad warrior is a stark contrast to the chaotic scattering of the other soldiers. Upon discovering the armored figure, he calls out to his companion, his voice hushed with a mix of awe and trepidation. The realization that they have indeed found a holy knight brings a sharp intake of breath, the weight of the discovery pressing down on him. His mentor's expression turns grave, his voice dropping to a stern whisper as he issues a sharp warning. They must handle the remains of a holy knight with the utmost care, for these are not mere soldiers, and the consequences of disrespect are far-reaching. As they look upon another fallen warrior, the older man explains that while common soldiers are one thing, knights require specific, sacred funeral rites. He emphasizes the need for caution, his eyes never leaving the armored form as he imparts this crucial lesson in survival and protocol. The gravity of the situation becomes clear as the veteran explains the political danger. If the Holy Knight's kingdom perceives any mistreatment of their fallen, they will pursue the offenders to the ends of the earth. The young boy listens intently, realizing that their task has just become infinitely more perilous. He watches as the young lord offers a sincere prayer for the fallen, noting that while it's the boy's first time hearing of such customs, the rites are now complete. With the ceremony finished, the veteran explains that since defiling the dead is strictly forbidden, the Holy Knight's valuable armor must remain untouched. Despite the restriction on the armor, he begins to scavenge smaller items, like a short blade and satchels, explaining to the wide-eyed boy that these are the rightful spoil for the one who performed the funeral rites. As they prepare to move deeper into the woods to continue their search, he instructs the boy that should they encounter another fallen Holy Knight, their priority must be to signal their location with smoke. Suddenly, he freezes, raising a hand to silence his young companion as a faint, distant sound catches his ear. Straining to listen, the boy realizes it is the unmistakable sound of a human voice crying out. They cautiously make their way through the tall grass toward the source of the distress, the boy wondering aloud if a civilian girl has been caught in the wake of the battle. The path opens into a grim clearing, a graveyard of fallen soldiers scattered across the churned earth, testifying to the sheer violence that occurred here. Looking at the carnage, the boy marvels at the strength required to cleave through steel and bone with a single strike, recalling tales of legendary warriors, but noting he has yet to encounter such power in person. Tucked against the base of a massive tree, they discover the source of the weeping, a knight in heavy plate armor, trembling and sobbing inconsolably amidst the ruins of the skirmish. She is the source of the mournful sounds echoing through the clearing, a fact that leaves the young lord bewildered. His companion explains the grim duty they now face. Once a knight is discovered, they must be tended to, regardless of whether life still clings to them. The boy's confusion deepens as he realizes the weeping is emanating from what should be a fallen warrior of the Holy Kingdom. Approaching the massive, gnarled tree that dominates the center of the field, they find her huddled against its trunk. The veteran warrior keeps a hand near his weapon, cautioning the boy to maintain a safe distance from the unknown survivor. Sensing their presence, she weakly asks who has come upon her, her voice barely a whisper against the silence of the dead. The two travelers halt their advance, the tension in the air thick as they wait for her next move. As they get a clearer look, the boy is struck by the realization that she is no mere soldier, but a child, hardly older than himself, clutching a small blade with trembling hands. Her eyes are wide with terror, and she groans in pain, her small frame swallowed by the heavy plate armor she wears. Trembling with a mix of fear and defiance, she identifies herself as Princess Valera of the Holy Knight's Kingdom, the second daughter of Mudu. Her gaze falls upon the weapon the boy carries, and she recoils, accusing him of being a soldier of the Magic Empire. He quickly tries to de-escalate, stammering that the blade was merely something he scavenged from the ground. Refusing to be placated, she screams her full name, Valera Mudu, and declares with desperate resolve that she would rather perish in combat than endure the shame of capture. The boy and his mentor can only watch in stunned silence as the young princess prepares to make a final, futile stand. In the heart of the forest, the young boy and his elder companion stumbled upon a startling sight. A girl in silver plate armor huddled against the roots of a massive tree. She scrambled to her feet, her voice trembling but defiant as she proclaimed her identity as Valera Mudu, the second daughter of the king of the Holy Knight nation of Mudu, being your native. This sudden, grand declaration left the two travelers stunned, their eyes widening in disbelief at the royal lineage standing before them. Despite her obvious fear, the princess brandished a small dagger with a shaking hand, vowing to die fighting rather than face the disgrace of capture. Her resolve quickly dissolved into desperate sobs as she stammered out a challenge for a duel, while the elder man and the boy exchanged confused whispers, realizing she had mistaken them for soldiers of the Mage Empire. She paused, her tear-filled eyes narrowing as she questioned why, if they weren't enemies, they were in possession of a staff belonging to the Imperial forces. The question caught the older man off guard, causing a bead of sweat to roll down his face as he and the boy struggled to find a convincing explanation. He quickly composed himself, spinning a tale of being simple laborers named Aram and Mimo who were merely scavenging weapons to sell for the boy's future. He holds out the small blade, offering it as proof of their harmlessness. The young princess stares at the weapon, her initial hostility beginning to fade as she processes the sight. Because of this gesture, she finally lowers her guard, admitting that their attire truly bears no resemblance to the Imperial forces she feared. While she breathes a sigh of relief, the young lord whispers to his companion, amazed at how quickly their deception took hold, though they justify it as a necessary means to an end. Moments later, the weight of her situation seems to crash down upon her, and her legs give way. She sinks to the forest floor, the adrenaline that sustained her finally spent. As she trembles, her gaze drifts toward the clearing ahead, her eyes widening in fresh horror. The realization of what lies just beyond the trees drains the color from her face. There, The true scale of the tragedy is revealed, a silent graveyard of fallen knights scattered across the blood-stained earth. The clearing is a testament to a desperate, losing battle. The two travelers watch in somber silence, their faces etched with a grim understanding of the carnage before them. There are no words for such a sight. In response to the devastation, the princess crawls toward a specific fallen figure, her voice trembling as she calls out for her grandfather. She refuses to believe the stillness of the man lying prone in the dirt. Her grief finally erupts into a piercing scream that echoes through the trees, a desperate cry for the one who is gone. Observing the scene, the elder man notes that the fallen warrior was likely a royal bodyguard who fulfilled his final duty by ensuring the princess's survival at the cost of his own life. He stands back as the young lord watches the princess's grief, the boy's hand trembling as he clenches it into a fist. Despite having lived for 30 years in a previous life, he feels a profound sense of inadequacy in the face of such raw sorrow. Standing behind the weeping girl with the veteran and arc, the young lord laments his own helplessness, realizing that despite his mastery over magic and divine arts, and his past rank as a marshal, he cannot find a single word to offer her comfort. He listens as the veteran warrior steps forward, his voice low and steady as he addresses the princess, gently insisting that they must say their goodbyes properly and offer a prayer for the fallen to honor their sacrifice. He continues his explanation, warning that without such a final farewell, the departed soul might lose its way in the afterlife. Valera can only respond with choked sobs, the weight of the loss nearly unbearable as she acknowledges the truth of his words. He watches the boy realize that his presence is the only thing he can truly offer, as the young lord speaks up with a soft but determined voice, asking to help her through this dark moment. He moves closer to the kneeling princess, extending an invitation to share the burden of her grief and suggesting that they mourn together to find some small measure of peace. His eyes reflect a deep, silent empathy, focused entirely on the broken girl before him. He is caught off guard as she lunges forward, throwing her arms around him and burying her face in his chest as her silent sobs finally break into a torrent of shared sorrow. She clings to him, her grief overwhelming her composure. Mil Limos is paralyzed with shock, his mind racing as he realizes that even with the memories of past life, he is utterly unprepared for the raw vulnerability of a weeping girl. In a moment of desperation, he silently pleads for Alectem to intervene and relieve him of this heavy, emotional burden. Her sobs are muffled against his chest, the rhythmic gasps of breath betraying the depth of her sorrow. She is no longer the stoic knight, but a child lost in the wake of tragedy, seeking any anchor in the storm. He hesitates, his hand hovering uncertainly in the air before he finally yields to the moment. Closing his eyes, he lets out a soft breath, the initial panic giving way to a quiet, somber acceptance of his role as a protector. The young lord gently rests his hand upon her head, offering a silent, steady comfort as she continues to weep. It is a tender gesture, one that acknowledges her pain without the need for empty words. His expression softens further, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks as he looks down at her. Though he is still processing the weight of the situation, a new sense of resolve begins to take root within him. Nearby, the veteran warrior Goman kneels beside the fallen knight, his hands moving with practiced reverence as he prepares the body for its final rest. He treats the deceased with the dignity befitting a soldier who served until the very end. Having finished his grim task, the older man looks back and calls for the princess to join him. He speaks with a solemn tone, guiding her toward the fallen man so she may offer her final respects. She approaches the body with a newfound, fragile calm, though Mil Limos watches her closely, fearing that this composure is merely a temporary mask before the tears return. Goman encourages her to say goodbye, honoring the knight who fulfilled his duty even in death. She kneels in the dirt, her gaze fixed on the fallen as she swallows her grief, determined not to let her sorrow burden the spirits of the dead. Watching her from short distance, the young boy is struck by the weight of the moment, his eyes wide with a newfound respect for her composure. He reflects on how they are nearly the same age, yet she possesses a strength that seems far beyond her years. Sensing the boy's lingering presence, the elder warrior steps forward, quietly instructing him to leave the remaining tasks to the professionals and return to his own duties. The veteran outlines the next steps, explaining that he will signal the nearby soldiers with smoke and handle the formal handover of the princess. She listens intently, her voice steady as she confirms her understanding of the plan. With the situation under control, the boy offers a simple farewell, explaining that he must return to his work. The suddenness of his departure catches her off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless as he begins to walk away. She quickly calls out for him to wait, rushing forward to bridge the gap between them. Reaching into her belongings, she explains that she cannot let his assistance in honoring her fallen mentor go unrewarded. Extending her hands, she offers a small, heavy pouch, her grip firm as she presents the token of her gratitude. He immediately waves his hands in a frantic refusal, insisting that no payment is necessary for simply doing what was right. However, the elder warrior interjects with a stern reminder, noting that to reject a gift offered with such sincerity would be a grave insult to the princess's honor. He sighs softly, feeling the weight of the situation, while the princess watches him with an intensity that makes it impossible to refuse. Relenting, he accepts the heavy pouch of coins, offering his formal thanks to Princess Valera, who beams with relief and joy at his acceptance. With the exchange complete, he offers a cheerful farewell and turns to begin his journey, leaving the young royal standing in silence as she processes his sudden departure. Before he can take more than a few steps, she calls out to him, her voice trembling slightly as she expresses her gratitude for the silent comfort he provided during her moment of distress. He pauses, sensing there is still something weighing on her heart. Looking up with a gentle, hopeful smile, she clutches a small leaf-shaped charm and voices her sincere wish that their paths might cross again in the future. As she watches him go, he offers a final wave over his shoulder while disappearing into the forest, leaving her to stand still until he is out of sight. While he fades from view, a cold realization lingers. The day of their reunion is a promise that will never be fulfilled. Because of their vastly different stations, the princess of the Holy Night Nation and the youngest prince of a tiny kingdom walk towards separate destinies, their paths destined to never cross again. Millimos turns his back, offering a final farewell. The princess watches him go, her expression a mix of gratitude and sadness as he disappears into the dense foliage. Nearby, Gomen tends to a small fire. Thick columns of white smoke billow upward, piercing the forest canopy to signal their location to any search parties in the area. He approaches the princess, who remains seated beside the motionless form of her fallen guardian. He informs her that the signal is active and that help will surely arrive before long. She offers her thanks, her voice small as she admits she should have been the one to handle such a task. The old warrior simply chuckles, insisting that supporting the next generation is exactly what his aging body is meant for. Her gaze returns to the knight lying in the dirt. She reflects on her grandfather's words, remembering how he believed that safeguarding her future was the highest purpose a protector could serve. Her hand trembles as it brushes against the cold metal of the fallen man's armor. She recounts his unwavering loyalty, how he remained by her side even after they were cut off from the main army, following her into the heat of her very first engagement. Tears well in her eyes as the weight of his sacrifice truly sinks in. Watching her, Gomen feels a surge of kinship. Though their social standings are worlds apart, he recognizes the same fierce devotion in himself, knowing he would just as readily lay down his life for young Millimos. Suddenly, the sound of thundering hooves shatters the quiet. A group of mounted knights bursts through the trees, their armor gleaming. While Gomen breathes a sigh of relief at their arrival, the rescuers charge forward with weapons drawn, shouting for the strangers to move away from their princess. They charge forward, the lead knight rearing their horse in a display of intimidation. The warrior bellows that the warning shot was just the beginning and demands that the others clear the area immediately. Gomen, caught off guard, can only stare up at the towering figure, while Valera watches in horror. One of the armored figures dismounts and rushes toward the princess, expressing profound relief at her safety. The knight, identified as Families, immediately turns their attention to Gomen, declaring an intent to drive off the supposed enemy soldier at once. Valera, however, stumbles back, her confusion mounting as she realizes the knight has misidentified her protector. She cries out for them to stop, her voice cracking with desperation as she insists they're making a terrible mistake. The knight pauses, caught off guard by the princess's sudden and forceful defense of the man they intended to strike down. Taking a breath, the princess explains that this man, whom she calls Aram-san, was the one who helped her bid a final farewell to her grandfather and was responsible for raising the smoke signal that led the rescue party to them. The knight listens, though their gaze soon shifts to the empty space where another had stood, questioning who else had been present. The knight observes Gomen closely, noting that his voice sounds young for his appearance, and concluding that he is not a soldier, but a foreign laborer. Gomen, still kneeling, explains that his presence on the battlefield was merely to collect and return the Empire's discarded weaponry, a task far removed from the conflict itself. Despite this explanation, the knight remains skeptical, pointing out that while he may not be an Imperial soldier, his actions could still be seen as aiding the enemy from their perspective. Valera gasps, her hands flying to her face in worry, while Gomen's expression hardens as he realizes the precariousness of his situation. He offers to provide a more detailed explanation of his actions, hoping to de-escalate the tension. The group stands in a tense standoff in the clearing, the weight of the knight's suspicion hanging heavy in the air. The knight's helmeted gaze remains fixed and unreadable as a cold refusal is uttered. Goman's hand tightens against his leg, the silence following the knight's no, signaling that the time for explanations has passed. They stood amidst the aftermath of the skirmish, the lead knight asserting that their duty was fulfilled. He spoke of finding the princess and honoring the fallen, claiming that a true knight would never betray such a debt of honor. He remained stern, his gaze fixed forward as the young princess called out his name in a plea for leniency. Without another word, the knight tossed a small pouch toward the older man, commanding him to take the money as payment for his assistance. She protested immediately, arguing that such coldness was uncalled for towards someone who had helped with her grandfather's final rites. But the knight cut her off, telling the man to return home rather than engage in the shameful act of scavenging. He then turned his attention to the princess, reminding her sternly that they were on a battlefield where kindness is often a mask for a hidden blade. As they began to move away, he continued his lecture, emphasizing that approaching strangers carelessly is a fatal mistake in such a place. The older man accepted the coin, noting that it would provide him with a warm meal, but then he paused, mentioning that there was one more thing they should know. He revealed that he had discovered several of their fallen comrades just a short distance away, a revelation that left both the knight and the princess stunned. He has just delivered the grim news, and the weight of it settles heavily on the young princess. Valera's eyes well with tears as she realizes her grandfather wasn't the only casualty. She turns to the knight, Families, pleading to bring the other fallen man back as well. The knight considers the request, looking toward his horse, Narotira. He calculates the burden. The beast can carry 3 armored riders, but their group now consists of the princess, the old man, and the fallen soldier, making 4 in total. Seeing his hesitation, she begs for a way to make it work. Families remains silent, his hand to his chin as he searches for a solution to the logistical dilemma. Breaking the silence, the old man offers a compromise. He suggests that the knight should prioritize the princess and the recovery of their fallen comrade's body, while he remains behind to signal their location from the site where the other soldiers fell. This selfless proposal catches the knight off guard, prompting him to question the man's resolve. The elder simply shrugs it off, noting that he has his own reasons for staying, including the collection of imperial weaponry left on the field. Recognizing the wisdom in the plan, the knight finally agrees. He acknowledges that for the sake of the princess, they must return to the safety of the camp as quickly as possible. As he prepares to depart, the knight casts a sharp, lingering look at the villager. He finds the man's tactical insight and composure far too refined for a simple commoner, noting that he carries himself with the bearing of a seasoned soldier. With the decision made, he accepts the offer. He declares that the princess's safety is the absolute priority and begins the grim task of securing the fallen knight's body for the journey back. He bids a final farewell to the old man, offering a blessing from the heavens for his deeds as the horse rears up, ready to carry the princess to safety. They gallop away, the sound of hooves fading into the distance as they leave the battlefield behind. Each of them carries the weight of the encounter in silence, their expressions reflecting the gravity of the secrets kept and the journey ahead. She casts one last look back at the solitary figure remaining in the clearing before he finally exhales a long, weary sigh of relief, his posture slumping slightly now that the scrutiny of the knights has passed. He stands alone amidst the tall grass, satisfied that the group has reached safety, until a sudden, dark presence looms behind him, catching him completely off guard. His hand flies to the hilt of his blade as he spins around with practiced lethality, his eyes wide with shock at the intrusion. The veteran warrior scans the tree line, baffled by how someone could have approached so closely without triggering his finely tuned senses, wondering who could possibly be out there. A familiar voice calls out a casual greeting, revealing the young lord standing there with a bow in hand and a mischievous grin. He explains that he has mastered a new divine art, allowing him to suppress his presence to the level of a mere plant, much to the older man's astonishment. He smiles broadly, enjoying the older man's utter bewilderment at his sudden reappearance. Goman can only stare in disbelief, his hand frozen near his face as he tries to process how the boy managed to vanish and reappear so completely. He watches as the veteran warrior remains silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the young lord, his mind racing to reconcile this display of power with the child he thought he knew. He is chided by the old man, who begins to inspect the equipment they've gathered, his voice thick with a mix of exasperation and lingering concern. Goman points out that the boy was prepared to engage a knight with nothing but salvaged gear, but the youth merely laughs, dismissing the danger with easy confidence. They look up as a thin plume of smoke rises into the clear sky high above the tree line, a silent signal marking their location to those waiting in the distance. They stand amidst the aftermath of the skirmish as the veteran explains their next move, noting that the signal has been sent and it is time to vacate the forest. He decides they will secure the high-quality equipment for themselves, leaving the remaining scraps to be discovered by the Empire's forces. He realizes that by selectively looting the battlefield, they are effectively making their cover story a reality. It is no longer just a ruse. The boy understands they are now acting the part of opportunistic scavengers to hide their true identities. He confirms the plan as the elder warrior consults a map of the surrounding territories, giving final instructions to head back first with the choice spoils. Mil-Limos acknowledges the necessity of taking the long, circuitous route home to avoid any unwanted encounters with the hostile forces of Nanette or Mendacium. They begin their trek out of the woods, the boy laden with the weight of their salvaged prizes. They agree that avoiding further complications is paramount, as any more trouble at this stage would be a significant burden they cannot afford. He walks ahead with a steady pace, leaving the old man to marvel at how a 12-year-old can offer such sound, realistic advice and grasp complex meanings so easily. As the boy continues onward, the elder contemplates the future. If that sharp mind were ever applied to politics or arithmetic, the child could easily become the next king. However, the old warrior quickly dismisses the idea as mere wishful thinking, acknowledging that his young charge has never shown the slightest interest in such things, which perhaps explains why the king appointed him as marshal. Even if he might not live to see the full fruition of the boy's potential, he finds a profound sense of hope in the brilliance the child radiates. The young lord turns back with a cheerful grin, calling out to Grandpa Aram about the long journey ahead to Nanette, while the elder realizes that simply watching him grow will be his greatest joy. As they begin the trek, an interlude in their journey allows the boys' thoughts to drift back to the princess they recently encountered, lamenting that while she was certainly cute, their paths will likely never cross again. He finds himself wishing for the strange devices of his life before reincarnation to capture her image with her hair down, but settles for attempting to paint her portrait. However, the resulting sketch is a crude representation that fails to capture her true likeness. Meanwhile, the princess of the Night Nation herself reflects on their meeting, remembering the boy as a wonderful person while her armored guardians stand watch nearby, acknowledging the impact the young traveler had on her. She watches the old man with a piercing gaze, her mind racing with questions about his identity. Gomen, however, is lost in his own thoughts, weighing the risks of a future alliance with the Night Nation and the heavy burden that might one day fall upon young Milimosa's shoulders. As he reflects on the past, images of his hidden tenderness emerge. He had once been a source of comfort for the young princess, patting her head until her crying ceased. This same warmth extended to the infant Mil-Limos, whom he held close with a devotion that transcended his role, even as he jokingly denied any familial bond. This moment of quiet contemplation is violently interrupted when a dagger falls from the sky, embedding itself in the earth before her. The sudden intrusion sends a jolt of panic through the group, and Gomen immediately shifts into a defensive stance, shouting for the others to stay back as he realizes a new threat has arrived. Mil-Limos finishes securing a massive bundle of supplies, hoping the camouflage will prevent anyone from noticing he is hauling Imperial equipment. Nearby, Gomen announces his intention to return to town to liquidate their captured weapons, instructing the boy to continue on ahead. He responds with a cheerful acknowledgement, promising to meet up later. The older man offers a final, stern warning for him to remain cautious on the road. As they part ways, the young traveler begins his journey alone. To ensure his safety, he decides to activate a divine art, focusing his will to suppress his physical presence to the absolute minimum. He slips past other travelers unnoticed, musing that this stealth will keep him secure all the way home. He reflects on the irony that the things one most wants to hide are often the ones that end up being discovered, like contraband tucked away in a bedroom. Continuing down the path, he marvels at the sheer effectiveness of the technique. He wonders if he has stumbled upon a truly broken, ultimate skill that makes him virtually invisible to the world. However, the strain of maintaining such a high level of concealment soon takes its toll. His breath becomes ragged, and sweat pours down his face as his physical limits are pushed to the brink. He realizes that while powerful, the constant drain of the divine art is incredibly taxing. He draws a parallel between this energy manipulation and the concept of qigong from his previous life, recognizing it as the delicate control of internal energy. He continues his solitary trek, the principles of divine arts weighing heavily on his mind. He understands that by amplifying his internal energy, he could theoretically enhance his physical strength and regenerative capabilities to the point of surviving a direct explosion. However, the technique he is currently employing, present suppression, functions on the opposite principle. It requires him to compress and minimize his energy to the absolute limit, a process that leaves him gasping for breath as his body rebels against the unnatural constraint. The physical toll on him is immediate and severe. His legs tremble violently under the strain. He realizes that maintaining this state not only saps his strength, but also drastically slows his body's ability to heal itself. His lips curl into a grim smile as he finds a fitting comparison for the crushing weight of the technique. To him, every step feels as though he is physically hauling a massive, jagged boulder upon his shoulders. He feels a spark of ambition ignite within him as he considers the possibilities. He reasons that if he can endure and train his body under this immense artificial pressure, the potential for growth is staggering. He envisions a future version of himself, a warrior with a powerful, muscular physique wielding a blade with ease. He believes that once he develops true physical strength and layers his mastery of divine arts over it, his power will be truly peerless. He returns his focus to the present journey, adjusting his pack as he continues forward. He concludes that the field of divine arts is still largely unexplored territory, and he is determined to push the boundaries of his research through constant experimentation. His thoughts drift back 2 years to the start of his journey, to the imposing walls of the training grounds where his hellish education began and where he first discovered the existence of divine arts. He vividly recalls the strict discipline of those days, the shouts of instructors demanding he keep running, and the rule that he was forbidden from even touching a weapon until he had proven his worth through grueling physical labor. He pushes himself to the limit, his small legs churning as he runs across the stone courtyard. But the exertion is too much, and he collapses to his hands and knees, gasping for air as sweat pours down his face. As he struggles to catch his breath, a stern instructor looms over him, reminding the boy that his royal status carries no weight in the training yard. To the man, he is merely another 10-year-old recruit who must endure the same hardships as any other, regardless of his title. Later that night, the young prince lies in his bed, his hands trembling uncontrollably from the day's labor. The cycle is relentless, running until collapse, followed by endless drills with the sword and spear, leaving his muscles in a state of perpetual agony. Staring up at the ceiling of his quiet chambers, he feels the weight of his exhaustion and wonders why he must endure such physical torment instead of returning to his comfortable studies of magic. The transition from scholar to soldier feels almost unbearable. He remains motionless, his eyes wide as he contemplates his situation, the silence of the room offering little comfort to his aching body. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration strikes him, and he sits up with renewed energy. He realizes that if he can harness magic to heal his own muscles, he might find a way to bypass the physical limitations that plague him. His mind races back to his time in the archives, recalling conversations about the fundamental nature of restorative spells. He reasons that if healing magic can instantly recover his stamina, he can push through any training regimen, and he vows to master the technique no matter the cost. Surrounded by a sea of open books on the floor of his room, he stares at the ancient texts in disbelief. The solution had been right in front of him all along, and the realization of what he might achieve leaves him breathless. He collapses to the floor, the weight of his discovery crushing his spirit as he realizes that healing magic simply does not exist in this world. Surrounded by a mountain of ancient texts, the young boy's frustration boils over. He recalls the crushing exhaustion of his past life as a salaryman and laments that even in this new reality, there are no spells to bolster or mend the physical form. Despite the setback, a spark of defiance ignites within him, and he resolves that if such magic hasn't been found yet, he will be the one to invent a new discipline entirely. This determination stems from a year of grueling physical labor under Goemon's watchful eye, a period where every muscle ache felt like a wasted effort, because no magical relief was available to ease the constant pain. He begins to experiment with his own theories, wondering if he can bypass traditional spells by channeling mana directly into his muscle fibers. Yet he encounters a strange, invisible barrier that repels his efforts like an unknown force. Sitting alone in the courtyard, he grips his aching arm, his mind racing as he tries to understand the nature of this mysterious resistance that prevents his mana from merging with his flesh. Suddenly, a shift occurs, and his eyes widen in shock as he feels a surge of unfamiliar power coursing through his hands, a sensation unlike any magic he has ever encountered before. Seeking to master this new discovery, he retreats to a quiet chamber to meditate by candlelight, unaware that his breakthrough is being observed by the guard stationed outside the door. He sat cross-legged in the center of the stone chamber, surrounded by flickering candles. Goemon approached, his brow furrowed in confusion as he questioned the young lord's strange behavior, while the guard stood by, equally perplexed. The boy remained still, his eyes closed in deep concentration. Goemon wondered what this could possibly mean, unaware that the child had specifically requested solitude to focus on the burgeoning warmth within his own body. Within that stillness, a realization began to take shape. He mused that this internal heat might be an energy innate to all humans, perhaps something akin to the concept of chi, and the pieces of the puzzle were finally starting to click into place. He visualized the flow of power, while external magic wove through the world like a delicate net. Attempting to force raw mana into his physical form only resulted in it being violently repelled. The key, he realized, was not to force external mana in, but to amplify and activate the energy already residing within him. Testing this theory, he rose to his feet and began to move. He stretched his limbs and rotated his shoulders, feeling the flow of this newly awakened force through his muscles. A look of pure joy erupted across his face as he realized the immediate effect. The persistent ache in his muscles had vanished completely, replaced by a sense of vitality he had never felt before. Overcome with excitement, he began to leap and cheer, his laughter echoing through the chamber. Gomen and the guard could only watch in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the breakthrough the young boy had just achieved. This newfound strength was soon put to the test on the training grounds. Under the bright sun, he moved with a speed and precision that caught his sparring partner off guard. His wooden sword ablur as he engaged in combat with a renewed sense of purpose. He feels the surge of power within him, realizing that by boosting this internal energy, he can match the strength of grown men. His opponent, a seasoned warrior named Senis, is caught off guard by the boy's sudden increase in speed and power, while the surrounding trainees watch in disbelief at the impossible display. With a swift, decisive movement, the young lord strikes, sending Senis sprawling to the ground. The impact echoes through the training grounds, leaving the spectators breathless as they witness the unexpected victory of the seventh child over a veteran soldier. Standing over his fallen opponent, he warns Senis not to underestimate children, his voice steady despite the exertion. Nearby, another soldier laughs at his comrade's misfortune, mocking the fact that a grown man was just bested by a mere boy. The boy's confidence swells as he looks at his hands, feeling an unprecedented level of power coursing through his veins. He boasts that he feels capable of defeating Senis again, his success fueling a dangerous sense of invincibility. In response, the veteran warrior grits his teeth, his pride wounded by the child's arrogance. He agrees to continue the bout, his expression darkening as he prepares to show the boy the true gap in their experience. Before the confrontation can escalate further, Gomen interjects, his stern voice cutting through the tension. He commands the young lord to cease his play and orders Senis to stand down, recognizing that the situation is spiraling out of control. Despite the reprimand, the boy remains defiant, even suggesting that he could take on both Gomen and Senis at the same time. While Gomen acknowledges the boy's remarkable growth, he watches with a growing concern at the hubris taking root in his pupil's heart. He decides that a harsh reality check is necessary, knowing that such arrogance on a real battlefield would lead only to death. With a grim determination, the old master prepares to deliver a painful lesson, his movements a blur as he moves to strike the overconfident boy. He stood with a sharp gaze, sensing a powerful presence nearby as the group prepared their horses and supplies. Milimos, burdened with his heavy pack, noticed the same aura, realizing that without his divine art, he wouldn't have even sensed it. The veteran warrior watched as the boy approached the cart, waving cheerfully. He remarked that Milimos had taken his time, but the boy was just glad to have made it back on his own, still reflecting on the harsh lesson he'd received earlier. Shaking a heavy pouch of coins, he confirmed they had more than enough for provisions with gold to spare. Milimos inquired about the sale price of the equipment, his mind still lingering on how thoroughly he had been outmatched before. He listened as the boy excitedly calculated their wealth, including the gifts from the Night Nation and Princess Valera. When asked where these treasures were, Milimos gestured to his side, claiming they were right there. His eyes widened in disbelief as the boy produced a bundle wrapped in what looked like old, stained bandages. While Milimos thought the disguise was clever, the older man couldn't help but notice how incredibly shabby the presentation was. He listened as the boy proudly explained his reasoning, stating that the items were too recognizable and valuable to carry openly. By wrapping them in dirty cloth, Milimos believed he had successfully hidden their true nature from prying eyes. Seeing the boy's lack of awareness, he could only press a hand to his forehead in frustration, his patience wearing thin. He demanded to know if the boy understood that royal possessions bore the crest of their nation, a detail that seemed to have completely escaped the youth's notice. He sternly lectured the boy, explaining that a royal crest represents a nation's honor. To hide such a symbol under filthy rags was not a clever disguise, but a direct insult to the king himself, leaving Milimos stunned by his own oversight. He can only watch in disbelief as the young lord laughs off the gravity of his actions. Milimos argues that since they are still within the borders of the Mage Empire, no one will care about the perceived slight to the Night Nation, dismissing the older man's concerns with a casual wave of his hand. He is met with a weary sigh from his companion, who looks up at the sky as birds fly overhead, admitting to himself that the boy's logic is often beyond his comprehension. Sensing the lingering tension, Milimos offers a cheerful compromise, promising to give the items a proper cleaning once they finally reach the safety of home. He watches as the boy consults a map in a forest clearing, noting that they have nearly reached the edge of Imperial territory. Looking over the terrain, Milimos suggests that a path through Mindasium would significantly shorten their journey back, though it would mean leaving the relative safety of the Empire behind. He points to the map, explaining that their route will take them through a buffer zone between several small nations. He warns with a grim expression that while it is called a buffer zone, it is in truth a lawless land where they risk being lynched on sight if they are caught carrying Imperial equipment, given the hostile relations those countries maintain with Nanette. He remains undeterred by the talk of danger, even as Gomen describes a place where Imperial control vanishes and every villager is rumored to be a bandit in disguise. While the veteran speaks of dangerous beasts and monsters roaming the wilds, Mil Limos remains optimistic, jokingly remarking that any wild beast they encounter would simply make for a delicious dinner. The hunt is swift and efficient, ending with a large stag brought down in the brush. As the meat begins to sizzle over an open flame, the group takes a moment to rest, the successful kill providing a much-needed boost to their supplies and morale. He commends the boy, noting that his swordsmanship remains as sharp as ever and his ability to drive prey into position is unmatched. Gomen observes that despite the dangers, the boy has yet to draw the Imperial sword he carries, to which Mil Limos explains he is saving that particular blade for his own research while using a separate one for the hunt. He takes a large, enthusiastic bite of the freshly cooked meat, his face lighting up with pure joy. He exclaims that after a lifetime of Nanette's bean-heavy diet, the taste of real meat is nothing short of amazing, leaving the old warrior to watch his ward's simple happiness with a quiet, contemplative gaze. He dismisses the concern with a light-hearted wave, assuring his companion that the weight of the recovered weapons is no burden. When questioned about sharing the load, he explains that his mastery of divine art allows for near-instant recovery, making physical exhaustion a non-issue. He is met with a thoughtful hum from Gomen, who notes that the soldiers of the Night Nation likely achieve their legendary strength through similar rigorous training. Hoisting a pack that dwarfs his small frame, the boy agrees, confident that such a load is trivial for one with his abilities. As the moon rises over the quiet forest, he reflects on his past attempts to share this power with others. He had tried to explain the sensation to the soldiers of Nanette as a warm energy that amplifies muscular strength, but his vague words had fallen on deaf ears, leaving them utterly confused. His companion strokes his beard, wondering aloud how such complex techniques are actually taught within the Night Nation. The boy can only offer a shrug, acknowledging that the methods of the elite remain a mystery even to him. He is joined in his musings by Mil Limos, who imagines a brutal, Spartan-like initiation where survival is the only teacher. The youth envisions recruits being pushed to the brink, forced to awaken their latent powers or perish in the attempt while they continue their meal by the crackling fire. He watches as Gomen reaches a sudden realization, connecting the name of the power to religious doctrine. The older man suggests that if the divine art is truly tied to the teachings of God, then the ability itself might be strictly regulated by faith. He posits that the art is tied to faith, a thought that gives the young boy pause as a look of concern crosses his face. If the Night Nation views their power as a gift for the faithful, then his own ability to wield it without any knowledge of their religion could be seen as a dangerous or even heretical anomaly. He sits in silence as the fire crackles softly, the only sound in the still night while the meat continues to sizzle on the skewers. He listens intently as the older man explains the political weight of his powers, suggesting that public displays of divine art could destabilize the very foundation of the Night Nation's faith. The boy is taken aback, realizing that his strength, which he viewed as a simple tool, carries the burden of potential heresy. He stands outside their modest shelter as the moon gives way to the morning sun, the crisp air of the mountains filling his lungs while a solitary bird watches from a nearby branch. The young lord watches in awe as they continue their lessons in the wilderness, where the veteran warrior demonstrates the importance of harmony with the environment. Success in the hunt, the elder explains, comes from listening to the wind and watching the leaves rather than brute force. They continue their journey as the vast mountain range stretches out under the clear sky, a silent witness to their progress through the rugged terrain. He flings a stone at a passing bird in an attempt to put the advice into practice, but his timing is off, and the creature escapes into the canopy with a frantic flutter of wings. The elder gently reminds him that they already have sufficient food, and that life should not be taken without purpose, seeing the boy's frustration. They begin the trek back to their campsite. The morning's training concluded for the day. He freezes as their peaceful return is abruptly shattered by a harsh voice echoing through the trees, demanding to know who gave them permission to trespass on this land. His hand instinctively moves toward his side as he scans the shadows for the source of the threat. They are confronted by a group of rugged, armed men who emerge from the brush, their intentions clear as they demand the traveler's gear and camp. The realization hits the boy with a jolt. They have inadvertently stumbled into the territory of the bandits rumored to haunt these hills. He looks up at his companion, whispering a query about their strategy. He observes that the group of outlaws seems overconfident, likely dismissing them as nothing more than a harmless old man and a young boy. The bandits loom over them, their faces twisted into arrogant smirks as they relish their perceived advantage. In response, the veteran warrior raises a single finger, his expression hardening into a mask of grim determination. The young lord watches intently, sensing the weight of the silent command and the shift in the air as the time for talk ends. The elder explains the cold reality of the non-net army signals. A single raised finger is an order to execute. He makes it clear that anyone who dares to brandish a weapon against the young lord and refuses to retreat has forfeited their life. The boy's eyes widen as the lethal nature of their situation sinks in. Realizing that the rules of engagement have been set, the 5 aggressors stand their ground, blocking the path through the mountain pass. They outnumber the pair, their shadows stretching long across the dirt as they prepare to strike, oblivious to the deadly command that has just been issued. He finally grasps the brutal simplicity of the order. They're not just defending themselves. They are meant to eliminate the threat entirely. As one of the masked men steps forward with a weapon in hand, the boy's hand drifts toward the hilt of his blade, his mind racing with the implications of what comes next. With a sudden, metallic ring, he draws his sword, the steel catching the light. The bandits recoil in surprise, their mockery turning to disbelief as they realize the child is actually prepared to fight. He quickly calculates the odds. While 5 against 2 is a daunting ratio, he takes comfort in his companion's status as a seasoned soldier. He reminds himself of his own rigorous combat training, his fingers tightening around the leather-wrapped grip of his weapon as he prepares for the first strike. Despite his preparation, a wave of doubt washes over him. He knows a confrontation is inevitable, yet the haunting question remains. Is he truly ready to take a life? He stands frozen, the weight of the blade in his hands heavier than ever before. In his previous life, the very idea of taking a life was an impossibility, a line he never thought he would have to cross. But as a bandit charges toward him with a murderous roar, the reality of this new world crashes down upon him. Seeing the boy hesitate, the masked leader of the outlaws bellows for his men to show no mercy, commanding them to kill everyone and seize their belongings. The boy's eyes widen in shock as the brutal intent of his enemies becomes undeniable. Sensing the imminent danger, Goman cries out a warning to his young lord, his own hand gripping his weapon as he prepares to intervene. The boy grits his teeth, the tip of his sword trembling slightly as the pressure of the moment reaches its peak. In that split second, a fierce resolve replaces his fear. He realizes that to survive and protect those with him, he must cast aside his old morals. He must fight, even if it means ending a life. With a desperate cry, he lunges forward, his sword carving a bright arc through the air. The force of the strike sends the charging bandit reeling backward, the boy's breath coming in ragged gasps as he commits his first act of lethal combat. The young lord charges forward, his face set in a mask of grim determination as he rushes toward the fray. He is met with the harsh reality of the ambush as the outlaws close in, their blades flashing. One masked assailant bellows that their deaths are the price of their resistance, while the cries of the wounded already begin to fill the air. His eyes narrow, focusing entirely on the chaotic movements of his enemies. Observing their clumsy footwork and wide swings, he realizes that despite their numbers, these men are nothing more than untrained brawlers. With a calculated breath, he prepares to exploit their lack of discipline. He lunges, the weight of the enchanted blade feeling natural in his grip. Even without relying on divine arts, the sheer quality of the magic sword allows him to strike with devastating precision, catching the masked bandit off guard. The impact is sudden and absolute, the boy's blade shearing through the bandit's steel as if it were mere parchment. The man recoils in sheer terror, staring at his ruined weapon, while a cry of disbelief escapes his lips. Seeing their comrade's weapon shattered, the remaining outlaws realize they are facing more than just a mere child. They scramble to regroup, shouting for their companions to split up and surround him, hoping that numbers can overcome the terrifying power of the Imperial Blade. The young lord's advantage is bolstered as a stone suddenly cracks against the bandit's skull, sent flying with lethal precision. Behind him, the old veteran expertly whirls a sling, the leather strap a blur of motion. He observes that while numerical superiority is a tactic, it only functions for those trained to move as a cohesive unit, a discipline these thugs clearly lack. With a look of cold disdain, the elder warrior dismisses the disorganized rabble, declaring that a mere mob like them will never pose a true threat. The outlaws are thrown into a frenzy of confusion and rage. One shouts a defiant challenge, while another snarls about the cheap tactics of throwing stones, mocking the perceived childishness of the assault. Seizing the opening, the boy darts through the chaos, his movements a fluid streak as he parries a spear and delivers a punishing blow to another's midsection, leaving the bandits gasping in his wake. He doesn't let up, driving his weight into a decisive strike against the largest of the group, the force of the impact drawing a guttural scream of agony from the masked brute. The massive man collapses into the dirt, defeated, while the young swordsman immediately leaps back to reset his stance, refusing to stay within reach. Watching from the periphery, the veteran notes the boy's tactical brilliance. He understands that his smaller frame is his greatest vulnerability, and by maintaining distance, he ensures no one can lay a hand on him. As the veteran looked on, the young boy took a moment to steady his breathing, noting that his daily training was finally paying off by allowing him to maintain his composure in the heat of battle. He looked down at the fallen bandit leader, the sword still buried deep in the man's back. Realizing he needed to retrieve his weapon, he reached out, but his hands began to tremble uncontrollably as the reality of the situation set in. The sight of the dark blood staining his skin triggered a physical reaction, and he doubled over, gagging as a wave of nausea washed over him. He clutched his face in horror, the crushing realization echoing in his mind that he had just taken a human life for the very first time. Staring at his own hands, he couldn't escape the gruesome truth. He was now a killer, and the weight of that act felt like a physical burden. He stumbled backward, desperate to distance himself from the carnage, but a large shadow suddenly fell across him, signaling he was no longer alone. Forcing himself to stand, he fought back the urge to collapse, reminding himself that the danger hadn't passed, and that if he didn't stay alert, he would be the next one to fall. Just as his resolve began to waver again, a steady hand reached out and rested gently on his head, offering a silent moment of comfort amidst the chaos. He placed a steadying hand on the boy's head, his presence a grounding force amidst the lingering horror of the skirmish. Seeing the confusion in the young lord's eyes, the veteran warrior instructed him to take up a fallen branch and begin his drills, explaining that while he tended to the grim task of confirming the fallen and clearing the bodies, the boy needed to keep moving. He pressed a sturdy length of wood into the boy's trembling hands, urging him to trust in the routine, for the familiar rhythm of training would serve to dull the sharp edge of the trauma and the heavy weight of taking a life. The seasoned soldier watched with a silent, watchful intensity as the boy gripped the makeshift weapon, his face a mask of burgeoning resolve despite the cold sweat still clinging to his brow. Leaving the young noble to his task, the man turned and disappeared into the brush to fulfill his duty, while the boy remained behind, the silence of the woods pressing in on him as he prepared to swing. Time stretched across the clearing, marked only by the rhythmic whistle of the branch through the air and the sudden, frantic flight of birds from the canopy as the forest held its breath. When the elder warrior finally returned from his grim work, he found the boy transformed, the pallor of shock replaced by a weary but genuine smile as he reported the completion of his drills, admitting that while his muscles ached, the darkness in his mind had finally begun to lift. He listened as the boy confessed the strangeness of the experience, how the visceral memory of the kill had initially sickened him, only to be replaced by the comforting, mechanical certainty of his training, a realization that left them both contemplating the resilience of a warrior spirit. He observes with a grim sort of pride that Millimos has officially graduated into the life of a soldier, having taken his first human life. The boy, surprisingly resilient, quips that if killing a person is the graduation, then the beasts and monsters he faced before must have been the entrance exams. He lets out a hearty laugh, relieved that the boy's spirit hasn't been crushed. If he can still find room for a joke, then the healing process has truly begun. With a firm hand on the lad's shoulder, he guides him toward the path, noting that the sun is dipping low and it is time they return to the safety of the camp. They share a quiet moment of mutual understanding as they begin their trek, the weight of the day's events hanging between them and the cooling air. He had hoped for a moment of true rest, but the old warrior's insistence on movement keeps him focused on the path ahead. He feels a lingering dizziness clouding his senses, prompting him to call upon the divine art to sustain his strength as they walk. A brilliant, warm light erupts from his chest, weaving through his form and mending the hidden strains of his ordeal. His chest feels suddenly lighter, the suffocating pressure of the day's trauma beginning to lift as the magic takes hold. He wonders silently if this sacred power is capable of mending the fractures in one's mind just as easily as it heals the flesh. When the elder notices his distraction and calls out, the boy quickly masks his introspection with a bright smile, insisting that everything is fine. He realizes that this mental fortitude is a necessity for the path they walk. Without the ability to shed fear and doubt, no warrior could ever hope to charge through a storm of magical bombardment. He envisions the image of the mysterious knight braving the chaos of war, understanding now the cold clarity required to survive such a life. He looked back on the encounter with the outlaws with a strange sense of gratitude, realizing that their presence had forced him to unlock a deeper potential within his divine art. With a quiet prayer, he acknowledged the grim necessity of the lesson they had inadvertently provided. This sudden shift in demeanor caught his companion off guard, prompting a startled exclamation as the older man tried to snap him out of his daze. Despite the warning that he was far too young to be acting so intoxicated by his own thoughts, the boy insisted with a forced smile that he was perfectly fine. Above them, the vast, open sky stretched out, a silent witness to the internal changes taking root as they continued their journey. Back within the stone walls of the capital, King Chorex Nanette sat upon his throne, his brow furrowed as he questioned the whereabouts of the returning prince. His brother, Chancellor Sastiavko calmly reported that while the boy had returned the recovered equipment, he had detoured to a well to cleanse himself before seeking an audience. The king's irritation only grew at this news, as he grumbled that a subject, even his son, should prioritize greeting his sovereign above all else. Sasti, ever the voice of reason, pointed out that the boy was simply following the established order of audiences and making productive use of the way. A heavy silence fell as the king wondered aloud if the boy was even aware of the proper royal protocols he was neglecting. Sasti knew the answer all too well, though he kept the thought to himself. The young prince had never been taught the nuances of courtly life, reminding the king that the boy's education had been stripped of everything but the arts of war and magic. The chancellor watched as his brother's patience finally snapped. Disregarding the very order he had just offended, the king barked a command for the boy to be summoned to the throne room immediately. Unaware of the brewing storm in the palace, the young prince stood by a stone well, scrubbing the dust and grime of travel from his skin. As the cool water washed over him, a sense of normalcy finally began to return, making him feel truly at home for the first time since the ordeal began. He stood quietly as Sintes, bare-chested and scrubbing away the grime of travel, observed that the young lord seemed to have grown less hesitant to take a life. The veteran soldier recounted the relentless bandit attacks they had faced on the road, a grim reality of their journey that had forced a rapid maturation. Continuing his stern lesson, the older man reminded him that as the marshal of the army, he might one day be forced to send men to their certain deaths. While no one truly wants to grow accustomed to such a burden, Sintes warned that they simply did not have the luxury of avoiding it in their line of duty. This weight pressed heavily upon the boy, leading him to wonder if he had accepted the mantle of marshal far too soon. He realized that his new station demanded these difficult calls, yet the thought of the lives resting on his shoulders brought a bead of sweat to his brow as he contemplated the gravity of his position. Sensing the internal struggle, the soldier softened his tone, explaining that it was precisely because he valued his soldiers so highly that the king had chosen him for the role. It was this empathy, rather than cold indifference, that made him fit to lead. He then placed a steadying hand on the young marshal's shoulder, offering a rare moment of comfort. He urged him not to force a coldness he didn't feel, but rather to allow himself to grow naturally, guided by the dictates of his own heart. The boy looked up in surprise, struck by how easily his mentor had seen through his stoic facade. It was a sobering realization that his inner turmoil was so transparent to those who knew him well, yet the validation of his feelings provided a small measure of relief. Soon, however, the heavy atmosphere of the bathhouse gave way to more mundane concerns as he began to protest the evening's menu. He complained loudly about the ubiquity of beans in the capital's diet, insisting he wanted anything else for dinner and demanding that he not be treated like a mere child. With the bath concluded and his grievances voiced, the focus shifted toward the grand, ornate doors of the palace. Beyond them lay the throne room, where his long-awaited and potentially difficult audience with the king loomed. The king sits in anticipation, his voice booming as he commands the audience to proceed. He is eager to witness the transformation in his youngest son. Outside the heavy doors, the guard announced the arrival of Marshal Millimos and Sir Alectem with a sharp, rhythmic clatter of spears. He enters the grand hall with a steady stride, followed closely by his seasoned companion. As they reach the center of the room, they both drop to one knee in a display of formal respect. The king, looking down from his throne, bids them to raise their heads and face him. The young boy looks up, his gaze steady and filled with a newfound resolve. The softness of childhood has begun to give way to the firm lines of a leader who has seen the harsh realities of the world. Observing this change, the king feels a surge of pride, noting that his son indeed appears more mature. He reflects on the skepticism of others, like Duke Avkalo, and feels vindicated in his decision to send the boy into the field. He then commands the pair to begin their report. Millimos acknowledges the order with a respectful nod, stating his readiness to present the findings of their arduous mission. The young marshal begins his account, detailing how he and Alectem ventured onto the battlefield to recover imperial weaponry. Nearby, a scribe diligently records every word, her pen scratching across the parchment in the quiet hall. As the report continues, the king remains silent, his mind dwelling on the weight of the experience his son has gained. He believes that witnessing the clash of two great nations has forged the boy into a much stronger man. Millimos then shifts the focus of his report to a more somber discovery. He explains that during their mission, they encountered Princess Palbera of the Holy Night Nation, along with a fallen knight who had evidently sacrificed his life to ensure her safety. He confirms the king's disbelief with a steady affirmation, acknowledging the gravity of having encountered the princess of the Holy Night Nation. The king's face is etched with shock at the revelation, his eyes wide as he processes the political weight of such a meeting. Continuing his report, the young prince explains that after Alectem performed the necessary rites for the fallen knight, they were gifted a dagger and a pouch of coins as a token of gratitude. He draws the ornate weapon, presenting it for the court to see as proof of his words. A heavy silence falls over the throne room as the king, the chancellor, and the scribe process the weight of this news, their expressions a mix of concern and calculation. The gravity of the situation is reflected in their somber, unblinking stares. The king presses further, his voice trembling slightly as he asks if the gift was truly received directly from the princess's own hands, to which the boy gives a firm, unwavering confirmation. Stepping forward, Duke Avkalo requests permission to examine the blade, and upon receiving it, he carefully takes the weapon from the prince's grasp to verify its origin. After a meticulous inspection of the craftsmanship and the intricate markings on the hilt, the chancellor confirms that the dagger is indeed an authentic artifact of the Holy Night Nation. The king watches intently, his hand pressed to his face in deep thought. Stroking his beard in contemplation, the king acknowledges the situation before turning a piercing gaze toward his son, asking what he plans to do with such a significant and politically charged item. The room remains tense, the air thick with unspoken political implications as the advisors wait for the young prince's response. Every eye is fixed on him, awaiting a decision that could shape the kingdom's future. He remains kneeling in the vast, sunlit throne room, the weight of the royal audience hanging in the air as the king considers his words. With a cheerful, gap-toothed grin, the young boy explains his simple reasoning. The blade seemed sturdy and well-crafted, so he had intended to use it for his everyday needs. This innocent admission sends a shock through Duke Avkalo, who gasps, his hand flying to his mouth in sheer disbelief at such a casual treatment of a national treasure. The king himself is momentarily stunned, a bead of sweat forming as he clears his throat to break the awkward silence, while the duke realizes with a start that the child truly has no concept of the artifact's immense political and material value. Closing his eyes for a brief moment, the duke attempts to regain his composure, processing the sheer absurdity of the situation. Breaking the tension, the king officially confirms the dagger's authenticity and instructs the boy to keep it safe before ordering him to proceed with the rest of his report, a command met with a spirited shout of agreement. As the boy stands, the king muses on the strategic importance of the find, noting that if their researchers can reverse engineer such weaponry, the kingdom would be well equipped to fend off any future incursions from Indacia. Finally, the monarch offers a warm smile of approval, commending his son on the success of his very first mission and granting him leave to depart, which the boy accepts with a final, exuberant cry of affirmation. He stood ready to depart, but the king's voice halted their progress, commanding Alektem to remain behind for further discussion. Acknowledging the command, the veteran warrior stayed his ground while the young boy prepared to exit the grand hall alone. As the heavy doors groaned shut behind him, the boy couldn't help but wonder what urgent matters required only his mentor's presence. Outside the chamber, the chancellor efficiently cleared the hallway, dismissing the scribes and the armored guard to ensure absolute privacy for the meeting within. Within the now silent throne room, a heavy atmosphere settled over the three men as the king sat in contemplative silence, his expression grim. Rubbing his forehead in frustration, the monarch confessed his growing unease, noting that the boy's ability to master magic and divine arts entirely on his own had become a significant concern that they all needed to address. The focus shifted to the mysterious blade, a weapon the king now deemed a source of profound trouble for the kingdom. Meanwhile, the young prince sat by a quiet fountain, turning the dagger over in his hands and reflecting on the unsettling gravity he had seen in the eyes of his elders. He holds the ornate blade aloft, his eyes shining with gratitude as he thanks Princess Palbera for the gift, promising to treasure it. The princess watches him, her expression unreadable but attentive as she accepts his thanks. While the young prince admires his new prize, back in the solemnity of the throne room, Duke Avkalo's brow furrows with anxiety as he contemplates the implications of such a weapon, noting it bears the royal crest of the Holy Night Nation. The duke's anxiety grows as he looks up at the high, vaulted ceilings, realizing that whoever bears this crest is guaranteed a personal audience with the Night King himself, a privilege of immense political weight. He looks down the long hall lined with silent, armored sentries, understanding that possessing that dagger is practically the same as having the Holy Night Nation's full diplomatic and military backing. As the duke ponders these military implications, King Chorex leans forward on his throne, warning that if this connection were known, it would sow chaos regardless of the original intent of the gift. The king's words cause Alektem's face to pale as he realizes why the room was cleared. The power Millimos now holds is far beyond his station, and it is decided the boy must not be told the truth of the dagger's significance. While the veteran warrior reels from the revelation, the young prince sits quietly in the garden, unaware of the political storm as he admires the blade, while his father reflects on how this troublesome child continues to surprise him. Despite the weight of these royal secrets, the boy's daily life continues with smaller battles, as Alektem fruitlessly urges him to eat his vegetables while he remains stubbornly focused on his meat. He sat across from his mentor, staring down at a bowl of beans that had been freshly sourced from the market. The scribe on duty reminded him that a diet of only meat would lead to poor nutrition, but the young prince was clearly unimpressed. In a desperate attempt to escape the healthy meal, he began to channel divine art, causing his body to glow as he tried to phase through the obligation of eating his vegetables, much to the shock of his companion. As the meal continued, the conversation shifted toward the nature of strength, with the veteran warrior noting that bigger prey isn't always better. Sometimes, the true power lies in the unexpected contrast of a person's appearance. This led the boy to wonder aloud if Princess Palbera, despite her delicate looks, was capable of using divine art as well. His mentor nodded, conceding that as a royal of the Night Nation, it was almost a certainty. They both fell into a momentary silence, contemplating the terrifying possibilities of such a combination. The older man realized that with her natural prowess, she might not even need a conventional weapon to be a threat. The young prince added to the thought, imagining that if she were to boost her physical strength with magic, she could easily swing the heaviest of armaments with terrifying ease. A vivid image flashed through their minds of the princess effortlessly hoisting a full-grown man into the air with a single hand before cleaving through a battlefield with a massive, ornate battle axe. The sheer brutality of the mental image was enough to give them pause. Realizing they might be venturing into dangerous territory, they both quickly agreed that it was best to drop the topic entirely. The sun shines brightly over the imposing stone walls of the royal castle, its towers reaching toward the clear sky. Inside a quiet, book-lined study, the young lord examines the ornate dagger he was gifted, turning it over in his hands. Sastiavko, seated across from him, warns that such a blade possesses a great power and is certainly not meant for mundane tasks like peeling fruit. When the boy asks if it harbors some hidden magic, the Chancellor clarifies that its true nature is far more grounded. He continues his explanation, noting that the king tasked him with revealing the secret. The dagger serves as a symbol of authority, granting its owner an immediate audience with the Grand Master of the Holy Night Order. The weight of this political influence hangs in the air as the young man stares at the weapon, processing the significance of such a privilege. His gaze intensifies, focusing on the intricate details of the hilt, realizing the immense responsibility now resting in his palm. Letting out a long breath, he stretches his arms high above his head, trying to shake off the sudden tension. While the political leverage is impressive and could serve as a vital trump card in the future, the sheer scale of his new reality is daunting. He decides that, for the time being, he will simply appreciate the weapon for its craftsmanship, reflecting on the wisdom that a true heirloom's value is best preserved while it remains sheathed. This moment of reflection is abruptly cut short as the Chancellor returns, staggering under a massive pile of documents. He chides the young lord for idling, reminding him of the mountains of paperwork awaiting their attention and suggesting that even Princess Palbera would expect him to be diligent. Looking at the daunting stack, the boy asks with a hint of disbelief if the role of marshal truly consists mostly of administrative tasks. Sasti confirms that such work is a vital, if unglamorous, duty of his station, as the quiet of the castle tower remains undisturbed by the bureaucratic storm brewing within. He stares down at the daunting stack of documents, wondering if his time will be better spent on the training grounds or studying military strategy. However, the instructions are firm. Every page must be read, reviewed, and either signed or returned to its department. Resigning himself to the task, he begins to sign his name, noting that these dry reports are actually providing a wealth of knowledge about the kingdom's inner workings. The mountain kingdom of Nannet reveals itself as a secluded realm, nestled deep within a valley and shielded by towering peaks on three sides. This isolation comes with challenges, as the rocky soil yields little more than beans and potatoes. And while the earth is rich with iron ore, a lack of refining technology forces the kingdom to export the raw material and rely on bronze for its own needs. Due to its modest size, the kingdom operates without a traditional feudal nobility, allowing the royal family to maintain direct governance over the land. This explains why titles like Duke, held by advisors like Sastiavko, are merely honorary distinctions rather than indicators of landed gentry. It is a streamlined system where the crown sits at the apex, personally selecting talented citizens to serve as the gears of the state's administration. Looking up from his desk, he remarks on the sheer competence of his companion, Alektem, who simply chuckles and warns that no amount of praise will make the mountain of paperwork disappear. The training grounds are vast and silent under the afternoon sun. Standing alone in the empty space, Millimos observes that the day's formal training has already concluded. Although he had hoped to observe the progress of the new recruits, he decides to use the solitude to his advantage, stretching his limbs and psyching himself up for a private session. He reaches into a barrel of practice weapons, his face contorting with effort as he tries to hoist a heavy wooden blade. He finds the weight nearly unbearable because he is intentionally suppressing his internal energy with a divine art, effectively cutting his physical strength in half to make the training more rigorous. To him, The simple wooden sword feels as heavy as a solid iron barbell. With slow, methodical precision, he begins his forms, focusing on the mechanics of every strike and the alignment of his body. Despite the exhaustion that eventually sends him sprawling to the dirt, he forces himself back up, determined to complete his extra drills. He ignores the passing whispers of those who call him a loser, viewing the struggle as essential training. His solitary practice is interrupted by the arrival of two unfamiliar recruits who sneer at his small stature. Unaware of his true identity, they mockingly suggest that a shrimp, like him, certainly needs the extra work, while he quietly realizes this is the perfect opportunity to test their skills in a spar. He and his companion burst into mocking laughter, their faces twisted with arrogance as they look down on the young boy. Mil-Limos can only stare back in stunned silence, sweat beading on his forehead as he processes the sudden, unprovoked hostility. Ignoring his mockery, the boy begins to laugh as well, pointing a finger at them while remarking on how absurdly cliché their bullying tactics are. His unexpected reaction fuels their rage, and they bark insults back, demanding he learn his place and calling him a worthless runt. He watches as they lunge forward with clumsy strikes, moving with a fluid grace that leaves them hitting nothing but air. He reflects on the 2 years he spent sparring with seasoned veterans, realizing that these amateurs don't stand a chance of landing a blow. In a flash, he ends the confrontation, leaving both recruits sprawled face down in the dirt, defeated before they even realized what happened. A young girl's voice rings out across the field, demanding to know what they are doing as she rushes toward the scene in a panic. She sprints closer, her eyes wide with worry as she calls out the names Kanei and Gat. Mil-Limos watches her approach, noting that she appears to be another new recruit, though her concern for her fallen comrades is a sharp contrast to their earlier aggression. Reaching the group, she looks over the two groaning men before turning to Mil-Limos with a look of gratitude, thanking him for what she assumes was an intervention against bullies. She seems confused by the situation, peering down at the identical-looking recruits and wondering aloud which one is which. She is quickly corrected as he explains that he has been training on these grounds for 2 years and is perfectly fine. The revelation that he is her senior sends her into a state of shock, and she immediately snaps into a respectful salute, stammering out an apology for her mistake. He maintains a calm, slightly weary expression as she continues to fret, wondering why the new arrivals weren't briefed on his presence. He decides to keep his true identity as the marshal a secret for now, concluding that revealing such a high rank would only make things unnecessarily complicated. He introduces himself simply as Mil-Limos, telling the young girl there is no need for such stiff formality. She responds with a bright smile, introducing herself as Hones, just as Sinis approaches from the distance, curious about their presence now that the day's training has concluded. Upon reaching them, the veteran soldier's eyes widen in shock at the sight of the two other recruits sprawled unconscious on the dirt. He demands an explanation for the chaotic scene before him. The boy calmly explains that he was merely returning a favor, prompting a boisterous laugh from the older man who teases him about picking on newcomers. He quickly clarifies that it was the two on the ground who had initiated the confrontation by swinging first. Finding the situation hilarious, the veteran mocks the pathetic state of the defeated pair before turning his attention to the girl standing nearby. She stands at attention, confirming that she had stepped in to try and help. He praises her initiative, calling it a commendable act for a future soldier, though he stumbles momentarily when he realizes he has already forgotten her name. The girl's expression sours at the oversight, her initial pride turning to annoyance. Sensing her irritation, he quickly backtracks with a boisterous claim of remembering, giving her a rough but affectionate pat on the head. He tries to smooth over the awkward moment with forced laughter, hoping to regain his authoritative composure. Shifting his focus back to the serious matter at hand, the soldier notes that the two unconscious men have flagrantly violated the rules against private dueling. He looks toward the young noble, asking for his input on how to handle the situation. He ultimately leaves the final decision to the boy, placing the burden of judgment on his young shoulders. The youth stares down at the ground, his face clouded with a heavy, contemplative silence as he weighs the consequences of his next words. He watches as Cindy's looms over the fallen recruits, explaining the gravity of their insubordination. The veteran soldier notes that defying a superior and a marshal, even unknowingly, is a severe offense that typically warrants 3 days in the cells and 10 lashes. Hones gasps at the harshness of the potential sentence. The young boy remains silent for a moment, his expression unreadable as he considers the fate of those who attacked him. He breaks the tension by suggesting that perhaps Sinis' own brand of special training would be a sufficient substitute for the lashes. The veteran scoffs at the suggestion, remarking on how soft-hearted the boy remains despite everything. Watching the veteran soldier concede and call the troublemakers over to begin their lesson, the boy knows that the man's training is far more grueling than any physical lashing could ever be. He hopes that this ordeal will finally discourage the others from picking fights with him in the future. While he questions the nature of the veteran's curriculum, he secretly wishes the man would simply reveal his true identity to the recruits to end the harassment. His silent plea for recognition is met only by a mischievous grin, as the veteran privately muses that revealing the truth would spoil all the fun. The boy can only stare back, sensing the older man's amusement. The boy's attempt to interject is drowned out as the veteran lets out a boisterous laugh, roughly ruffling the hair of the recruits on the ground and deciding that keeping the secret is worth it just to see their priceless reactions. He watches as the veteran orders everyone back to the barracks, bringing the confrontation to an end. As she prepares to leave, Hones turns back to the boy, her eyes shining with genuine admiration as she praises his kindness, leaving him alone to wonder if anyone else will ever tell the recruits the truth. He was taking a moment of respite by the courtyard fountain a few days later when a familiar voice called out to him. Hones, the young recruit, approached with a bright smile, addressing him with newfound respect as her senior. She greeted him warmly, her energy undiminished by the day's labor. She explained that the instructors had been sharing stories about his past exploits, which had clearly left a deep impression on her. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she recounted the tales of him joining training at the age of 10 and besting grown men in combat. She declared her determination to train until she could stand on equal footing with him, leaving him to offer only a hesitant, awkward word of encouragement in return. This enthusiastic exchange was cut short when a drill instructor's voice boomed across the grounds, signaling the end of the break. She waved a cheerful farewell, promising to do her best, while he stood there, still processing the weight of her expectations. He let out a weary sigh as she departed, but the momentary peace was shattered by a chilling sensation. Turning his head, he found the other recruits, Caney Eye and Gat, watching him with eyes full of unspoken resentment and simmering rage. They were still glaring even after the grueling special training, a fact that Sinis pointed out as he strolled over. The commander seemed amused by their persistence, while the boy realized with a start that the soldiers had formed a silent pact to keep his true royal identity a secret from newcomers. He couldn't help but feel that this entire misunderstanding was Sinis' fault for not being transparent from the start. However, the commander simply laughed with his comrades, suggesting that the confusion was far too entertaining to end just yet, leaving the boy to stew in his frustration. Later, while sequestered in his private study, he leaned over his desk and groaned at the absurdity of it all. The burden of this secret was becoming a headache he hadn't asked for. He sat across from his uncle, the chancellor, discussing the friction within the training camp. While Sasti suggested that mingling with peers might be beneficial, the young prince countered that the constant glares from the other recruits were only intensified by Hones' enthusiastic attention, which seemed to irritate them further. Resting his chin on his hand, he admitted that his past life memories made him feel more at ease around adults than children his own age. Sasti acknowledged this truth, but reminded him that as the youngest prince, nearly everyone he encountered would naturally be his senior, making his perspective unique. The conversation shifted to his physical regimen, with the elder man inquiring about his evening training session. He replied that he intended to wait until the other recruits had finished their drills before heading out himself, preferring the solitude of the late hours to avoid further conflict. The elder man offered a final, somber warning, expressing hope that his nephew wouldn't come to regret his choices. He dismissed the concern as unnecessary, though a sudden realization seemed to flicker across his face as he prepared to depart for the training grounds. His gaze sharpened, a flicker of resolve crossing his features as he mentally prepared for the night ahead. As night fell over the castle, the moon hung high and bright above the silent stone towers, casting long, cold shadows across the empty training grounds. Thinking himself alone in the quiet courtyard, he was startled when a wooden practice sword suddenly thudded into the earth before him. He looked around warily, confirming that the area should have been deserted at this hour. From the shadows, the two hostile recruits, Caney Eye and Gat, stepped forward with mocking smirks, brandishing their own wooden weapons. They challenged him to a mock battle, revealing they had been lying in wait for him to arrive, much to his disbelief at their petty persistence. He stares back at them, his expression hardening as they continue their taunts. Caney Eye sneers, demanding he draw his sword and questioning if he's too frightened to move, while Gat stands by, ready for the confrontation. Accepting the challenge, the young lord draws his wooden practice blade, his grip firm. He realizes their clever ploy. By calling this a mock battle instead of a duel, they hope to escape the consequences of their aggression. With a silent resolve, he decides that he will not hold back. Seeing him ready his weapon, the two recruits take it as a formal acceptance and immediately lunge forward. They shout that he brought this upon himself, their faces twisted with a mix of excitement and malice. The duo coordinates their assault, closing the distance rapidly. Caney Eye calls out to his partner, ensuring they stay in sync as they attempt to overwhelm their lone opponent with simultaneous strikes. Caught off guard by the blatant unfairness, the boy realizes they truly intend to fight 2-on-1. Gat justifies their tactics by echoing their instructor's words, shouting in the chaos of real combat. There is no such thing as a fair one-on-one duel. He parries their initial blows, his movements fluid despite the pressure. Kanei boasts about winning fair and square, even as they gang up on him. Recognizing the disadvantage, the young noble decides to refrain from using his divine arts for now, instead choosing to maneuver and create space, much to the frustration of his pursuers who mock him for running. Finding a momentary opening in their clumsy coordination, he strikes. With a swift, precise motion, his wooden blade connects solidly with Gat's forearm, the impact echoing through the training grounds. The taller recruit lets out a sharp cry of agony, clutching his injured limb as he stumbles back. Kanei, annoyed by his partner's failure, barks at him to get out of the way so he can continue the assault, while the young lord remains composed, his eyes fixed on his remaining adversary. He delivers a decisive blow, the wooden blade connecting solidly with his opponent's shoulder. The impact sends the taller recruit crashing to the dirt, where he writhes in agony, clutching his mangled shoulder and gasping for breath. His weapon clatters away, useless, as he remains hunched over in the dust, completely defeated. Standing over his fallen foe, the young lord watches the struggle with a cold, unwavering gaze. He levels the tip of his practice sword at the man, signaling the end of their lopsided engagement. Despite the victory, he offers a hand in a gesture of sportsmanship, but it is spat upon. The defeated man refuses the help with a snarl, while his companion seethes with a mix of fear and resentment, claiming he was simply having an off day. The petty squabble triggers a grim vision of true war, a chaotic, bloody slaughter where men are torn apart by steel and magic, far removed from this childish posturing. He demands to know why they would ever seek such a horrific life. Overcome by the weight of his memories, he leans forward, breathless, lamenting their ignorance and the certain death that awaits them on a real battlefield. He stood in silence, the weight of a grim warning from his past echoing in his mind. The day would come when he might have to send men to their deaths. Beside him, Hones offered a quiet apology for the other's behavior, suggesting it was time they recognized his true strength, but he remained lost in his own thoughts. Looking up at the vast, star-dusted sky, he confessed his true motive. He didn't want to see any of them perish on the battlefield. They needed to become stronger, to toughen their spirits and bodies for the trials ahead, so they wouldn't just be fodder for the war. A faint, bittersweet smile touched his lips as he watched the heavens, calling them idiots in his heart, while wishing for them to live lives without the stain of regret. His reverie was broken when the young girl called out to him again, her voice tentative as she addressed him as her senior. She stepped forward with newfound determination, gripping her practice weapon and asking if he would spar with her as well, hoping to learn from the strength she had just witnessed. He agreed without hesitation, noting that it would hardly be fair if only the boys received his instruction. His words brought a bright, determined spark to her eyes as she accepted the challenge with a sharp salute. The moon climbed higher into the silent night, watching over the training grounds as the hours of practice slipped away into the quiet of the early morning. As the sun began to rise, the veteran soldier Senis greeted the young lord, inquiring if he intended to train again after sundown. However, the boy decided to skip the morning's drills, opting to join the evening session instead. He stood by the window, gazing out at the peaceful morning. The quiet moment offered a brief respite before the day's duties began. Turning back to his desk, he faced a daunting mountain of paperwork. Sasti Avko observed the young lord's renewed dedication, noting a possible change of heart as he encouraged him to keep up the hard work. The chancellor explained that the influx of requests was due to a seasonal event. People were asking for weapons to take into the forest, not for war, but to harvest the local grankled fruit. Outside, the castle was framed by the changing colors of the trees. He realized that autumn had truly arrived, noting that while the grankled fruit looked like simple bolotas, they were a vital winter staple for the nearby villagers. Shifting the conversation to more pressing matters, he inquired about the border fort and whether they needed to monitor the movements of the neighboring nation, Mendasium, during this season. Sasti commended his foresight. Their discussion was abruptly interrupted as a soldier burst into the room, shouting for attention. Sasti's expression hardened, though he initially noted that there had been no troubling reports until that very moment. The messenger breathlessly revealed that a carrier bird from a spy had just arrived with dire news. He stood frozen as the report was read aloud. Mendasium had begun a full-scale mobilization toward their nation. A messenger burst into the room with dire news. Mobilization against the nation has begun. In the quiet of the war room, the veteran advisor laments their failure to detect the enemy's movements sooner, while the young marshal finds the timing suspicious. He is urged to issue orders quickly, forcing him to accept that they must respond at once without delay. Taking a moment to steady himself, he realizes that this will be his first true test of leadership since assuming the mantle of marshal. Spreading a map across the table, he analyzes their strategic position, noting that while the mountains offer natural protection, The border forts are their only line of defense against a total collapse. He begins issuing rapid-fire commands to deploy veteran troops and supplies, but the suggestion to call upon the reserves brings a grim reality to light. They have only 500 regular soldiers to defend the entire realm. The prospect of calling up the reserves offers little comfort, as they are mostly comprised of the elderly and the wounded, serving more as a desperate attempt to bolster numbers than as a viable fighting force. Despite the overwhelming odds, he tries to remain hopeful about the strength of his remaining forces, even as the crushing weight of the nation's fate settles squarely on his shoulders. He nods in agreement as the elder strategist outlines the next steps, promising to gather intelligence on the enemy's movements and alert the reserves. Expressing his gratitude, the young lord acknowledges the weight of the task ahead. As they part ways, the veteran commander instructs him to report directly to the king, while he handles the intricacies of the military deployment. With a determined response, the boy sets off to fulfill his royal duty. Walking through the stone corridors of the castle, he can't help but reflect on the gravity of the situation, realizing that at a mere 12 years old, he is about to embark on his very first military campaign. His thoughts drift to Princess Valera, noting that such early involvement in warfare is rare even for seasoned warlords. Yet she is even younger than he is. He approaches the massive wooden doors of the inner sanctum, the scale of the architecture mirroring the magnitude of his new responsibilities. Far from the castle walls, a long column of soldiers snakes through a dusty valley, their steady march a grim testament to the mobilization of the realm's meager forces. Joining the march, he confers with the rugged soldier Sennies about their strength, noting that even with reinforcements, their total force of 400 feels dangerously small against the encroaching tide. Senny scoffs at the concern, boasting that 100 of their men have held off 2,000 before, and 1,000 weaklings won't stand a chance against their resolve. He then inquires about the fate of the recent recruits, specifically Hones, Gat, and Kanei, wondering if they are to join the fray. The veteran clarifies that the newcomers have been assigned to the local castle defenses rather than the front lines, a decision that seems to offer a small measure of relief. The soldier lets out a boisterous laugh, remarking that it would be a senseless waste to send such green, untrained youths to their deaths so soon. Despite the attempt at levity, the young lord remains silent, his gaze fixed forward as the reality of the coming conflict weighs heavily upon him. He turns to his mentor with a furrowed brow, questioning why Mendacium is so persistent in their attempts to invade Nanette. The veteran warrior looks back, his expression heavy with the weight of the answer. The older man asks if he ever studied the history of their land, but the boy can only offer a sheepish grin and a wave of his hands. He confesses that his upbringing lacked the traditional lessons of a prince, as his days were entirely consumed by the mastery of the blade and the arcane. With a weary sigh and a hand to his forehead, the mentor laments the gap in the young lord's education. Seeing an opportunity to learn, the boy eagerly requests a history lesson right then and there. Accepting the request with a solemn nod, the veteran prepares to recount the past. He begins the tale, explaining that Nanette was once a mere province within the kingdom of Mendacium. He describes a time of great upheaval when the people, weary of their lot, took up arms in a bloody struggle for independence and emerged victorious. The realization hits the young lord that the invaders simply want to reclaim what they believe is rightfully theirs. His mentor adds a layer of complexity, noting that because of this volatile history, the neighboring Night Nation and the Mage Empire are watching the current conflict with keen interest. A flicker of concern crosses the boy's face as he processes the scale of the political landscape. He presses for more information, asking how these two great powers influence the situation. The veteran explains that their reach extends far beyond their borders, as they are deeply entrenched in the affairs of every nation across the entire continent. He listened intently as the history lesson continued, learning that the Holy Night Nation lived by a strict creed of righteousness, a moral code that dictated their every action on the world stage. This realization led him to compare them to a sort of global police force, intervening whenever a nation acted unrighteously, a role that made them both respected and feared across the continent. He pondered the delicate balance of power, noting that while the Mage Empire sought expansion in colonies, they couldn't simply invade without a just cause, or they would face the immediate wrath of the Knights. Consequently, the Empire had to be cunning, finding ways to expand that didn't technically violate that sacred creed, while both great powers kept a wary and constant eye on each other's movements. As the group walked through the countryside, the young lord questioned why such powerful entities would even care about a place as poor as Nanette, which produced little more than basic crops like beans and potatoes. The veteran soldier beside him quickly corrected this misconception, pointing out that the true prize was the iron ore hidden beneath the earth, a resource far more valuable than any harvest. He went on to explain the dire consequences of the Empire's greed. They believed the mountains held vast riches and were willing to destroy the environment and risk monster attacks just to extract it and curry favor. The old man praised the soldier's memory of these warnings, while the boy felt a growing frustration at being caught in a plan designed merely to impress a foreign empire at the cost of his own land. He walks alongside Senes, discussing the progress of their research into Imperial weaponry. When asked if any new tools have been developed, he admits they're still merely trying to grasp the fundamental structures, far from any actual deployment. Suddenly, a heavy hand claps him on the back, nearly knocking the wind out of him. Senes laughs boisterously, urging the young lord to keep his head up, reminding him that if the leader appears discouraged, the morale of the entire troop will surely follow. Upon reaching the mountain fort, he prepares to demonstrate the fruits of his labor. Chanting a complex incantation to mobilize the Mendacium crystal, it grants a temporary, artificial life to a mechanical bird named Invivium. As the construct takes flight, he explains that it will soar through the buffer zone, acting as a remote eye for their forces. Following his command, a massive, shimmering display flickers to life within the fort's main hall, projecting a clear view of the snowy peaks outside. The gathered soldiers erupt in a chorus of awe and disbelief, their voices echoing as they witness the world from a perspective once reserved only for the birds. He stands before the shimmering display, confirming to the man in the dark suit that the moving vision is indeed a live feed of the current landscape. It is, he explains, exactly what the mechanical scout sees in real time as it glides over the distant terrain. He watches as the sight leaves the veteran warriors, including Senes and his companions, completely speechless. They marvel at the tactical advantage of seeing the enemy's movements without risking a single scout, while he quietly reflects on the sheer, overwhelming power of Imperial mage technology. Among the ranks, the revelation sparks a somber debate about the future of warfare. While some worry that traditional scouting is now obsolete, others suggest that risking lives for intelligence is an outdated practice and that it is simply time for the old-timers to retire. He listened as Mil-Limos explained that while the mechanical bird was impressive, it could never truly replace the intuition of a seasoned warrior. The boy emphasized that operating such a device demanded a level of magical precision found only within the Empire's elite. Acknowledging the boy's wisdom, the old man agreed that tools were merely extensions of a user, and in the end, it was human capability that decided the fate of a battle. They turned their attention toward the horizon, where the enemy camp was finally coming into view. Below them, a sprawling network of tents and flickering campfires stretched across the valley floor, teeming with the activity of an army at rest. Surveying the encampment from their vantage point, the group began to assess the threat, noting that the force appeared to be composed of roughly 2,000 to 3,000 men, most of whom were peasants clad in nothing more than simple leather. Mil-Limos watched the enemy soldiers laughing over their meals near the supply wagons, his brow furrowing as he questioned why they seemed so unprepared for the coming conflict. The sight of their relaxed expressions and lack of heavy armor felt wrong, leading him to wonder if this apparent vulnerability was merely a facade hiding a devastating secret weapon. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a specific detail in the distance, his eyes widening in a moment of pure, cold realization. He pointed out the long, ornate rods carried by the guards, which Goman immediately recognized as Imperial mage staves, the very same weapons they had recovered from the previous battlefield. Inside the enemy camp, two recruits marvel at the Imperial mage staves they have acquired. One, eyes wide with wonder, suggests testing a spell to see if the rumors of their power are true, while his companion urges caution, knowing the weight of the weapons they hold. Their curiosity is abruptly cut short by the arrival of their commander, a mountain of a man known as General Swagger. His face is a mask of pure rage as he bellows at them, demanding to know what they think they're doing with such critical equipment. Without waiting for an answer, he strikes, his massive frame moving with surprising speed as he knocks the two soldiers to the ground. The sound of the impact echoes through the camp, a brutal reminder of the discipline he demands. Standing over the cowering men, he brandishes one of the staves, his voice dripping with contempt. He reminds them that these are not playthings and warns of the dire consequences should the forces of Nanette discover the secret of their new arsenal. Turning his back on the disgraced recruits, he issues a sharp command to a nearby subordinate. He orders her to ensure that word of the staves does not spread to the rest of the rank and file, insisting that these two be kept under constant surveillance. As they walk, he begins to outline his defensive strategy, anticipating that the enemy will target their food supplies under the cover of darkness. Though his subordinate wonders if such precautions are excessive, he remains firm, ordering decoys to be placed around the perimeter. He continues his lecture, emphasizing the immense cost paid to secure such powerful magic. He makes it clear that their preparation must be flawless so that the coming battle is swift and decisive, leaving no room for error. Finally, he stands before a massive stockpile of the weapons, a sea of staves ready for war. With a cold, confident smirk, he declares that with an entire unit armed like this, they will annihilate their enemies in a single, overwhelming night. While the commander's boast echoed in the distance, Goman and Mil-Limos stood atop the battlements, examining the captured weaponry. Gomen confirmed that these staves were identical to the ones they had scavenged before, though Mil-Limos noted that their magical familiar could only transmit images, not the sounds of the enemy's plans. The young lord's eyes widened as the realization hit him. If these were indeed the same weapons, then a single staff possessed the power to unleash the devastating magic they had witnessed on the battlefield. Memories of the carnage flashed through his mind. The earth-shattering explosions and the sight of soldiers being tossed like ragdolls by the sheer force of the Imperial sorcerer. Returning to the present, he voiced his growing concern, calling it a massive problem, though Kanei scoffed, wondering aloud if they weren't simply overestimating the threat of a few wooden sticks. Gomen, however, remained grim, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. He attempted to find some solace in the strength of their defenses, suggesting that no spell could easily breach the fort's massive stone walls. But Gomen immediately cut him off, barking that such thinking was dangerously naive. The veteran warrior explained that while ordinary magic would indeed struggle against such fortifications, noting that even he couldn't break through them, the rules of engagement were changing. Looking up with a newfound intensity, the boy countered that the standard logic of warfare simply did not apply when facing the sheer, unnatural power of the magic empire. His words hung heavy in the air, leaving the nearby recruits to exchange uneasy glances as the true scale of the threat began to sink in. He stammered in disbelief, recalling the sheer devastation he had witnessed on the battlefield. The memory of those imperial staves gouging the very earth and pulverizing men into nothingness haunted him, making the idea of facing them again seem like a death sentence. The young recruit's fear was met with a harsh dose of reality from Gomen, who pointed out the strategic folly of assuming the enemy possessed only a single weapon. He argued that the Empire would never gamble everything on one staff, suggesting instead that they likely commanded dozens, if not more, of the destructive devices. His grim assessment hung heavy in the air, reflected in the somber expressions of Mil-Limos, Sentes, and the shaken recruits. Each man was forced to confront the overwhelming disparity in power, the silence between them speaking volumes of the dread taking root in their hearts. Continuing his warning, the veteran warrior gestured to the fortification surrounding them, declaring that even these sturdy stone walls might not withstand the Empire's magical onslaught for a single day. The gravity of their situation was undeniable. Their traditional defenses were rendered obsolete by the enemy's superior technology. This dire prediction sparked a frantic debate among the soldiers, who weighed the risks of staying holed up in the fort against the near-impossible odds of a direct counterattack. While some suggested reworking the defenses, Mil-Limos remained silent, his mind racing to find a way to neutralize the staves before they could even be deployed against their 400 men. He was suddenly pulled from his deep thoughts by a heavy presence looming behind him. Startled, the young lord turned to find the imposing figure of the commander watching him intently. The massive commander placed a firm hand on the boy's shoulder, his voice carrying the weight of the entire garrison's desperation. He spoke of the rumors surrounding Milimos's supposed military genius, making it clear that the men were now pinning all their hopes on him to deliver a miracle move that could save them from certain destruction. As the commander's words echoed through the room, every eye, from the cynical new recruits to the battle-hardened veterans, turned toward the young boy. The heavy silence that followed was a testament to the immense pressure now resting on his small shoulders, as the fate of the entire fort hung on his next decision. He was gripped by a sudden surge of adrenaline, realizing this was to be his first true engagement on the field of battle. The exclamation hung in the air, prompting a sharp, startled demand to know who had uttered such a thing. In response to the tension, the young lord clarified that he wasn't planning any reckless maneuvers, but rather a careful application of established military doctrine. Sentes, ever the boisterous presence, brushed off the technicalities, his loud voice cutting through the boy's modest explanation. The veteran soldier leaned in, his expression a mix of curiosity and challenge as he pressed for a concrete strategy. The boy met his gaze with a quiet intensity, the weight of leadership settling firmly on his shoulders. The vast, silent peaks of the mountain range stretched out under a pale sky, a stark contrast to the heated discussions within the camp. High upon a windswept, snowy ridge, he stood alone for a moment, looking down at the enemy's fortified position nestled in the valley below. Behind him, the veteran let out a hearty laugh, marveling at the sheer audacity of the plan and the fact that their young commander intended to lead from the front. The recruits stood by, their faces a mixture of apprehension and grim determination as they prepared for the coming strike. Holding a small, intricate device in his hand, the boy explained that his presence was vital for aerial reconnaissance, as he was the only one capable of operating the bird. He turned to the small guerrilla squad he had assembled, assuring them that his choice was based on a deep trust in their individual capabilities. The soldiers stood tall, their resolve hardened by the young marshal's confidence in their success. He reflects on the weight of leadership, his only wish being that no one under his command meets an early end this night. Below the ridge where the small squad waits, the enemy camp stretches out, a sea of tents and flickering lights under the watchful gaze of a full moon. Seeing the proximity of their target, the veteran soldier suggests a direct approach, brandishing a glass firebomb and proposing they simply lob them into the fray. However, Mil-Limos hesitates, insisting on a more calculated approach and announcing his intention to scout the perimeter using his mechanical familiar. He begins a rhythmic incantation, calling upon a temporary spark of life to animate the hollow bird in his hands, commanding it to fly and serve as his eyes in the darkness. As the mechanical creature takes flight, a shared vision reveals a camp on high alert. The enemy has cleared the surrounding brush and lit numerous campfires to deny any hidden approach. Observing the heightened security, the veteran notes that their previous raids have clearly made the enemy more cautious, making a stealthy infiltration nearly impossible. The young lord agrees, realizing that a direct approach is no longer viable. Undeterred, he quickly adjusts the strategy, inquiring which of his companions is skilled with a bow and fire arrows. When the bearded warrior steps forward, ready for the task, the commander gathers the rest of the squad to brief them on the new objective. He points toward the outskirts of the camp, identifying the food depot as the primary target for their incendiary strike. Mil-Limos proposes a bold change in tactics, stating he will handle the primary objective himself while the others draw the enemy's attention. Senes, taken aback by the sudden shift, reminds him that their original mission was simply to incinerate the supplies, questioning the wisdom of this new strategy. He clarifies the maneuver, explaining that by dispersing into the unfamiliar mountain terrain, they can easily evade the Mendasium troops. The plan involves twice firing a few distracting shots before the entire unit retreats upward in unison, using the geography to their advantage. The small band of soldiers absorbs the plan, their faces etched with a mix of apprehension and grim determination as they realize the weight of the task ahead. Still skeptical, the veteran warrior presses for details on what handling it truly entails, sensing a more complex scheme at play. The young lord remains calm, urging his companion to trust in the favorable odds and his own capabilities, despite the inherent danger. With a bold smirk, the boy proclaims his own strategic brilliance, his confidence bordering on arrogance as he asserts his role as a military genius. This display of bravado earns him a rough, affectionate hair ruffling from the older man, who laughs at the prince's reckless nature and the realization that this entire operation was likely orchestrated from the start. The levity quickly fades as the soldier fixes the boy with a piercing, somber gaze, demanding a promise that he will return alive. Meeting that intensity with a steady, reassuring smile, the young commander vows that he will not fall. As they move through the shadows of the forest, the mood lightens once more with talk of a grand feast and royal wine to celebrate their eventual victory. The young leader can only offer a dry reminder that he is still far too young to partake in the drinking. He watches from the darkness as the operation begins under the cold light of a full moon. High above the enemy camp, Senes draws his bow to its limit, the tip of his arrow dancing with a signal fire. Below, the rest of the squad remains hidden behind the thick trunks of the forest, their eyes fixed on the enemy sentries patrolling the perimeter. They watch as the flaming projectile streaks through the night sky, a streak of fire cutting through the gloom to mark the start of the chaos. With his gaze fixed forward and his heart steady, the young commander acknowledges that there is no turning back now. The night raid has begun. A single flaming arrow arcs through the darkness, a silent herald of the chaos to come as the night raid begins. It finds its mark in a supply wagon, and soon the camp is a cacophony of panicked shouts as the food stores go up in flames. Men scramble for water, their voices filled with desperation as the realization of the attack sinks in. Amidst the growing inferno, Mil-Limos takes charge, his voice cutting through the noise as he orders a tactical retreat. He recognizes the source of the fire. The Nonet forces are using the forest as cover for their ambush. He sprints through the smoke-filled camp, with Senes and the others following his lead as they dive into the shadows of the surrounding trees. Their departure does not go unnoticed, and the enemy soldiers surge forward with torches held high. A burly, bald man bellows for his troops to give chase, determined not to let their quarry vanish into the woods. The flickering light of dozens of torches soon pierces the dense foliage as the pursuers fan out, their shadows dancing wildly against the trunks of the ancient trees. Two of the men pause, their torches casting long shadows as they realize their targets have scattered. One of them, however, remains vigilant, his eyes narrowing as he claims to have spotted movement in the brush, urging his companion to stay focused on the hunt. As they close in, he watches from his precarious hiding spot, his breath hitching as he overhears the bald pursuer's cruel intentions. The man's face is twisted in a mask of malice as he vows to make his target scream once they are finally cornered, leaving the boy to realize just how dire their situation has become. He remains perfectly still as the bald pursuer sweeps a torch just inches from his hiding spot. He reflects on the overwhelming force sent to hunt their small group, grateful for the divine protection that keeps him invisible. Nearby, the commander's frustration boils over. He curses the elusive mountain monkeys and, realizing the immediate chase is futile, commands his troops to abandon the search and return to their base. Watching the soldiers retreat, the young noble feels a surge of relief, noting that his companions seem to have slipped away safely as well. The ethereal glow of his concealment remains steady, a silent shield against the darkness. As the moon hangs high over the silent woods, a new resolve takes hold. The initial escape was merely the prelude. The true objective is now within reach. He boldly steps into the heart of the enemy encampment, his form shimmering with holy light that renders him a ghost among men. Despite the proximity of the soldiers, his presence goes entirely unnoticed, though the frantic thumping of his heart threatens to betray his composure. The danger is palpable as a frustrated soldier lashes out at the empty air, his blade whistling through the space where the boy stands. The man's vow of violence serves as a chilling reminder of the stakes should the magic fail. Suddenly, a localized upheaval erupts within the camp, sending equipment and weapons scattering as if struck by an unseen force. Amidst the confusion, the boy collapses to the ground, gasping for air as the soldiers scramble to react to the mysterious disturbance. Recovering his breath, he creeps toward a specific tent he recognizes from his memories. He urges himself to maintain a steady pace, knowing that any sudden movement could still reveal his position to the wary guards. He finds himself in luck, standing before unguarded crates filled with magical staves. With a mischievous grin, he realizes his mission is nearly complete. All that remains is to ignite these weapons with a fireball. Before setting ablaze, the young boy decides to claim a prize for himself, hoisting one of the ornate staves and declaring it war loot. Having secured his souvenir, he douses the remaining weapons in a flammable liquid, ensuring the coming fire will be absolute. He then focuses his energy, reciting an incantation to call forth a spark that will grow into a consuming flame. The resulting eruption is far more violent than anticipated, a roaring pillar of fire that illuminates his wide-eyed shock. Feeling the searing heat, he recoils in terror as the inferno spreads instantly, forcing him to flee the rapidly incinerating tent. Outside, the sudden blaze draws the immediate attention of the camp's leadership and recruits, who watch in disbelief as the supply tent is consumed. General Swagger bellows orders to extinguish the flames, convinced that mountain outlaws have struck. Amidst the chaos, the boy sprints into the darkness, his heart hammering against his ribs as he desperately tries to escape the consequences of his own overwhelming magic. He stared at the stolen staff in disbelief, realizing that his minor spark spell had been amplified into a catastrophic blast by the artifact's power. Knowing he couldn't stay, the young prince bolted into the dark woods as the shouts of his pursuers echoed through the trees, their voices filled with rage as they demanded his capture. After putting some distance between himself and the camp, he collapsed against a jagged rock, his lungs burning as he gasped for air. He looked down at the staff with a mixture of awe and dread, cursing the volatile nature of the weapon he now carried. The effort of masking his magical presence while sprinting had left him utterly spent, and he struggled to find the strength to stand, knowing he had to find his allies before the enemy closed in. Meanwhile, on a nearby ridge, the veteran warrior Sentis paced anxiously, noting that the prince was long overdue. One of the younger recruits tried to brush off the concern, insisting that the boy was likely fine. Their conversation was cut short by a sudden rustle from the slope below, drawing the group's collective attention toward the dark tree line. Sensing potential danger, the commander ordered his team to stay alert, his hand moving toward his weapon as he tried to discern whether the approaching figure was their missing prince or a hostile scout. Suddenly, a pale and exhausted figure materialized directly behind the startled warrior, offering a weak greeting that betrayed just how much the escape had cost him. A piercing scream echoes through the dark, mountainous terrain, shattering the silence of the night. He stands before the group, remarkably unscathed despite the ordeal he just endured. Sennis, though visibly relieved, grumbles about the boy's lack of respect for the crown, while the other recruits joke about winning a bet because their young ward returned without a single scratch after such a mess. As the tension begins to ebb, the veteran soldier's eyes lock onto the strange, ornate object the boy is clutching. He asks with growing curiosity what exactly it is that the child has brought back with him, noticing the faint glow emanating from the staff's tip. The man's curiosity instantly turns to alarm as he recognizes the artifact, frantically shouting for the boy to put down the dangerous staff. Unfazed by the panic, the youth simply smiles, casually referring to the powerful weapon as nothing more than spoils of war, seemingly unconcerned by the danger it represents. He continues his explanation, revealing that he deemed it right to destroy the raiders during their assault. He notes with a spark of excitement that the artifact amplifies magical power to a massive degree, a fact he confirmed through personal use when he tested its capabilities himself. This revelation leaves the soldiers stunned, their faces pale as they process the sheer scale of what occurred. Senni's questions if the boy truly brought back his staff and used it to such effect, while the others realized that the fire arrows they saw were merely a distraction for the food stores, whereas the actual raid was annihilated by the child's hand. Looking at the small figure, standing confidently with the staff, the veteran demands to know how such a feat was even possible. The boy remains silent for a moment, his eyes hidden in shadow, projecting an aura of power that far exceeds his years, leaving the seasoned warriors in awe of his hidden potential. He breaks the tension with a playful wink and a mischievous grin, pressing a finger to his lips. With a light-hearted tone, he declares that his methods shall remain a secret, leaving his companions with more questions than answers. He stands before his comrades, the weight of his recent actions hanging heavy in the air as the soldiers stare in stunned silence. He is suddenly hoisted up by the veteran soldier, who drags him along while the others laugh, deciding that their worries were for nothing and it was time for a celebratory drink. They approach the fortress with a boisterous mood, but it is soon cut short as a thunderous roar of disapproval echoes from within the stone walls. Inside the chambers, the elder Goman stands tall, his face a mask of fury as he demands an explanation for the reckless display of power. The boy tries to justify his actions, explaining that the guards were closing in and he had no other choice but to destroy the threat himself to ensure no casualties. But his excuses seem to fall on deaf ears. Even as they move to the mess hall, the scolding continues unabated, much to the amusement of the new recruits watching from a nearby table. Caney Eye and Gat whisper about the prince's eccentric nature, noting that while he is undeniably strange, his presence certainly makes life in the barracks more interesting, especially when it results in free drinks for everyone. They continue to listen to the lecture, but the mood shifts when the veteran raises his mug high, calling for a toast to the young boy who, despite his methods, secured their victory. They erupt in a chorus of cheers as the soldiers lift their drinks in unison, hailing the name of their unlikely savior. He can only offer a weary, strained expression amidst the celebration, clearly overwhelmed by the boisterous praise and the exhaustion of the day's events. He sits quietly, enduring a stern lecture from the elder warrior. Goman paces the room, his voice rising as he warns that such reckless behavior cannot continue. The young lord offers a half-hearted promise to be more careful in the future, though his mind seems already elsewhere. Turning his attention to the spoils of the recent skirmish, the veteran examines a tall, ornate staff leaning against the wall. It is a fine piece of craftsmanship, clearly of imperial origin. Mil-Limos observes that even a simple fire-starting spell cast through such a focus could escalate into a devastating inferno. He lifts the weapon, its weight a physical confirmation of the Empire's clandestine involvement. This artifact serves as undeniable proof that Mendasium is receiving support from the shadows, though the nature of that alliance raises a troubling new question. The young boy leans in closer, his keen eyes spotting a detail the older man had overlooked. He points out that this particular staff appears significantly older than the equipment they had recovered during previous encounters. He considers the possibility that the Empire is simply clearing out old inventory as they upgrade their own forces. It is a logical assumption, yet something about the quality of the gear feels deliberate. His gaze sharpens as a deeper realization takes hold. If the Empire were truly invested in Mendasium's success, they would surely provide their allies with the most advanced weaponry available, not cast-off relics. He voices his theory, suggesting that the distribution of second-hand gear implies the Empire has little faith in Mendasium's ultimate victory. Goman stands frozen, the weight of the boy's strategic insight momentarily silencing his own thoughts. They reach a grim consensus. Mendasium's forces likely grew overconfident, blinded by the prestige of wielding imperial steel, even if it was merely the Empire's discarded scraps. He listens as the veteran warrior concludes that the Empire is merely staging a proxy war, using Mendasium to strike at the Night Nation of Nanette without direct involvement. The older man notes that the limited supply of staves, most of which were destroyed, suggests a calculated, low-stakes gamble by the Imperial forces. The weight of the long night finally catches up to the young lord, who lets out a wide, jaw-stretching yawn. Seeing this, his mentor confidently asserts that they can manage the remaining threat through their standard procedures. He rubs his temples, admitting to a bone-deep exhaustion that has left him completely spent. His companion observes the boy's fatigue with a mixture of concern and professional detachment. Because the boy had insisted on volunteering for the night raid himself, the veteran reminds him that such grueling hours are ill-suited for a 12-year-old. The young lord can only slump into a nearby chair, his energy entirely depleted. Despite the exhaustion, the older man offers a final word of caution, warning that some of the magical staves might have partially survived the skirmish. The boy acknowledges the need for vigilance with a weary nod. As he prepares to retire for a much-needed nap, he urges his mentor to find some rest as well, knowing the man won't truly sleep until the perimeter is secure. The veteran knight watches him depart, his expression unreadable as he accepts the command. On his way to rest, he nearly collides with the tall soldier and the trio of new recruits, catching him off guard. The sudden encounter leaves the group looking startled and slightly guilty. In response to the boy's questioning look, the soldier quickly explains that the 3 rookies have been assigned to castle watch duty. The recruits stand awkwardly behind their superior, their expressions a mix of sheepishness and nervous energy. He had brought the new recruits along, a fact that left Mil Limos reeling in shock. As the young lord demanded to know why they weren't back at the castle, the trio explained that their commander believed they needed to experience the atmosphere of a real battlefield firsthand. While the newcomers stood their ground, the veteran soldier moved with a brisk, purposeful stride, ignoring the bickering behind him. One of the recruits, Kanei, snapped at the young lord, telling him to keep his mouth shut and calling him a runt, clearly unimpressed by his status in this rugged environment. Suddenly, the large man lunged, pinning the boy to the ground in a rough display of dominance. As his captive struggled, complaining about his spilled drink and demanding to know why the recruits were there, the soldier merely laughed and held him fast. Releasing his grip, he explained with a grin that it was a long-standing tradition to bring rookies to the front lines. In his view, the promising ones would grow from the experience, while the reckless ones would finally learn to shape up. The young lord remained skeptical, muttering that it hardly seemed like an admirable tradition. His mentor took offense at the doubt, loudly insisting that he wasn't lying about the customs of the military. Seeking a second opinion, the boy turned to the stoic Goman, asking if he had been aware of this supposed tradition. The older man stood silently, his presence a calm contrast to the boisterous energy of the soldiers. The recruits watched the exchange with varying degrees of anxiety, fearing they might be sent back immediately. The older man offered a quiet apology, admitting he had heard rumors of the plan but hadn't had the chance to inform his ward, while the dark-haired youth hissed at him not to reveal too much. The commander finally offered a bit of reassurance, noting that the rookies wouldn't be sent to the actual front lines. He promised that once they returned, the necessary reassignment papers would be waiting on the desk, settling the matter for the time being. He watches with a smirk as the young lord clutches his head in a fit of mounting distress, clearly overwhelmed by the weight of recent decisions. His mind spirals into a panic, imagining the chaos if the Mendacium forces attack while the inexperienced recruits are in disarray, but the veteran soldier remains unmoved, reminding him that the choice is made and he must simply oversee them. He can only look on in surprise as the boy's legs suddenly give out, sending him crashing face first onto the wooden floor of the command tent. The onlookers gather around the fallen figure, their expressions a mix of alarm and confusion as they peer down at their unconscious leader. They are stunned to hear the steady, rhythmic sound of snoring rising from the floor. The sheer pressure of the situation has caused him to pass out into a deep, sudden sleep. His peaceful slumber is quickly interrupted by the elder knight, who seizes the moment to assign the grumbling newcomers a special mission to carry their sleeping superior to the infirmary. He instructs the recruits to move out, while a veteran observer notes with a dry chuckle that the student seems to have inherited his teacher's penchant for the unexpected. They are suddenly jolted by a thunderous blast outside as a massive plume of smoke and fire erupt from the center of the camp, signaling a violent end to the brief moment of levity. The dust settles around a massive crater, the aftermath of a devastating impact. General Swagger stands firm, his gaze fixed on the destruction with a cold, calculating intensity. Nearby, a soldier readies a specialized staff, its tip glowing with a volatile, magical energy. He bellows a command to strike once more, his voice booming over the battlefield. Beside him, a young mage expresses her relief, noting that the success of these strikes has spared them from a premature retreat. In response to the order, the soldier unleashes another massive sphere of energy, the sheer force of the blast illuminating the surrounding area as it hurtles toward its target. But the power proves too much for the artifact to handle. With a sudden, violent crack, the staff shatters into fragments. The sudden failure leaves the soldiers and the mage in a state of utter disbelief. The ground is rocked by a series of secondary concussions as the residual energy dissipates across the landscape. He clutches the jagged remains of the weapon, his face contorted in a mask of pure rage. The mage can hardly believe her eyes, stammering that the legendary staff could only withstand 4 discharges before failing. Standing amidst the wreckage, the commander curses the Nanette forces, realizing that their greatest advantage has been neutralized. Without their trump card, he knows their remaining assets will soon follow. He stands amidst the wreckage of his failed gambit, his face a mask of simmering fury. Beside him, the young mage urges him not to concede defeat just yet, her voice steady despite the chaos. He turns to her, demanding to know what alternative she could possibly offer now that their primary weapon lies in pieces. In response, she leans in, a subtle, knowing smile playing on her lips as she whispers a suggestion that catches his interest. A dark, predatory grin slowly spreads across his scarred features, the shadow of a new, perhaps more ruthless, plan taking root in his mind. With his resolve renewed by her words, he slams his armored boot into the dirt, the impact echoing his sudden shift in momentum. He barks out orders for a full mobilization, commanding his forces to prepare for an immediate and total advance, leaving the shattered remnants of the magical staff behind as a forgotten relic. He thrusts a clenched fist into the air, his roar of "March out!" galvanizing the Mendacium ranks into a frenzy of movement. Far from the front lines, young Mil-Limos feels a sudden chill of apprehension, as if sensing the sheer weight of the impending onslaught that has just been unleashed. Mil-Limos eats with his companions, but his mind is clearly elsewhere as he stares at his bowl. The atmosphere in the mess hall is heavy with the looming threat of war. Far from the quiet of the meal, General Swagger oversees his forces. A scout bird circles above a massive column of soldiers snaking through a mountain pass, their spears glinting in the sun. Back in the war room, the young lord stands before a shimmering magical map of the terrain. He observes that the enemy has begun their march and asks his advisors about their standard defensive maneuvers. Goman steps forward, pointing to the map. He explains that it takes the enemy several days to reach the fortress, during which they use traps to thin their ranks and hidden units to incinerate their supply lines. He confirms the assessment that the goal is to harass the enemy. While the invaders are largely untrained conscripts, their sheer numbers remain a significant threat that must be whittled down. Should the enemy reach the fortress walls, the strategy shifts to a brutal defensive stand. The veteran describes the use of arrows, spears, and even boiling oil to halt any attempt to scale the fortifications. Mil-Limos realizes that if the initial harassment fails, the conflict will inevitably devolve into a grueling siege. Goman, sensing the weight on the boy's shoulders, offers to take command of the interdiction efforts himself. He is joined by a group of seasoned veterans, all of whom stand ready to lead the charge. They insist on handling the front lines, allowing their young commander to focus on the broader defense. He watched as the young lord entrusted the mission to the veteran guard with a confident smile, placing the weight of the initial defense squarely on their shoulders. The seasoned warriors erupted in a chorus of resolve, vowing to drive the Mendacium forces back and make them turn tail before they could even glimpse the fort's outer walls. Despite the bravado of his companions, the old commander felt a prickle of unease as the boy bid them a cheerful farewell, seemingly far too eager for the coming conflict. He sees the young lord's head in a firm, frantic grip, demanding to know what reckless scheme was brewing behind those bright, innocent-looking eyes. The boy dropped a bombshell, casually announcing his intention to join the frontline harassment squad as a common soldier, leaving the veteran knights in a state of collective shock. He was quickly reminded of his previous promises to stay safe, but the youth countered with tactical logic, arguing that his presence on site was vital to adapt if the enemy found a way to bypass their traps. While the commander's roar of refusal still rang through the halls of the fort, a scout owl soared over the treacherous mountain passes where the unsuspecting Mendacium vanguard marched into a narrow gorge. Suddenly, the silence of the mountains was shattered by a thunderous rockslide that crushed the enemy wagons and sent their ranks into a panicked frenzy, much to the fury of their hulking commander. The commander's forces are being whittled down, a fact the young lord observes through a shimmering magical projection. As the scout owl circles high above the battlefield, the view reveals a conspicuous lack of imperial staves among the ranks of the Mendacium soldiers. The young lord leans forward, noting the absence of traditional siege equipment like battering rams or ladders, and he begins to wonder if the enemy simply lacks the resources or the expertise to maintain such tools, or if they were lost in the initial chaos. The veteran warrior dismisses the need for such relics, explaining that in the modern era, magic has become the primary instrument for shattering fortifications and crushing resistance, rendering old-fashioned wooden engines obsolete. The boy is visibly unsettled by this revelation, realizing that even a few remaining staves could channel enough concentrated power to compromise the integrity of the outer walls. They discuss the grim precedents of such tactics, with the elder noting that while constant bombardment can eventually erode stone like dripping water, it is a painstakingly slow process that requires immense patience. Looking out over the sprawling stone battlements, the seasoned soldier recalls past sieges that stretched until the winter snows, a prospect that baffles the youth given that autumn has only just begun. Because the enemy shows no signs of retreating despite the odds, the two agree that decisive measures must be taken immediately to prevent the conflict from devolving into a grueling, long-term war of attrition. He confirms with absolute certainty that the outer wall will hold, even if the conflict drags on into a long-term siege. Mil-Limos listens intently, seeking reassurance in the veteran's confidence as they assess their defensive position. The veteran explains their strategy. While the enemy forces take their rest, the fortress's repair crews take to the walls. High above the ground, workers dangle from ropes, meticulously patching every crack and reinforcing the stone to ensure the structure remains impenetrable. Surprised by the efficiency of the process, the young lord questions if such repairs are truly that simple. With a knowing glint in his eye, his mentor adds that they aren't just fixing damage. They're actively reinforcing the fortifications to be even stronger than before. He goes on to describe the masterwork of the wall's construction, a triple-layered defense of stone and packed earth that can withstand significant magical assault. He issues a stern command to the crews, insisting that not even a hairline fracture be overlooked during their thorough inspections. 3 days pass in a tense stalemate until General Swagger finally rallies his massive host. Standing before a sea of soldiers, he bellows his orders, declaring that at dawn, they will begin a magical bombardment to shatter the fortress and end the resistance of those he mockingly calls monkeys once and for all. As the enemy prepares, Mil Limos clutches a glowing stone, his expression grim as he watches a scout bird soar over the sprawling Imperial camp. The sheer scale of the opposing army is a daunting sight, a carpet of tents and torches stretching across the valley. Returning to the war room, Goman confirms that the order has been spread across the ranks and the troops are on high alert. The young lord remains focused, inquiring if there has been any sign of the Imperial staves, the weapons they fear most in the impending assault. He looks out once more at the valley, noting that the enemy has moved their camp dangerously close to the fortress walls. The realization settles in. The true battle will begin at the first light of dawn. He stood watch as the first light of the next morning broke over the horizon, illuminating the silent, stone ramparts of the fortress. High atop the battlements, the young lord's soldiers grew restless, questioning if the Mendacium forces were finally making their move. He urged patience, his eyes scanning the distance until a sudden movement caught his attention, prompting him to shout that the enemy had finally arrived. Quickly raising a telescope to his eye, he focused on the horizon to get a clearer view of the approaching threat. What he saw was baffling, a massive, moving wall of dust and wood that seemed to stretch across the entire plain, slowly advancing toward their position. On the other side of that barrier, General Swagger raised a gauntlet hand, bellowing the order to commence fire. The young lord realized with a jolt of dread that the massive wall was a tactical shield, designed specifically to protect the enemy mages as they prepared their assault. His command was met with immediate action as the fortress archers unleashed a volley of arrows, shouting for their comrades to prevent the mages from casting freely. Below, the Mendacium sorcerers ignored the incoming fire, their voices rising in a rhythmic chant as they shaped raw embers into spheres of concentrated flame. Their volley of arrows descended upon the enemy line, whistling through the air in a lethal arc. The falling shafts, however, were not enough to stop the ritual, and the mages completed their incantation, unleashing a barrage of fireballs that streaked toward the fortress. He watched in horror as the sky filled with burning projectiles, the sheer scale of the magical bombardment far exceeding his expectations. The fireballs strike the fortress walls with thunderous force, erupting in a series of violent explosions that shroud the stone in fire and smoke. He reels from the intense tremors, his eyes wide with disbelief as he struggles to comprehend the power of the impact. He hadn't seen any Imperial staffs among the enemy mages, yet the sheer force of the blast makes him fear for the integrity of the fortifications. As the smoke begins to drift away and the barrage ceases, the young lord immediately calls for a status update on the defenses. Beside him, the old warrior observes that the enemy's initial volley has come to an end, leaving a tense silence in its wake. The thick clouds of dust finally settle, revealing the outer wall standing tall and defiant against the morning sky. A scout quickly relays the news that despite the scorched surface, there isn't a single crack to be found, and no immediate repairs are necessary. This report leaves the enemy commander speechless, his mouth agape as he stares at the untouched masonry. While the mage confirms the lack of damage, the old warrior simply reminds them of his earlier assurance regarding the wall's strength, leaving the young lord to marvel at the incredible durability of his own creation. Across the battlefield, the Mendacium forces stand in stunned formation, their massive shield walls still in place as they gaze upon the fortress that refused to crumble under their magical might. Refusing to accept defeat, the commander bellows at his subordinates to prepare for a second strike. The young mage, visibly shaken by the failure of her first attack, can only stammer a response as she scrambles to follow his orders. High above on the ramparts, the boy inspects the stone, noting that it hasn't suffered even a hairline fracture and might very well be more durable than the legendary concrete of old. Below, the enemy mage looks up in confusion, wondering what the boy could possibly be doing amidst the chaos of war. He stands atop the ramparts alongside the recruits, observing the aftermath of the magical barrage. A veteran knight notes, with a hint of boredom, that the enemy's efforts haven't even created enough work for the repair crews yet. As the tension of the impact fades, the group begins to decompress. While the veteran grumbles about being assigned to lead a group of inexperienced youths, the recruits exchange banter. One of them teases the young girl, hones, for her visible trembling, though she admits her heart is still racing from the sheer scale of the explosion. Suddenly, a sharp sound or a lingering tremor sends a jolt of fear through the girl. She lets out a sharp cry of terror, cowering as the echoes of the battle continue to haunt her nerves. Seeing her distress, the young lord steps forward and places a steadying hand on her arm. She looks up, her eyes wide with surprise and a hint of embarrassment as his calm presence cuts through her panic. He offers a few quiet words of reassurance, telling her that her safety is the only thing that truly matters. Flustered by the attention, she stammers out a formal apology, acknowledging him as her senior in rank and experience. Attempting to regain her composure, she grips her long wooden pole and insists that as a field commander, she must remain at her post. He simply smiles and suggests that if she finds herself with free time, she would be a welcome addition to the repair efforts. Nearby, the atmosphere is less cordial as a weary soldier tries to convince Senis to swap duties for the day. The veteran warrior dismisses the plea immediately, leaving the young lord to watch the petty squabble with a look of mild exasperation. The peace is short-lived as the other recruits begin to mock the girl's height, joking that she is too small to reach the cracks in the masonry, even with her tool. Their cruel comments about her appearance leave her fuming with indignation, while their leader can only sigh at the endless bickering of his subordinates. He stands among the recruits as their instructor bellows orders, reminding them that the sturdy walls and the veterans are the only things keeping them safe. The man's voice booms, labeling the newcomers as deadweight and commanding them to practice their repair drills immediately. Looking out over the vast, snow-dusted valley from the safety of the fortifications, he reflects on the current state of the conflict. Despite the constant pressure, the lack of significant damage suggests a looming stalemate, a realization that does little to soothe his nerves during his first true experience of war. His gaze hardens with a renewed sense of duty, knowing that any lapse in vigilance could be fatal. He spots a discarded magical staff nearby, a stark reminder that if the enemy still possesses such weapons, the entire balance of power could shift in an instant, forcing him to steel his resolve and endure. 10 days pass in a blur of repetitive, low-intensity magical volleys that do little more than scuff the stone of the ramparts. The situation remains stubbornly unchanged, a grueling test of patience as the initial tension of the siege begins to fade into a dull routine. The monotony eventually takes its toll, and he finds himself stifling a yawn while standing watch alongside an experienced knight. The veteran observes that the men are becoming lax, prompting a quick apology and an admission that the stagnant nature of the standoff is making everyone restless. They look down at the soldiers below, whose shouts of frustration and boredom echo against the cold stone. The veteran suggests that a daring raid on the enemy camp might be the only way to sharpen the troops' dulled spirits, noting that the men are rapidly losing their competitive edge. He weighs the suggestion carefully, but remains hesitant, fearing the consequences of a failed gamble. If they were to divide their forces, and the enemy suddenly unleashed the power of a magical staff, they would be vulnerable to being overwhelmed by sheer numbers, a risk he is not yet willing to take. Turning back to the veteran, he listens as the older man muses on the enemy's strange inactivity. It seems improbable that they would have exhausted all their magical resources, yet they have passed up numerous opportunities to strike, leaving both leaders to wonder if a greater threat is still lurking in the shadows. He stands atop the battlements alongside the veteran knight, who concludes that the enemy's 10-day hesitation proves they lack a mage capable of matching the young lord's prowess. The veteran then proposes a practical test, using the captured Imperial staff to gauge the durability of their own outer walls against such concentrated magic. He nods in agreement, realizing that understanding the wall's threshold would provide a strategic window, allowing them to temporarily pull back troops for much-needed rest. Looking out over the vast expanse of the fortifications, the young lord reveals he has a specific plan in mind, provided the logistics can be managed. Later, near a freshly dug trench outside the walls, the veteran warrior Senis questions if the old man, Alectem, dug the fortification himself, while the soldier tasked with the test wonders if his presence in the ditch is truly necessary for observation. While the veteran warrior finds the scale of the experiment a bit over the top, the soldier readies the staff, warning everyone to stay clear as he intends to fire with full force to ensure an accurate reading of the weapon's lethality. Focusing his intent, the soldier begins a complex incantation, calling upon embers to swell into a sphere of dread fire, compressed by howling winds into a volatile projectile. With a final, thunderous command, he releases the spell, sending a massive, roiling sun of flame screaming toward the target in a blinding display of destructive power. He lowers the staff, watching the smoke clear from the target. Sintes, observing the aftermath, is struck by the terrifying reality of the weapon's power, his expression hardening as the gravity of the situation sinks in. He and the others move forward to examine the fissures up close, finding that while the surface is charred, the structural integrity remains largely intact. Millimos notes that the damage is shallower than the flashy display suggested. He beams with a newfound confidence, calculating that it would take dozens of such hits just to peel away the outer layer of their defenses. The young lord shares a moment of grim satisfaction, knowing their fortifications can hold. Meanwhile, across the battlefield from him, the atmosphere is thick with tension as a heavy cup is slammed onto a wooden table. General Swagger roars in frustration, feeling mocked by the non-net forces who hide behind their sturdy walls. He grits his teeth, lamenting that no matter how much they blast the fortifications, the defenders seem to repair them almost instantly. His plan to open a massive breach and then swarm the interior is failing before it can even begin. He listens as she counters his anger with a cold, calculated proposal, suggesting they commit every remaining staff to a single, concentrated strike on the main gate. The mage argues that they cannot afford to drag the conflict out any longer. She sees that he remains unconvinced as he points out that gates are designed to be the most heavily defended points and that even a successful breach would likely lead them straight into a deadly ambush. The general's skepticism hangs heavy in the air. He is met with her refusal to back down, her voice trembling with a mix of rage and desperation as she declares that they must win at any cost. She curses the politicians back home who sold out their land for profit, leaving the military to fight a war with no tomorrow. She spat the word scum with venom, her eyes burning with a mix of hatred and frustration. General Swagger, however, remained unmoved by her outburst, choosing to ignore the insult for the sake of the mission. He coolly instructed her to see to the men's rest and nourishment, emphasizing the need for vigilance against another potential night raid. As the darkness of night settled over the encampment, the silence was shattered by a sudden, violent eruption of flame. A lone sentry could only watch in terror as a pillar of fire consumed a nearby tent, his cry of night raid echoing through the panicked camp. He was already on his feet, his voice booming over the growing chaos as he pointed toward the dark silhouette of the ridge. Emerging from her tent in a state of disarray, the mage could only stare in shock as the general commanded his troops to return fire against the unseen assailants. High above on the rocky crest, the attackers unleashed a relentless volley of projectiles. From their vantage point, they rained down destruction upon the vulnerable camp below, their movements obscured by the shadows of the night. The general realized the position was becoming untenable as reports of wounded farmer soldiers and burning supplies reached him. With a sharp command to fall back, he attempted to organize a retreat while the camp descended further into a fiery mess of confusion. He gritted his teeth, a low growl of frustration escaping him as he cursed the sneaky apes who had caught them off guard. Beside him, the mage remained silent, her expression grim as she witnessed the calculated efficiency of the enemy's strike. Plumes of thick, black smoke billowed into the night sky, marking the destruction of the rear camp and the far ridge. The once-ordered military base was now a landscape of flickering embers and desperate silhouettes, the scale of the sabotage becoming painfully clear. Watching the distant inferno from the safety of the shadows, the young lord observed the fruits of his strategy with a cold, analytical gaze. When asked for his assessment, he simply noted that the operation had been a resounding success, his plan to destabilize the invaders working perfectly. He sat in contemplation as the veteran warrior explained the strategic impact of their raid. The elder noted that the enemy had been keeping their main supplies in the rear, bringing them forward only in small batches. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the young lord concluded that the opposing forces were now limited strictly to the provisions they already had at the front lines. While the boy weighed the possibility of an enemy retreat, the commander of the opposing forces stood amidst the smoke of his burning camp, his resolve hardening. Rather than withdrawing, the scarred general turned to his mage, ordering her to deploy their magical staves to the front at the first light of dawn to breach the gates. With a roar that echoed through the valley, he declared a final, desperate full assault. Far from the heat of the battlefield, the quiet halls of administration saw their own kind of struggle. A weary scribe was suddenly accosted by a colleague who dumped a massive stack of reports onto her desk, shamelessly admitting his own incompetence at such tasks. While she stared in shock at the mounting paperwork, the man simply leaned back, his mind already drifting toward thoughts of food and drink. A vast sea of white tents fills the valley, hidden beneath the dense canopy of the surrounding forest. Within that hidden encampment, the commander fumes over the enemy's audacity. He notes that they managed to slip past their flank undetected, reducing the rear camp to nothing but ash. Turning to his advisors, he listens as the mage explains the dire state of their supplies. While their rations would typically last only 4 days, the current situation demands they stretch them to 7. He, however, scoffs at the notion, confident that the conflict will be resolved long before then. With a roar that echoes through the camp, he rallies his men for an all-out assault on the fortress. He promises them a feast on the enemy's own supplies to celebrate their inevitable victory, and the soldiers respond with a thunderous cheer. Inside the command center of that very fortress, the atmosphere is tense as reports of enemy movement arrive. The scribe notes that the Imperial forces are preparing for a major offensive rather than retreating, despite the loss of their staves. Mil-Limos realizes that the enemy cannot simply return home after such a significant deployment without achieving a result. Faced with this reality, the veteran warrior suggests a bold countermove, meeting the enemy head-on. The young boy grips his staff, the weight of leadership pressing down on him. He understands that the lives of everyone within these walls now depend on the decision he is about to make as commander-in-chief. High above, the birds watch as the two forces prepare for the coming clash, the army arrayed in precise formations before the massive stone ramparts. Mil-Limos stands atop the battlements, his eyes narrowed as he surveys the field. He observes that while the enemy's numbers have doubled, their formation remains unchanged from the previous day. To him, it looks like nothing more than target practice for his archers. Beside him, the veteran Goman remains wary, sensing a hidden danger despite the familiar arrangement of the opposing forces. He points out that something feels fundamentally different. The young lord's eyes widen as the realization hits him. The enemy isn't just repeating a failed tactic, they're committing to an all-out assault. He continues his analysis, noting that the lack of a retreat proves they have a hidden strategy tucked away. If their plan were truly the same as before, they would have already pulled back after the initial failure. The young lord frantically scans the horizon, his mind racing to identify the missing piece of the puzzle. He understands now that this is a desperate, do-or-die miracle gambit from an army that has been backed into a corner. Suddenly, the threat reveals itself as the Imperial forces brandish massive magic staves, weapons far more potent than any encounter thus far. General Swagger's voice booms across the field, commanding his mages to unleash their power. A series of thunderous explosions rock the fortress, the sheer force of the magical barrage tearing into the stone. Dust and debris fill the air as the defenders scramble to maintain their footing under the intense bombardment. Amidst the chaos, a scout reports that the outer walls are holding for now, showing no significant structural failure despite the terrifying display of power. However, the enemy's focus shifts. General Swagger watches with grim satisfaction as his mage, peering through binoculars, confirms that the gate has sustained visible damage. Encouraged by the progress, they prepare to fire another devastating volley. The commander's forces press their advantage, but the veteran on the wall remains undeterred as he assesses the dire situation. He observes the enemy's willingness to suffer major losses just to smash the gate, realizing they cannot be underestimated. With over 2,000 foes against their meager 400, the sheer weight of numbers threatens to overwhelm them if the defenses aren't tightened immediately. He doesn't hesitate, his voice cutting through the din of battle as he takes charge of the defense. He commands the troops to maintain standard fire while redirecting the wall repair unit to bolster the primary defense, ensuring every hand is put to use in holding the line. Continuing his rapid-fire orders, he bellows for more sandbags to be stacked behind the gate to slow the enemy's momentum, even if the wood should splinter. He urges the archers to rain arrows down with even greater intensity, specifically targeting the enemy mages who are fueling the magical bombardment. The young lord watches him with a mixture of awe and humility, struck by the sheer weight of the veteran's experience. He eventually voices his inner turmoil, admitting that the veteran would likely make a far better commander than himself. The older man simply scoffs at the notion, questioning why such a young leader would say such things to a man who considers himself little more than a dying old body. Feeling the weight of the future, the boy absorbs the veteran's words as he is told that the future of their people is far brighter with him as their commander-in-chief. He is urged to stand strong and earn the confidence of his men through the victory they must seize here today. He feels a surge of renewed determination, his eyes hardening as he thanks his mentor for the unwavering support. Clenching his fist, he vows to live up to the high expectations placed upon his shoulders, no matter the cost. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the foundations of the fortress as a second magical strike finds its mark on the gate. Amidst the smoke and debris, the enemy prepares for the final breach, shielding their mages and readying stones and boiling oil to clear the path for their inevitable surge inward. He turned to Goman, seeking confirmation of his role. The veteran warrior, known to him as Alektem, agreed that his own interference would only breed chaos, formally handing the tactical reins to the young lord. Refusing to stand by as the gate was battered, he leveled his staff with grim determination. With a defiant cry that they would return every blow, he channeled his mana into the devastating Estau Sporerica spell, conjuring a massive orb of roiling energy. Below the ramparts, the invading forces looked up in terror as the sun-like sphere descended. They realized too late that the defenders possessed Imperial-grade staves, their shields offering little comfort against the incoming magical sun. The impact was absolute, a thunderous roar echoing across the valley as the spell detonated amidst the enemy ranks. Cheers erupted from the soldiers on the wall, celebrating what appeared to be the total destruction of the enemy's magical support. He stood firm, staff still glowing, as his men shouted in triumph over the successful counterattack. The celebration was premature, however, as the enemy began to regroup through the lingering smoke. Seeing the opening, Goman barked orders for the archers to rain fire upon the exposed shield men, desperate to prevent the mages from finding cover again. Recognizing the need for a different approach, he prepared to cycle his magic, sensing the very air shift around him. He began a rhythmic incantation, calling for shards to multiply and tear through the battlefield like a hunting pack. With the words of the Lapia's Appruvia spell leaving his lips, a torrential storm of razor-sharp crystals surged forward, saturating the air with lethal intent. He watches as the crystalline shards from his spell tear through the enemy ranks, turning the battlefield into a scene of absolute carnage as the invaders struggle to find cover. Seeing the devastation, the Mendacium mage desperately urges her troops forward, reporting heavy casualties and wondering how much longer they can hold. Nearby, the enemy commander seethes with rage, his eyes narrowing as he realizes the sheer power behind the Imperial-grade staves the defenders are wielding. Before they can regroup, a fresh volley of arrows rains down from the fortress walls, catching the disorganized soldiers in a deadly crossfire that further thins their numbers. The survivors finally break, their screams of terror echoing as they scramble to escape the relentless onslaught, their formation completely dissolved. Observing their retreat, the young lord feels a surge of hope, realizing that the enemy's resolve is finally shattering and that victory is within their grasp if they maintain the pressure. However, the enemy commander refuses to yield, brutally striking down a fleeing soldier with his bare fist to re-establish order. He roars at his men to keep their nerve, pointing out that only one person is responsible for the devastating magic and ordering them to shut that person down immediately. Watching this display of iron-fisted discipline, the boy understands the grim reality. These men fight because they fear their own officers more than his magic. He realizes that to truly break them, he must become a more terrifying threat than the commanders who drive them forward. With a determined look, he begins channeling his next spell, even as the enemy attempts to target him directly, the air crackling with the energy of his impending counterattack. He was far from the only one feeling the pressure of the siege, as elsewhere on the battlements, a young recruit sat in a state of near collapse. The boy cursed their collective cowardice, his spirit broken by the realization that fear had completely taken hold of their unit. As the boy wallowed in his despair, another recruit, named Kanei, approached with a sharp command to stand. He ignored the confused murmurs of the other soldiers, who recognized the despondent figure as Gat, and demanded immediate obedience. He didn't wait for Gat to comply, instead reaching out to grab him firmly by the collar. With a look of intense determination, he told the trembling boy that he was offering him a single chance at redemption, refusing to let a comrade succumb to cowardice. He held fast despite Gat's attempts to pull away, explaining that if the Mendacium troops managed to break through, their only hope would be a coordinated interception at the main gate. He leaned in and shouted with renewed intensity in response to the recruit's resistance. He revealed that Senes had personally ordered him to gather every able-bodied soldier, leaving no room for further debate or hesitation. He began hauling the reluctant Gat through the stone hallways toward the front lines moments later. Despite the boy's frantic protests about the sudden change in his orders, he was forced to keep pace as they neared the heart of the conflict. They emerged onto a ledge overlooking the courtyard and were immediately struck by the sight of the massive wooden doors. They realized with a jolt of terror that the third wave of the enemy's assault was already underway, and the gate was under direct threat. He watched as the gate shuddered under a hail of fire, the enemy sensing victory and shouting that only a few more hits were needed to finish it. Kanei turned to his companion, warning him that the time for babysitting was over. They had to restock and fire everything they had before the breach was complete. He delivers a sharp kick to Gat's side, shouting that he's got him to snap the man out of his stupor. Mil Limos rushes onto the scene, calling for Gat and relaying urgent orders from Senes, warning the group not to let go of the reins as the defense reaches a critical point. He and the others brace themselves as the fourth wave of the assault crashes against the gate with devastating force. The massive wooden structure groans and splinters, heavily damaged and on the verge of a total breach. Mil Limos stands atop the stone stairs, his voice ringing out over the din as he commands everyone to prepare for the enemy's entry. Looking down at the trembling recruits, he sees the raw terror etched onto their faces. Hones, her voice barely a whisper, asks if he isn't scared himself, as she and the others struggle to maintain their composure in the face of certain death. He meets her gaze with surprising honesty, admitting that of course he is terrified. He confesses his deep-seated fear of dying and the even greater weight of failing to protect the people he cares about, his vulnerability momentarily bridging the gap between commander and soldier. Despite his own internal struggle, he stands firm and projects a strength he doesn't feel, declaring that they will not lose this fight. He commands them to get up, return to their posts, and fulfill their duties, his words acting as a stabilizing force for the panicked group. He leaves them to process his words as they react with a mix of grumbling and renewed resolve. While Gat nurses his side and mutters about the kick, Hones finds a spark of courage, though the third boy remains visibly shaken by the ordeal. They watch as he climbs the stone steps away from them, his expression softening into one of profound self-doubt. He grips his staff tightly, thinking to himself that he is truly not cut out for the burden of leadership, despite the brave front he just displayed. He reflects on the moment, realizing that it was the sight of their overwhelming terror that forced those encouraging words from his mouth. He is genuinely surprised that such strength could come from within him when he feels so small. He plants his foot firmly on the stone, the weight of his resolve echoing in a heavy thud against the ground. While Sintes grumbles about the young lord's interference with the troops, the boy remains undeterred, vowing to hold the line even as a massive, flaming projectile begins its descent from the heavens. The impact is cataclysmic, a sphere of fire erupting against the defenses and sending shockwaves through the ranks. Terrified soldiers cry out in desperation, realizing a powerful mage is leading the assault and wondering how they can possibly withstand such overwhelming force. Seeing the devastation, the young noble grits his teeth and prepares to strike back, his initial shock replaced by a fierce determination to protect his people. Amidst the chaos, General Swagger stands defiant, a solitary figure of iron and malice who ignores the rain of arrows clattering harmlessly against his heavy plate. He watches the projectiles fall away, his presence alone enough to freeze the blood of the defenders. With a booming voice, the commander declares that the gate is on the verge of collapse, ordering his men to prepare for a final, decisive charge into the heart of the fortress. The command is met with a roar as the enemy forces surge forward, their advance punctuated by further explosions that tear through the outer defenses. Mil Limos can only watch in mounting dread as the situation spirals out of control. With a final, thunderous crash, the gate is breached, and the general bellows for his troops to flood into the opening. On the other side, the desperate defenders scream for stones and boiling oil, a last-ditch effort to hold back the tide of invaders now pouring into their home. He leads the charge with a thunderous roar, his soldiers surging forward into the breach as Mil Limos rallies the defenders from the ramparts above, desperate to hold the line. As the invaders pour in, they are met with a rain of fire and boiling oil, their screams of agony echoing through the narrow passage as the heat becomes unbearable. Despite the carnage, the commander bellows for his men to ignore the fallen and press the advantage, while a lone defender gazes down in terror at the relentless tide of steel flooding the courtyard. High above, the garrison soldiers brace themselves, shouting desperate orders to hold their positions and prevent a single enemy from slipping through their final defenses. Seeing the futility of their current efforts, the young lord realizes the enemy's momentum is too great. He draws a crystalline catalyst, determined to halt the advance with his own hands. He chants an ancient incantation, channeling his mana into a blinding sphere of energy that erupts from the tip of his staff, illuminating the chaos below. The resulting blast tears through the enemy ranks, a violent upheaval of earth and magic that momentarily halts the relentless swarm in a cloud of dust and debris. Yet, emerging from the smoke behind a massive shield, the enemy general laughs at the desperate gambit, declaring their walls useless as a worried soldier begs Mil Limos to retreat from the front lines. He continued his relentless advance, forcing the defenders to take desperate measures. High atop the rocky outcrop, a lone archer draws his bowstring taut, the wood creaking under the strain. With a sharp exhale, he releases the shaft, sending it whistling toward the breach where the enemy forces are swarming. His shot is eclipsed by a massive, earth-shaking impact that erupts from the gate with a deafening roar, the force of it rattling the very foundations of the fortress. Mil Limos watches in grim silence, his face tight with exertion and sweat as he witnesses the sheer scale of the destruction unfolding before him. Mil Limos stands atop the high fortifications, surveying the battlefield below as the sun beats down. Suddenly, a powerful blow from Gomen sends him sprawling backward. The young lord gasps in shock as he hits the stone, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sudden intervention. Looming over him, the old man roars a fierce reprimand, demanding to know if the boy truly intends to offer himself up as a defenseless target to the invaders. Without waiting for an answer, he turns his attention to the broader conflict, his voice booming across the courtyard as he commands the troops to repel the enemy forces that have breached the main gate. Mil Limos, still shaken, forces himself to his feet, acknowledging that this is no time to be idle. Below them, the intricate maze of sandbags has become a death trap for the invading soldiers, who find themselves ambushed from every corner. From his vantage point, the young lord watches as the enemy's confusion turns into panic. The invaders shout in frustration, their voices echoing through the narrow corridors as they realize they're being picked off one by an unseen foe. They demand a fair fight, but the labyrinth offers them no such mercy. Hidden defenders strike with lethal precision, their spears thrusting through the gaps in the fortifications to silence the shouting men. They offer no quarter to those who have dared to invade their home. Desperate to escape the slaughter, one soldier attempts to scale the sandbag walls, urging his comrades to abandon the path and climb. However, as he reaches the top, he finds that even the high ground offers no sanctuary from the defenders' reach. The invaders' overconfidence proved fatal as they plummeted from the ramparts, realizing too late that the archers were not confined to the outer walls. The maze had successfully funneled them into a killing zone, just as planned, leaving the trespassers exposed and vulnerable from above. Two of the trespassers dashed blindly through the corridors of sand, only to find themselves trapped in a cul-de-sac. Before them stood a bristling hedge of spears, held by defenders who had been waiting for this exact moment. They skidded to a halt, terror etched onto their faces as they stared down the cold, unwavering eyes of the Mendasium soldiers. There was no escape from the trap they had so eagerly entered. Observing the carnage from a vantage point, the young lord watched as his commander rallied the troops, shouting that this line of spears was their final stand. The strategy was working, thinning the enemy's numbers before they could even reach the heart of the fort. However, the enemy general was not so easily deterred, roaring for his men to push forward and overwhelm the defenses with sheer numbers. In response, a mage unleashed a devastating spell, the incantation Eusta Spolarica, echoing through the air as a massive explosion tore through the advancing ranks. He gritted his teeth, his frustration mounting as the relentless tide of invaders seemed never-ending. Despite the traps and the magic, the sheer volume of the assault was beginning to strain the defensive line. The situation grew dire as the outlaws began to scale the sandbag walls, catching the defenders off guard from above. Panic flickered in the young lord's eyes as he realized the maze's height was no longer a guaranteed protection. Suddenly, a well-aimed arrow pierced the skull of a climbing attacker, sent by the veteran warrior who had just arrived with reinforcements. He barked orders for his men to follow up, his presence immediately steadying the wavering morale of the defenders. He and his men continue the desperate defense as the enemy attempts to scale the sandbag fortifications. Confusion reigns as soldiers are struck from above, their cries of alarm echoing through the narrow passages of the maze. As one defender falls, his comrades scramble to fill the breach, shouting for the line to hold. Nearby, the Mendasium mage raises her staff, channeling her power to unleash a devastating counterattack against the encroaching horde. A massive fireball erupts amidst the enemy ranks, sending a shockwave through the battlefield and eliciting screams of agony. High above on the ramparts, Millimos watches the carnage with a mixture of horror and grim determination, while the soldiers around him find renewed hope, urging each other to keep firing. The young lord is struck by the weight of his decisions, realizing that while he sought to bolster his people's spirits, the cost in blood is far higher than he ever imagined. He struggles with the grim reality of command, his mind racing to find a way to end the slaughter. Despite his inner turmoil, he stands firm, clutching his staff as the battle rages on the walls. The soldiers, inspired by their pint-sized marshal, fight with desperate ferocity, following his orders to defend their homeland against the invaders at any cost. Looking out over the parapet, he observes the relentless tide of the enemy and knows that their current strategy is a war of attrition they cannot win. The mounting casualties on both sides weigh heavily on him, fueling his desperate search for a more effective tactic. His gaze falls upon the staff in his hands, the light glinting off its polished surface as a new thought begins to take shape. A sudden clarity washes over him, a realization born from the chaos of the ongoing assault. He notes a curious absence in the enemy's tactics. Since the destruction of the gate, their mages have remained silent. He deduces that the proximity of their own troops has likely stayed their hand, fearing the collateral damage of their own destructive spells. He stares wide-eyed as a realization strikes him. If the enemy can aim to avoid the gate, then the situation is perfect for his counter-strategy. Turning to his seasoned companion, he shares his plan, leaving the older man incredulous. Despite the shock, the boy sprints away, ignoring the desperate call of his name as he focuses on the task ahead. With a firm grip on his weapon and a look of absolute resolve, he declares his intention to end the conflict immediately. Meanwhile, the enemy commander observes the cessation of the magical barrage, suspecting either broken equipment or exhausted casters. Seizing what he believes is a golden opportunity, he bellows an order for his troops to charge and take the position. Across the chaotic battlefield, The defenders struggle to hold their ground. One veteran soldier grins, sensing that the young lord has a hidden gambit in play, while his comrades urge everyone to maintain the line during this crucial moment. A single, steady footfall echoes against the stone as someone ascends to the height of the wall. The enemy general's expression shifts from triumph to pure bewilderment. He gasps, unable to comprehend the sight before him. Standing defiantly above the fray, the young boy looms over the battlefield. The commander can hardly believe that a mere child was the one who had pushed his forces to their limit. He stands atop the ramparts, his voice carrying a rhythmic, ancient power as he begins an incantation to turn the very earth into pebbles. Below, the enemy commander perceives the danger, roaring for his men to retreat before they are caught in the impending magical storm. Despite the threat, the commander's resolve remains unshaken, his face contorted in a fierce snarl as he bellows that victory is worth any sacrifice, even his own life. He urges his 1,000-strong force to breach the gates before the defenders can recover from the chaos. High above, the young lord completes his spell with a final, resonant cry, unleashing a torrent of sharpened stone shards that rain down toward the battlefield. The commander looks up, his eyes widening as the sky fills with the lethal projectiles. The shards strike with thunderous force, but instead of hitting the soldiers, they bury themselves deep into the masonry of the outer wall surrounding the gate. Seeing the projectiles miss their mark, the commander lets out a mocking laugh, convinced the boy was merely trying to intimidate them with a failed display of power. He draws his blade, ready to lead the final charge. Unfazed by the mockery, the boy begins a second, more intense incantation, his body enveloped in a blinding aura of magical energy. The commander's expression shifts from triumph to a sudden, gnawing uncertainty as the air begins to vibrate with power. A deafening roar erupts as the magic takes hold, triggering a massive, localized explosion that tears through the reinforced stone. Dust and debris fill the air as the soldiers watch in utter disbelief, realizing that the outer wall, the very defense they had struggled to breach, is now crumbling into ruin before their eyes. The soldiers scramble in terror as the massive stone structure begins to give way. Screams of panic fill the air as they realize the wall is coming down right on top of them, forcing a desperate retreat from the falling masonry. Watching the destruction, the enemy commander realizes the true intent behind the previous magical strike. It wasn't a miss. It was a calculated move to bring the wall down and seal the gate with a mountain of debris, effectively halting their advance and turning their own objective into a barrier. Across the settling dust, the young lord watches with a grim determination that belies his age. He remains silent, witnessing the fruits of his desperate gamble as the enemy's momentum is crushed under the weight of the stone. A deafening roar echoes across the battlefield as the entire gatehouse disintegrates into a colossal cloud of dust and shattered stone, completely obstructing the path forward. The commander erupts in a primal scream of fury, his face contorted with rage as he stands before the ruins of his objective, his plans shattered along with the gate. His men are left in a state of shock and disbelief, lamenting how close they had come to victory. They realize that the rubble blocking the gate is not a simple obstacle. It is a massive, solid pile that would be nearly impossible to blast through or clear quickly. He can only offer a grim, whispered acknowledgement of the setback, the weight of the defeat settling heavily upon him as he stares at the impassable ruins. Nearby, the mage stares at her shattered staff, realizing that their situation is even more dire. Without their magical tools, which were broken in the final exchange, they have no way to counter this sudden obstacle or clear the path. She stood amidst the wreckage of their magical arsenal, the broken staves a testament to their defeat. Turning to her commander, she delivered the grim reality. Without their magic, the fort was now impregnable. General Swagger, his face set in a hard line, didn't hesitate, barking out the order for all forces to withdraw immediately. As the command echoed through the ranks, she watched a lone bird take flight, soaring away from the site of their failure. The general couldn't help but admire the audacity of the plan that had bested them, noting the iron will of the enemy commander and the surprising role of the young boy. Beside him, the mage pondered the nature of the destruction, wondering if they had encountered a rare imperial arcane device. Resigned to his fate, the veteran commander accepted that he would bear the full weight of this loss and likely be forced into retirement. He cast one final look toward the fort, acknowledging that the boy who had outmaneuvered him was destined for greatness. Mil-Limos, standing firm, watched the retreating tide of the enemy. He remained silent, the weight of the day's events etched onto his young face. The sharp blast of a signal horn cut through the air, confirming the Mendacium army's retreat. Mil-Limos and his seasoned companions watched as the threat finally began to recede. A roar of triumph erupted from the non-net ranks, the soldiers throwing their helmets and weapons into the air in a jubilant celebration of their hard-won victory. Despite the cheers surrounding him, the young lord could not join in the revelry. His thoughts were anchored to the gatehouse, where the bodies of his own fallen comrades lay buried beneath the very rubble that had saved them. He stands with his head bowed, the weight of the recent battle still heavy on his shoulders, until a firm hand rests on his back. His mentor, Alectem, urges him to hold his head high, reminding him that their survival is the only tribute they can offer the fallen for now. He looks up, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes, as he thanks the veteran for the much-needed perspective. 3 days pass in a blur of reconstruction, and a massive breach in the fort's stone wall is miraculously sealed. The workers standing below gaze up in awe, finding it hard to believe such extensive damage could be repaired so swiftly. While examining the newly restored masonry, the veteran knight admits that even with magical assistance, manipulating stone is a grueling task. The young lord explains his method, detailing how he used fireballs to wedge and split the rock, a technique inspired by unique designs from his memories. His mentor is impressed, noting that while they're used to mending walls, the speed of this repair was unprecedented. Despite the success, the boy remains haunted by the cost of the victory. He stares at the cold stone, confessing that he feels he failed. If he'd been more decisive in destroying the enemy's equipment, perhaps 100 more of his men would still be alive. The veteran knight cuts him off sharply, warning him that such thoughts are a dangerous trap. He insists that it was the boy's quick thinking and bravery that saved the survivors, and that he must focus on those lives rather than the ones lost. He softens his tone, assuring the young lord that he, and every soldier who stood on that wall, shares this sentiment. The boy listens in silence, letting the support of his comrades sink in. The somber moment is suddenly interrupted by a high-pitched shout as Hones comes sprinting across the courtyard. She waves enthusiastically, followed by the other recruits who had been assisting with the repairs, their arrival bringing a sudden burst of energy to the quiet morning. He watches as the new recruits bicker amongst themselves. One of the boys mocks his stature, calling him short and foolish, while the girl quickly scolds her companion for disrespecting senior. Another recruit grumbles about being assigned to repair duty simply because they missed the actual combat. Instead of taking offense, he bursts into a fit of genuine laughter. The recruits stare at him in bewilderment, unable to comprehend what could possibly be so funny about their predicament. As the laughter continues, the veteran leans toward the trembling newcomers with a grim warning. He tells them that when a young lord wears such a smile, it usually means he is devising a particularly creative punishment, leaving the recruits paralyzed with dread. However, the tables turn quickly as he finds himself the target of the very discipline he predicted. While the recruits watch in stunned silence, the veteran soldier is called to account for his own lapses in duty. He is forced into grueling labor as a consequence for neglecting his wall repair reports. His cries of pain echo through the courtyard as he struggles with the heavy tasks assigned to him. After the exertion, he looks at the boy with a newfound respect. He admits that while he won't offer empty platitudes, he believes the young lord performed admirably during the crisis. As the boy reflects, the veteran leans in close, jokingly pleading to be stationed somewhere more glorious in the future. The boy, however, remains unimpressed, declaring his firm desire to never endure such a harrowing experience again. Looking out over the newly reinforced defenses, he makes a silent vow. He determines that if conflict must come again, he will use his ingenuity to ensure their victory is as effortless as possible. He sits at a heavy wooden desk, the weight of his responsibilities reflected in the stacks of paper before him. Outside the window, the stark reality of the fort's surroundings remains a constant reminder of the recent conflict, while his loyal advisor stands nearby, waiting for the young lord to finish his grim task. The memories of the aftermath still haunt him, recalling the solemn moment they watched the wagons depart. He had prayed fervently as they sent off the remains of nearly 100 Nanette soldiers, many of whom had been buried under rubble before they could be properly recovered and swapped with supply loads for their final journey home. Beyond the walls, a far more gruesome sight awaited: the remains of the Mendacium forces. With nearly 1,000 corpses to deal with and cremation being an impossibility under the current circumstances, the fallen enemies were left stacked in a massive, silent mound outside the fort's perimeter. Looking down upon the pile of the fallen, he noted that most were merely peasant soldiers, lightly equipped and likely forced into a conflict they didn't understand. A strange lack of hatred filled him. Instead, he felt only a profound sadness, realizing that in the end, every soul caught in this war was a victim. A chilling thought crossed his mind as he stared at the blank report, wondering if the constant exposure to such carnage had finally made him numb to the concept of death. It was a dark realization, one he decided was far too personal and unsettling to ever include in an official military record. The silence of the room was broken when his advisor approached, checking on the progress of the tedious paperwork. He groaned in exhaustion, expressing a desperate wish to simply go home, only to be met with the sobering reminder that a mountain of administrative duties would surely be waiting for them upon their return. As he looked out at the cold, imposing structure of the fort, the idea of staying through the winter briefly seemed preferable to the boredom and lack of fresh food that awaited elsewhere. However, the pull of home was stronger, and with a weary sigh, he accepted that it was finally time to leave this place behind. While they shared a final cup of tea, the veteran warrior explained the necessity of a cautious withdrawal. He warned that if Mendasium spies realized the fort was being vacated, they might strike while the garrison was thinly manned. To prevent this, he proposed they stagger their returns in small groups over several days, maintaining the illusion of a full force until the very end. As the veteran warrior oversaw the final stages of the withdrawal, the young lord's mind was already racing ahead to the capital. He hoped the efforts of his people would yield results, making a mental note to inquire about the progress of the Imperial weapons analysis the moment he returned home. The journey back began under a vast, open sky, the weight of the recent conflict slowly giving way to the pressing needs of the future. Elsewhere, far from the front lines, a man of high standing prepared for his own departure. He stood before an ornate carriage, his posture rigid and professional as he signaled his readiness to begin the long trek. Once settled within the plush interior of the transport, Executive Funsoroya of the Arcane Empire Magistry, Brumplu, adjusted his glasses with a cold, calculated precision. With a single, firm command, he directed his driver toward Nanette, his arrival promising a new set of challenges for the kingdom. The young princess, Valera, walks with purpose down a long, sun-drenched corridor lined with elegant stone arches. Her expression is solemn as she approaches the heart of the palace. The corridor opens into a magnificent throne room, where towering pillars and intricate stained glass windows create an atmosphere of divine authority. Seated upon the throne is Tatutsu Irijiminyamudu, the Night King of the Holy Night Kingdom. He rests his chin on his hand, his gaze sharp and uncompromising as he demands that the visitors state their business. Before him, a figure clad in dark, heavy plate armor kneels respectfully on the long carpet. The knight seems to have emerged from the very shadows of the hall to deliver his message. He identifies himself as a member of the Black Knights, explaining that they have returned from their mission to report the critical information they have gathered. The king listens in silence, his eyes narrowing as he prepares to receive the intelligence from the front lines. The knight elaborates on the situation, describing a war that has broken out between small nations near the Empire, sparked by Mendasium's desire to reclaim territory. He notes that because there was no direct reason for the Holy Night Kingdom to intervene, they limited themselves to observing the actions of Mil Limos and his companions. He then delivers the most troubling revelation. They have uncovered evidence that the Arcane Empire is conspiring with the state of Mendasium and is actively providing them with aid in the conflict. He leaned forward on his throne, seeking clarification on the outcome of the conflict. The armored reporter before him delivered the grim news. Those who had aligned themselves with the Empire had not emerged victorious, but had instead suffered a total defeat. This revelation caused him to narrow his eyes in deep thought. He realized that if the Empire's allies had failed, then their true machinations must already be unfolding to compensate for the loss. The knight confirmed his suspicions, explaining that since the secret pact between the Empire and Mendasium could not be fulfilled due to the defeat, the Empire had moved to occupy Mendasium as a form of compensation. The king wrestled with the morality of it. While a justified incursion might be considered right by some, he harbored a deep-seated distrust of the Empire expanding its borders so aggressively. The report grew even more troubling as the knight detailed the Empire's next move, an advance into the victorious nation of Nanette under the guise of a goodwill envoy. The king remained skeptical, well aware that the Nanette mountain range held vast reserves of iron ore, a prize far more likely to be the Empire's true objective than any diplomatic gesture. He issued a stern command to gather more intelligence, determined to judge whether the Night Kingdom should intervene. He would not stand by while a small nation was trampled under the weight of such a wicked scheme, and with a final acknowledgement, the dark-armored messenger vanished into the shadows. Just as the room fell silent, the heavy doors were thrown open and the sound of hurried footsteps echoed across the polished floor. A young voice, filled with urgency, called out for her father. She stood there, her eyes wide with disbelief as she confronted him. The weight of the secrets she had just overheard pressed heavily upon her, and she demanded to know if the rumors of the impending conflict were indeed the truth. Several days passed following that tense confrontation. Far from the royal court, the sun beat down upon a massive stone wall that snaked across the rugged mountain landscape, marking the border where the next chapter of the struggle would likely begin. The young prince and his guardian arrived at the grand estate, noting the presence of the imperial carriages. While the ornate outfits of the visitors seemed almost comical to his companion, the boy observed that they didn't appear to be here for an immediate assault. He stepped forward into the hall, introducing himself with practiced grace as Mil Limos Nanette, the youngest son of the king. Despite his composed exterior, the restrictive formal attire felt foreign and embarrassing, a stark contrast to the simple clothes he preferred. Facing him was Executive Funsoroya, a man whose sharp gaze behind rectangular glasses spoke of a cold, analytical mind. As the first consul of the Arcane Empire, he offered a polite but distant greeting, his every movement calculated and precise. Once they were seated, the prince wasted no time, questioning why a global superpower would take such a sudden interest in a small, mountain nation like Nanette. He suspected that the news of the Empire's recent movements had already reached the ears of those in power, and he sought to understand the gravity of the situation. The executive confirmed his suspicions with a chilling smile, stating that the Empire's occupation of Mendacium was precisely what had brought them to these borders. This admission only deepened the boy's unease as he pressed for their true objective, sensing that this was far more than a mere diplomatic courtesy call. Just as the official prepared to state his purpose plainly, a frantic cry of intruders shattered the tense atmosphere of the meeting. In the hallway outside, guards and staff scrambled in confusion as the peace of the diplomatic summit was abruptly broken by an unexpected breach. They both turned toward the source of the commotion, the prince's eyes wide with shock while the executive remained eerily composed. The sudden alarm left them wondering where such an intrusion could have possibly come from within the heart of their stronghold. High above on the rugged slopes, a lone figure on horseback charged recklessly down the mountainside toward the fortification. It was Valera, her descent a blur of speed and determination that left the young prince gasping in disbelief at her sheer audacity. She thunders through the gates, her armored steed kicking up clouds of dust as she breaches the fortification. Below, Mil Limos can only stare in wide-eyed disbelief at the sheer audacity of the charge. Because of this sudden arrival, Hones rushes forward to report, her voice urgent as she explains that only the elite of the Night Kingdom possess such skill. She warns the others to stand down, insisting that these newcomers must be treated as honored guests rather than enemies. In response to the chaos, Funsoroya adjusts his glasses, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple as he reflects on how close they came to disaster. He describes the intrusion as entirely unexpected, prompting Mil Limos to press him for a deeper explanation of what has happened. He continues, noting with a sharp, analytical gaze that the timing of these nights is almost too perfect, suggesting that Mil Limos is either incredibly lucky or part of a much larger design. As the tension in the room thickens, Gomin steps forward, his hands raised in a gesture of tempered explanation. Mil Limos watches him closely, his mind racing to keep up with the rapidly shifting situation. Despite his usual composure, Funsoroya admits that even he is in the dark regarding the knight's sudden appearance. This admission only heightens Milimos's anxiety, as he realizes that being caught in the middle of such powerful forces makes them appear far more guilty than they actually are. Suddenly, Hone's voice rings out again, announcing that the guests have finally arrived at their doorstep. Both Mil Limos and Funsoroya turn their attention toward the entrance, bracing for whatever comes next. The heavy doors swing open to reveal a knight clad in gleaming silver plate, her presence commanding the entire room. She declares that she has arrived just in time and instructs everyone to leave the situation in her hands, while Mil Limos, maintaining his composure, identifies himself as the commander of the fort to establish his stand. She stands tall, her silver armor gleaming as she listens to the young prince's explanation. Mil Limos clarifies that his rank as marshal was a birthright, a necessity of being the youngest prince. Funsoroya, however, cannot hide his skepticism, offering a polite but pointed apology for questioning how such a child could hold the highest military office. The knight scoffs at this, bluntly labeling the boy as nothing more than a decorative figurehead. Mil Limos is taken aback, his mind reeling at the sheer audacity of her layered insults. Clearing her throat with a sharp sound, she signals that the time for pleasantries has passed. She prepares to address the true purpose of her arrival, her presence looming over the seated officials. With a sudden, forceful movement, she slams her armored boot onto the table, declaring with fiery conviction that her mission is to crush the Empire's barbaric ambitions. This display of aggression causes Funsoroya to sigh, his fingers pressing against his glasses as he tries to maintain his composure in the face of such blunt hostility. He calmly observes that she has traveled a great distance from the Holy Night Kingdom to deliver such a message. The knight reacts with immediate, sharp defensiveness, her posture stiffening at his observation. The executive continues, questioning her choice of words regarding barbarism and reminding her that their presence in Nanette was a matter of official record that her kingdom should have acknowledged. Spreading his arms in a gesture of supposed transparency, he insists that their visit is merely a neighborly courtesy to a new border state, claiming they have no immediate plans for invasion. Mil Limos watches the tense negotiation, the air thick with unspoken threats. He listens as the knight, Families, continues his aggressive accusations, claiming the Empire used Mendacium as a pawn to wage a war of aggression with Imperial supplies. Because of this outburst, The knight declares he will not let such a wicked scheme succeed, but the executive remains unfazed, calmly asking if the knight truly believes his nation is capable of such a plot based on nothing but narrow-minded values. In response, the knight sneers that barbarians cannot grasp the divine radiance bestowed upon his people, mocking the empire for its reliance on sorcery over faith. The executive merely adjusts his gaze, questioning if the knight's perspective is perhaps too rigid. The exchange sharpens as the executive dismisses the knight's bold words, calling him a boar knight, sticking his snout where it doesn't belong, and advising him to keep his tongue for licking salt. The tension between them is palpable, their eyes locked in a silent, fierce confrontation. Moments later, the executive adjusts his glasses with a sigh, offering a mock apology for letting his emotions flare while dealing with such a stubborn opponent. Prince Millimos, sensing the escalating danger, desperately pleads for both men to keep their conflict verbal rather than destroying the fort. Reluctantly, the knight yields, stating he will stand down for the moment only out of respect for the prince. As the immediate threat of violence fades, Millimos watches them closely, his mind racing as he considers how to navigate the treacherous diplomatic waters ahead. Once they have finally settled into a more formal setting, the prince asks directly what business the empire has brought to their doorstep. The executive's answer is simple and chilling. They are here to discuss reparations. He explains that under normal circumstances, the empire would have pressured Mendasium to pay for the misuse of the arcane staves, which caused no small amount of suffering. However, with a dark, knowing smile, he notes that the country of Mendasium no longer exists to pay its debts. He stands tall, his voice booming as he declares that the arcane empire has officially annexed the Mendasium region following their breach of contract. He explains that since the land itself bears the debt, the empire will settle it. Millimos and Families look on, trying to grasp the implications of this sudden shift in sovereignty. Moving with calculated grace, the executive picks up a quill and approaches the large map spread across the table. The room falls silent as he prepares to physically redefine the borders of the continent. With a sharp, decisive stroke, he carves a line through the parchment, announcing that half of the newly acquired Mendasium territory will be ceded to Non-Net as compensation for the recent conflict. The ink stains the map, a jagged scar separating the lands. This simple line represents the displacement of thousands and the total restructuring of the regional power balance. He gestures grandly to the divided map, confirming that the grant is exactly half of the region. Millimos stares in disbelief, stunned by the sheer scale of the territory being offered so casually. This cold efficiency draws a sharp rebuke from the knight, who shouts that the empire has no regard for the lives of the people living on that land. The young lord senses the heavy, oppressive weight of the executive's presence, realizing the man's words carry the force of an ultimatum. Dismissing the outburst with a wave of his hand, the official suggests that the fate of the residents is a matter for later discussion. While he feels a pull toward the offer, Goman leans in, whispering a stern warning that something feels wrong about such a haphazardly presented plan. Despite the elder's caution, the young lord is visibly excited by the prospect of reclaiming his ancestors' lost lands. However, the group realizes the gravity of the situation and decides they must bypass the intermediaries and petition King Chorex directly to handle this diplomatic minefield. He's being pressured by the executive. Funsoroya emphasizes that as both the Empire's first consul and Nanet's marshal, the weight of this decision rests solely on his shoulders. His gaze narrows as he weighs the gravity of the situation. Internally, he struggles with the burden. This is a dream his family has held for generations, something his father should rightfully handle. Yet, the threat of the Empire looms. A refusal could be seen as a provocation, much like the flimsy excuses used to justify recent invasions. As he listens, the executive continues, describing the territory as a lush expanse of hills and plains, famous for its bountiful wheat harvests. The young marshal stares down at the map, the strategic value of the land laid bare before him. While he stares at the map, a new light enters his eyes, a spark of realization that transcends mere politics. Turning to his trusted advisor, he seeks confirmation, asking if the choice truly lies with him. Alectem offers a reassuring nod, affirming that he possesses the authority and the right to make this call. His mind is no longer on borders or treaties, but on the golden bounty of the fields. He envisions a future where the castle stores are overflowing with flour, leading to an endless parade of bread, noodles, pastries, and savory okonomiyaki. With a resolute strike against the table, he announces his verdict. Funsoroya watches with a satisfied, knowing smile as the young man declares his choice. He stands firm, his voice clear as he delivers a shocking refusal to the imperial offer, catching everyone off guard. His sudden rejection leaves the room in stunned silence, the imperial executive's eyes widening behind his glasses while the king and the knight look on in disbelief. He breaks the tension by confirming his stance with a cheerful shout, much to the executive's confusion. Pointing to the map, he explains that while expansion is usually a blessing, the sheer scale of this territory, double their current size, is a burden they cannot yet carry, causing his father to nearly collapse in shock. He continues his logical breakdown, gesturing to the vast stretches of land on the map. He argues that governing such a massive area is impossible when the local population still harbors resentment from the previous war. If they took it, the people would simply flee back to the empire, leaving Nanette with nothing but an unmanageable wasteland. He looks the executive in the eye and declares that his final decision is to seek compensation that does not involve land. He adds with a confident smile that if the empire finds this unacceptable, they are welcome to take the matter up with his father, the king. The executive, instead of being offended, bursts into a fit of laughter, seemingly delighted by the boy's audacity and sharp political mind. The king, seeing the imperial representative's reaction, regains his composure and stands by his son's judgment, affirming that while they won't take the land, some form of compensation is still required. When asked what he would take instead, the boy's eyes light up with a specific request. He doesn't want gold or grain, but rather a formal document, a paper from the Arcane Empire itself. He clarifies his demand, a formal document declaring the Arcane Empire and the nation of Nanette as equals, bearing the signature of the Emperor himself. The weight of this request leaves the imperial representative visibly shaken, his composure momentarily shattered by the audacity of the proposal. The young prince offers a sharp alternative, sensing the man's hesitation. He suggests that while his father might prefer territorial compensation, they could simply move the negotiations to the royal castle to consult King Chorex directly if the document cannot be produced, a prospect that clearly unnerves the executive. This pressure is compounded by the surrounding knights, who urge the consul to decide immediately. They remind him that the post-war chaos leaves no time for a lengthy journey to the capital, forcing a swift resolution right then and there. The executive falls into a tense silence, his gaze fixed on the floor as he weighs the political ramifications. He stands alone in the quiet room, the gravity of the choice pressing down on him as he considers the map spread across the table. Finally, he looks up, conceding that even a meeting with the king would likely result in the same outcome. He acknowledges that the monarch trusts his son's judgment implicitly, making further resistance futile. With a heavy sigh of acceptance, the official formally agrees to the terms. He promises that an accord, signed by the Imperial Majesty, will be delivered to Nanette in due time, effectively granting the recognition the prince sought. He is met with a bright smile from the boy, who expresses his deep gratitude for the cooperation. The tension in the room begins to dissipate as the representative rises from the couch to conclude their business. They seal the historic agreement with a firm handshake, a moment of mutual recognition between the seasoned diplomat and the surprisingly shrewd young prince. He watches as the imperial delegation's carriage rolls away, escorted by a line of armored knights on horseback, leaving the courtyard behind. As he remains behind, Executive Funsoroya reflects on the intricate web of trade and tariffs. He explains that the original goal wasn't just compensation, but securing a steady supply of iron ore from Nanette without the heavy Mendacium tariffs. The plan had been to use the arcane staves to facilitate this, but the handshake of a new treaty has changed the landscape. The young prince beams with a clever grin, pointing out the strategic advantage of the new arrangement. He notes that it is far more efficient to have the local Mendacium people handle the mining, especially given the rumors of a hidden, rich vein of or accessible only from their side of the border. His logic is conceded by Funsoroya with a sharp, calculating smile. The executive admits that while a Mendacium victory would have led to colonization and direct control of the mines, the current diplomatic solution removes any immediate incentive for the empire to invade Nanette. He agrees that an amicable partnership is the most logical path forward. After his departure, the boy stands in the quiet hall with Sir Families, letting out a sigh of genuine relief. He is thankful that the threat of invasion has been averted, while the knight looks on with newfound respect, marveling at how a prince from such a small nation could stand his ground against the might of the empire. Nearby, the armored figure who had stood by him finally removes her heavy helmet, her long hair cascading down as she takes a deep, needed breath. She admits the stifling heat of the plate mail made it difficult to breathe, prompting the prince to wonder if she still has lingering business to attend to. She explains that her presence was more than just a show of force. She removed her helm as a sign of respect to deliver a formal message from the Night Kingdom. The prince is surprised, having assumed she would have returned home immediately after the Empire's aggressive posturing was quelled. With a serious expression, she delivers the warning that her kingdom is relaying to every nation bordering the Empire. There is no longer a need to remain in a state of constant, high-alert defense. The prince listens intently, processing the weight of this international message. She stands firm, her back to him as she delivers the weight of the Night King's decree. Turning to face him with unwavering resolve, she explains that from this moment forward, they will be protected not just from the Arcane Empire, but from any unprovoked invasion. She makes a solemn pledge. If the path his country takes is truly right, then the holy knight nation of Mudu Binyurnato will stand as their ally and come to their aid. Mil-Limos can only watch in stunned silence as the gravity of this alliance sinks in. The weight of recent events hangs heavy in the air, reflected in the sharp, calculating gaze of Executive Funsoroya and the steady, resolute eyes of Princess Valera. Below them, young Mil-Limos stands in quiet contemplation, his brow furrowed as he weighs the consequences of the path they have chosen. High above the surrounding landscape, the formidable spires of the royal palace stand as a testament to the kingdom's enduring strength, though the atmosphere within its walls is far from tranquil. Inside the grand hall, King Chorex sits upon his throne, his face buried in his hand as the burden of leadership takes its toll. Mil-Limos kneels before him, offering a humble apology for the unconventional nature of their gains, explaining that while they did not secure new territory, they have earned a certificate of equal ranks bearing the signature of the Magic Empire's emperor. He looks up, his expression softening as he acknowledges the wisdom in the boy's decision. The king admits that Milimos's judgment was sound, noting that attempting to govern land beyond their current capacity would only lead to instability and weakness for the realm. With a nod of approval, the monarch promises his son a fitting reward for his service, telling him to look forward to it in the coming days. The young prince is caught off guard by the praise, his eyes widening with a mix of surprise and burgeoning hope. As the audience draws to a close, Mil-Limos prepares to depart, but Sasti Avko stops him momentarily to mention that the Holy Knight Kingdom has also requested a word. Outside the chamber, Valera stands with one of her guards, her usual composure momentarily faltering as she prepares for a significant declaration. She steps forward, her voice clear and unwavering as she makes a formal pledge to the young prince. She vows that as long as his country conducts itself with justice and honor, the Holy Knight Kingdom will stand as their ally, promising to come to their aid should any nation dare to invade them without cause. The echoes of her powerful oath linger in the vast, silent hall as the meeting finally concludes, leaving the future of the kingdom forever changed by these new, unexpected alliances. The weight of the king's words hung heavy in the air as he contemplated the difficulty of governing with true justice. He noted that while striving for peace and the people's happiness was the minimum requirement for a ruler, actually achieving it was a daunting task that was far easier said than done. His brother, Sasti, reacted with visible shock when the young prince spoke so casually about the gravity of their diplomatic situation. Mil-Limos, however, remained humble, kneeling as he suggested that they need not worry excessively, for the Holy Knight Kingdom would be the ultimate judge of whether their actions were truly right. He was quickly cautioned by the Duke, who warned that the Knight Kingdom's intelligence network was far-reaching and formidable. Sasti urged the boy to be more guarded with his remarks, a warning that Mil-Limos took to heart with a somber, contemplative expression. The king then shifted the focus back to the formal proceedings, declaring that the message from the Holy Knight Kingdom had been duly received and acknowledged by the crown. He looked down at his son with a rare, softening expression, offering a simple but profound commendation for his efforts. Overjoyed by the recognition, Mil-Limos beamed, his voice filled with pride as he accepted the praise. As the seasons turned, the formal halls of the palace were replaced by the crisp air of the forest. The young prince, now bundled in thick winter clothing, trudged through the fallen leaves with a heavy bundle of firewood strapped to his back. Meanwhile, back at the estate, Gomen searched in vain for his charge, grumbling about the boy's tendency to wander off. Deep in the woods, Sinis supervised the work, explaining to Mil-Limos and Ark that manual labor was a vital reprieve from the stifling nature of administrative duties. Their quiet afternoon was suddenly shattered by a frantic cry from a nearby traveler. The man pointed into the shadows of the trees, his face pale with terror as he screamed a warning about a monster lurking nearby. He points frantically toward the tree line, identifying a beast with magic visibly leaking from its horn. Beside him, the others are less fearful. One notes the quality of the meat while the other suggests luring it into a trap. The creature stands poised in the dappled light of the forest, its singular horn glowing with an ethereal energy as it remains oblivious to the hunters closing in. Meanwhile, Mil-Limos examines a finely crafted dagger, his expression one of quiet contemplation as he prepares for an important encounter. He is suddenly jolted from his thoughts when Princess Valera corners him, her eyes burning with an intense, almost predatory focus as she demands to know the origin of the weapon in his hand. She presses her interrogation, her presence looming over the young lord who can only stare back in stunned silence, his heart racing at her unexpected hostility. He realizes with a cold shiver that he is walking on a knife's edge. A single wrong word in the face of her overwhelming aura could prove fatal. The elder guardian, Gomen, steps forward to intervene, calmly explaining that Mil-Limos received the blade as a gift for his actions on the battlefield before the princess had even arrived. He formally introduces himself as Alectam, clarifying that the migrant townsman she believed had saved her was, in fact, the young lord standing before her. She stands firm, demanding to know why a high-ranking marshal and his attendant would traverse a battlefield under false identities. Gomen, standing tall and imposing, simply states that such information is a secret of his country. Unfazed, she stares into his eyes, asking if he can swear that their presence there was the right course of action. Without a moment's hesitation, he confirms it was, his gaze unwavering. Seeing the tension rise, the young boy steps forward, his voice trembling with honesty as he confesses that he was the one who begged for the experience. He explains his desire to witness the world's most dangerous battlefield firsthand, to understand both its vastness and the terror it holds. This admission leaves her momentarily speechless, her eyes wide with surprise as she looks between the boy and the veteran warrior. Gomen remains stoic, his expression unreadable as the weight of the boy's words hangs in the air. The veteran quickly rebukes the boy for his careless words, reminding him of his status as the head of the national army. Meanwhile, she reflects on the events of that day, recalling how she saw Sir Families rescuing the princess from the forest, realizing they had narrowly avoided a direct encounter. A new understanding dawns on her as she looks at the boy, realizing that his steady nerves are the result of such harrowing experiences. She concludes that if the purpose was truly to educate him on the realities of war, then she has no reason to pursue the matter further. Relief washes over the boy's face as the interrogation ends, a small smile playing on his lips. She, however, turns her gaze away, her expression becoming guarded once more. Suddenly, she announces that an urgent matter requires her immediate attention and makes a swift exit, leaving the boy standing in confusion. As she strides away, she can't help but feel that the situation has become far more complicated than she anticipated. She does not hesitate, urging her steed forward and leaping from the third-story balcony. Mil-Limos can only watch in disbelief as the knight and horse plummet toward the ground. Mid-air, she commands Naratigra to accelerate to full speed. Milimos's eyes widen as he realizes she isn't aiming for the gate at all, but intends to clear the outer perimeter entirely. With a powerful surge, the horse clears the high walls, leaving a trail of dust as they vanish into the open plains beyond the fortress. Standing beside Gomen, Mil-Limos contemplates the sheer power of the holy arts, realizing that such abilities make physical walls and forts almost obsolete. He ponders the gravity of the situation, wondering if her urgent departure signals a dire threat to the kingdom's stability. Sometime later, amidst a rugged, wintry landscape, a beast named Mimo suddenly bolts. Senni shouts a warning as the creature charges toward the young prince. Before Mil-Limos can react, the creature is consumed by a sudden, violent burst of energy. He gasps in shock at the unexpected explosion. The force of the blast throws him backward onto the cold ground. Sentis quickly closes the distance, calling out to ensure the prince is unharmed while Mil-Limos stares at his trembling hands, shaken by the narrowness of his escape. Lying in the snow, he gazes up at the overcast sky as the first flakes begin to fall. He quietly observes that winter has finally arrived. He had spent the following days recovering, the stone walls of the fortress offering little comfort against the creeping chill. A weary groan escaped his lips as the weight of his responsibilities began to settle in. Bundled in a thick cloak and shivering at his desk, the young lord struggled to focus on the mounting paperwork. When the door creaked open, letting in a draft, he snapped at the intruder to close it quickly, complaining about the freezing air. Sennis, however, merely observed that despite their ample supply of winter firewood, the boy seemed excessively overdressed for the indoor chill. The interruption was forgotten the moment a familiar figure stepped into the room. It was Futaro, Milimos's older brother, looking composed and elegant in his formal attire. The young lord's face lit up with pure joy, his previous complaints vanishing as he called out to his sibling, whom he hadn't seen in quite some time. He approached with a warm smile, expressing his pride in how much his little brother had grown. He noted that news of Milimos's first victorious campaign had already reached him, and remarked that the marshal's cloak seemed to suit the boy perfectly. Mil-Limos beamed, clearly moved by the unexpected praise from someone he admired so deeply. For a brief second, the young lord's expression shifted to one of quiet surprise, his eyes widening as he processed the weight of his brother's words and the suddenness of his return. The elder brother then turned to acknowledge Alectam, greeting the veteran with the respect due to a long-time acquaintance. Mil-Limos, regaining his composure, questioned why his brother was back so early, noting that he usually spent the winter months engaged in diplomatic travels. He even teased Futaro, joking that his formal tone made him sound just like their mother. His curiosity soon turned to more serious matters as he asked if the current situation was so dire that it required the specific strength of the marshal. He looked at his brother intently, sensing that this visit was more than just a simple family reunion. He admitted that while things weren't critical yet, they soon would be, and he had returned specifically to consult with Mil Limos first. With a grave expression, he revealed that the root of the problem lay, at least in part, with Mil Limos himself, leaving the young lord stunned by the implication. He stares in stunned silence, the weight of his brother's words beginning to sink in. The elder brother continues, his expression hardening as he warns that this certificate of equal ranks with a magic empire could ignite a conflict. The younger boy is left reeling, unable to fathom how a document meant for peace could lead to such danger. This document, as the elder explains, elevated their nation from a mere peer to a sibling of the empire, a status he personally secured. From across the room, he reveals that another nation covets this certificate, believing its possession is the key to their own independence from the empire's grasp. He gestures dismissively, noting that there is always a loophole, even if the document changes hands. The boy leans in, his brow furrowed as he questions the nature of this hidden flaw. The answer is a single, chilling word: annexation. The realization hits the boy like a physical blow. The rival nation intends to dismantle their sovereignty and reduce them to a mere vassal state. He presses for more, asking if the legal technicalities would still protect them. The elder remains silent, confirming the boy's fear that the name of their home would remain, but its heart would be ruled by another. With a grim nod, the elder confirms the reality of the situation. The boy can only vent his frustration at the deceptive, underhanded nature of international politics. He demands to know the identity of the potential enemy, his expression hardening with the weight of the situation. In response, his brother sets down his teacup with a deliberate click, his gaze distant as he prepares to reveal the truth. As Alektem serves them, the elder brother admits the chances of conflict are even, though he notes that no formal declaration has been made. The young lord wonders aloud if the matter can be resolved through diplomatic channels rather than steel. The name finally crosses his lips: Rosia, a nation nestled beyond the Eastern Mountains and currently a subordinate to the Empire. He explains that they are renowned for their weapons manufacturing, a trade the Empire relies upon heavily. Despite the gravity of the news, the boy finds himself curious about the intricacies of his brother's political maneuvering. The elder is impressed by the child's grasp of the situation, though he gently reminds him that diplomacy is a complex field. A realization strikes him. If Rosia already enjoys a favorable relationship with the Empire, they shouldn't have any need for the diplomatic document Futaro mentioned earlier. Their attention shifts to a nearby blade, which the boy recognizes as being of Imperial make. His brother confirms this, noting the exceptional quality of the steel and the sharpness of its edge. This superior craftsmanship is the root of the problem. Since the Empire can now produce such weapons internally, they no longer need to purchase from Rosia. This shift has left the neighboring nation's economy in a desperate, tightening spiral. The weight of the revelation hits the young boy like a physical blow as his older brother points out the unintended consequences of his past actions. He had thought he was helping, but Futaro explains that by revealing the iron ore in Mendacium, he was the one who pushed Rosia's economic crisis to the breaking point. He listens in stunned silence as the explanation continues, detailing how Rosia's weapons will now find even fewer buyers in a market flooded with the Empire's own resources. The realization that his well-intentioned information has crippled an entire nation's primary industry leaves him looking down in shame. A heavy silence fills the room, punctuated only by the delicate clink of a teacup resting on its saucer. The steam rises slowly, mirroring the mounting tension as the gravity of the situation settles over the brothers. He covers his face with a hand, the guilt of making his brother's job harder finally sinking in. He asks tentatively if there is any hope for the Empire to resume trade if Rosia achieves equal status. But the elder brother can only offer uncertainty, noting that without equality, negotiation isn't even an option. The young lord suddenly looks up, his eyes burning with a new, fierce determination as he declares his intent to prepare for war. In response, his brother maintains a calm composure, promising to handle the diplomatic front first to pave a smoother path for the inevitable conflict. They soon gather with their advisors to map out the logistics of the coming campaign, discussing the treacherous mountain passes. While the southern range remains crossable even in the depths of winter, the veteran warrior warns that the roads are brutal and entirely unsuitable for heavy supply wagons. He contemplates a daring alternative, imagining himself riding toward Rosia alone and unburdened, like a hero from a storybook. His brother watches him closely, sensing the boy's internal struggle as he weighs the romanticism of a solo journey against the harsh realities of leadership. The young commander finally makes his decision, pointing toward the map as he orders the reallocation of troops to the southern pass. He explains his plan to shift personnel from the Mendacium fort, fortifying their position in anticipation of the moves to come. He stands with his uncle and brother, listening as the Chancellor explains the strategic shift. Since Mendacium is no longer a threat, the border fort's primary purpose is to defend against the Empire, yet its defenses are woefully inadequate against modern magic. Futaro suggests a drastic reduction in the fort's garrison to better utilize their limited resources. This vulnerability was proven when the Empire's superior magic staves easily breached the fortifications. Even the magic staff Millimos had provided was insufficient to hold back the onslaught, failing to buy even a moment of time as the stone walls crumbled under the magical barrage. Shocked by the revelation, the young lord asks if his brother truly destroyed the fort himself. Futaro confirms the grim reality with a calm nod, emphasizing that the Empire's magical capabilities simply outclass their current defenses, making the structure more of a liability than an asset. Turning his attention to the map spread across the table, he begins reallocating his forces with a heavy heart. He decides to maintain only a skeleton crew at the main checkpoint, shifting the bulk of his soldiers to garrison the mountain passes and man the watch huts. Futaro watches the process, placing his trust in his younger brother's tactical decisions. As they continue their discussion, he acknowledges the harsh truth that Rosia's military strength is a far cry from what Mendacium once commanded. Futaro listens in silence, his expression unreadable as he observes his brother's growing burden and the weight of the crown he must eventually wear. A dark thought crosses his mind. If the situation becomes dire enough, he might have to consider the unthinkable. He looks at Futaro, the weight of his responsibilities etched into his young face, wondering if his brother can sense the desperation taking root. The phrase "selling the country" echoes in his mind, a desperate measure he hopes never to take. His gaze hardens, reflecting the internal struggle of a leader faced with impossible choices and the potential sacrifice of his people's sovereignty. Sensing his brother's distress, Futaro stands and gently pats him on the head, offering a rare moment of comfort. He reassures him that he will do everything in his power to ensure such drastic measures are never necessary, leaving the young lord surprised but momentarily eased by the gesture of support. He listens as his older brother mentions their father is currently occupied with a guest, but when the boy asks if there is more to the matter, his brother suddenly recalls a crucial detail. Looking toward the throne where their father sits, the elder brother reveals that the mysterious visitor specifically requested an audience with the young prince. As they walk through the stone corridors joined by the chancellor, the elder brother urges the boy to tidy his appearance, while the chancellor muses that an immediate audience with the king implies a guest of significant status. With a heavy groan of wood and metal, the massive, ornate doors to the throne room swing wide to admit the visitors. The grand hall is revealed in its entirety, its long carpet leading toward the throne where the king awaits the approaching figures. Upon his throne, the king appears visibly shaken, his brow slick with sweat as the chancellor quietly commands him to maintain his composure. Meanwhile, in a quieter wing of the palace, a simple wooden door stands closed within a sunlit hallway. Standing before the door, the young prince wonders who could be inside as the sound of hushed whispering reaches his ears, just before a voice invites him to enter. The heavy doors slide open with a sharp, mechanical sound, revealing the entrance to the private chamber. He looks on in confusion as a knight with short, cropped hair steps into the room, holding her helmet under one arm. Behind her, a young girl in an ornate dress peeks out, prompted by the knight to show proper respect to the prince. Stepping forward with a gentle smile, the long-haired girl greets him warmly, noting how long it has been since they last met, before quickly correcting herself to ask if this is, in fact, their first formal meeting. The young prince is left speechless, his eyes wide with shock as he tries to process the sudden appearance of this unexpected guest. Sensing the awkwardness, the knight leans in and whispers a reminder that she has yet to properly introduce herself, causing the girl to startle in realization. With a flurry of movement, she gathers the hem of her voluminous, frilled skirt and prepares to perform a formal greeting. She sinks into a deep, elegant curtsy, announcing her full title as Valera Irigiminya Mudu, the second daughter of the Knight King Tatutsu from the Holy Knight's Kingdom of Mudu Seniornato. This revelation sends a wave of shock through the room. While the knight remains composed, King Chorex is visibly shaken, and the young prince can only stare in utter bewilderment, his mind racing with questions. He stands frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stares at the back of the girl who has just been revealed as royalty. The weight of the revelation hangs heavy in the air, leaving him speechless and struggling to reconcile this new information with the person he thought he knew. In response to his stunned silence, she turns to face him, her expression softening into a warm, knowing smile. With her hands clasped gently before her and a slight blush on her cheeks, she greets him with a familiarity that suggests their connection runs deeper than he realized, formally acknowledging him as Prince Millimos and noting that they have finally met again. She greets him with a warm, knowing smile, her hands clasped together in a gesture of polite reunion. Millimos, however, is caught completely off guard, his face contorted in a mask of pure, unadulterated shock as he processes the sudden appearance of the girl he once knew as a mysterious knight. He stares back, his mind racing as he recognizes her as the princess he parted ways with in the forest, Princess Palbera. The realization that she has traveled all this way specifically to see him leaves him reeling, struggling to understand the motive behind such a bold move. Across from him, the stoic guard Families watches the exchange with a sharp, suspicious gaze, sensing the tension in the room. She questions if the princess is truly serious about this encounter, while Mil-Limos remains frozen, his reflection in the mirror behind him mirroring his internal state of disbelief. Unaware of his internal turmoil, the princess's cheeks flush with a sudden, intense heat as the pieces of the puzzle finally click into place. She realizes that the boy to whom she entrusted her dagger was not just a commoner, but a prince of the Nanette kingdom, a revelation that seems to fill her with an overwhelming sense of wonder. She is momentarily lost in a daze of romanticized excitement, her eyes sparkling with an affection that borders on the theatrical. Families, however, can only look on with a growing sense of exasperation, her hand raised to her face as if to shield herself from the sheer intensity of her charge's sudden infatuation. In contrast to this display of affection, the guard attempts to ground the situation, arguing that this meeting is nothing more than a mere coincidence. However, the princess will hear none of it, insisting that their reunion is a matter of destiny. She explains that her father warned her of the Empire's designs on Nanette, and she simply could not remain idle while his kingdom was in peril. Watching the princess's unwavering resolve, the knight grinds her teeth in frustration, realizing that the situation has become far more complicated than she ever anticipated. She laments that if Mil-Limos were just an ordinary boy, she could have easily handled him. But now, with the weight of international politics, she is forced to concede and orders the horses to be readied for departure. In response to the knight's reluctant compliance, the young royal makes a triumphant and joyful declaration, announcing their immediate journey to Nanette with her arms spread wide as if to embrace the future. Behind her, the guard stands in a state of utter disbelief, her jaw dropping as she realizes there is no turning back from this impulsive and potentially dangerous quest. She dismisses her attendant's warnings about the gravity of leaving the kingdom, suggesting with a wave of her hand that they simply slip away in secret to avoid any fuss. Instead of focusing on the logistics of a covert departure, she becomes entirely preoccupied with her wardrobe, debating whether a flashy ensemble or a more mature look would better impress Prince Mil-Limos. Her guard can only watch in silent disbelief, noting how the princess's infatuation has completely clouded her usually sharp judgment. Seeing the absurdity of the situation, the guard dryly asks if there's a plan more substantial than merely sneaking out under the cover of night. The scene shifts to the following day, where the young prince stands frozen in shock as he finds the princess waiting for him within the palace walls. She presents him with an official document, claiming that her father, the Night King, has personally commanded her presence there. Despite her royal composure, a hint of nervous energy flickers in her eyes as she insists she is there on official business, prompted by her guard to present the formal orders. Standing tall in her ornate gown, she formally announces her new role as the overseer of the dagger she gifted him, tasked with accompanying him on his journey to ensure the artifact is handled correctly. This revelation leaves the prince and his seasoned companion, Alectem, speechless, while the princess's own guard looks on with a mixture of duty and exasperation. Her guard steps forward to clarify the situation, explaining that the princess volunteered for this post to ensure the powerful artifact she bestowed isn't misused by a foreign power. When the boy protests his innocence, the guard sternly reminds him that he has already proven himself capable of deception by using a false identity. She had just delivered a sharp reminder of his past actions, and the weight of her words left the young prince wide-eyed and speechless. Seeing his obvious discomfort, the princess urged him to relax and act like his usual self, even under the watchful eye of an overseer. Desperate to escape the situation, he tentatively asked if he could simply return the dagger then and there. But the old man flatly refused, noting that returning a lady's gift was out of the question. Realizing there was no way out, the group turned their attention to the day's tasks, which included urgent pest control in the nearby fields. The urgency of the work spurred them into motion, with orders barked to fetch the prince's cloak so they could depart without further delay. Once outside in the biting cold, he was surprised to find that she truly intended to follow him through the snow-covered landscape all day. She beamed with confidence, explaining that despite her appearance, her training with sacred arts had prepared her to endure even the harshest winter weather. He quickly realized that he could also use his own sacred arts to ward off the chill, though he decided it was best to keep that particular skill to himself for now. He is caught off guard when Senes casually asks if he can also utilize the sacred arts, noting that since Valera is a princess of the Night Kingdom, it would make sense. Senes's jovial tone contrasts with the weight of the question, leaving the young prince momentarily speechless. Before he can respond, the tension spikes as Valera's guard attempts to intervene, suggesting they overlook the man's rudeness. However, Valera is already moving, her armored hand reaching out to seize the boy by his tunic. She pulls him close, her face inches from his as she demands the truth, her voice dripping with indignation. She barks that he wouldn't dare lie to a knight of her kingdom, insisting on knowing if he truly possesses the power of the sacred arts. The intensity of her gaze leaves him reeling, his mind racing to find an answer while she remains locked in her suspicion. With a sudden, sharp movement, he wrenches himself free from her iron grip, the force of his escape catching everyone by surprise. Senni's, Ark, and the guard watch in stunned silence as the boy demonstrates a physical prowess that defies his small stature. She stands frozen, staring at her empty hand as she realizes that only the enhancement of sacred arts could have allowed him to break her hold so easily. While she had heard rumors of him using magic during the recent conflict, this display of raw, physical reinforcement suggests something entirely different. He remains silent, his eyes wide as he absorbs the weight of her accusation and the confusion of those around him. The conversation shifts to the fundamental laws of their world, clarifying that those who master the sacred arts lose the ability to use magic forever. The radiance of the arts is so overwhelming that it crushes the internal source of magic, a revelation that leaves the young prince contemplating the impossible nature of his own dual abilities. He reflects on the internal conflict between the two powers. Sacred arts draw from the body's life force, creating a dam that blocks the flow of mana. He recalls the sensation of trying to circulate magic while the arts were active, feeling a sharp resistance, like a blade pushing back. Because of this internal struggle, the Night Kingdom has long believed that once the sacred arts are mastered, magic is gone for good. Valera explains this absolute rule as they stand together, her expression gray. Suddenly, the focus shifts to the immediate chaos as Senni's intervenes, demanding an end to the mess. He holds the young prince back while a nearby opponent reels from a blow, coughing up blood. Amidst the tension, he reaches a private realization. The loss of magic isn't permanent, but merely suppressed. If he simply ceases the use of sacred arts, his mana will flow once more. It is a dangerous secret, one he knows he must never reveal. Her gaze narrows, sharp and piercing, as if trying to peer into his very soul. She is struck by a sudden, staggering realization. The impossibility of it all weighs on her as she looks at him, questioning how he could have mastered the sacred arts without abandoning his magic. In the distance, a voice cries out for their senior. The heavy atmosphere is broken by the arrival of the recruits, led by Hones, who proudly displays a massive boar she took down herself. He laughs, relieved by the distraction, and praises her impressive archery. They gather around the prize, the other recruits boasting about the hunt and teasing each other for being slow. The tension of the previous moment fades into the mundane chatter of the successful hunting party. She looks on with wide-eyed curiosity, leaning in to whisper a question to her companions about the identity of the elegant lady standing before them. The noblewoman steps forward with effortless grace, introducing herself as Palbera Erizimagnamudu, the second princess of the Holy Night Nation. Her words strike the three recruits like a physical blow, leaving them frozen in sheer disbelief as the weight of her status sinks in. While they remain paralyzed, she observes that Mil Limos seems far too informal with his subordinates, a sentiment echoed by her guard who notes the young lord's uncharacteristic grumpiness. Ignoring her observations, the young soldiers can only stammer out her title in a trembling whisper, their faces pale with sudden terror. Their panic only grows as the veteran soldier laughs at their plight, while they frantically list the severe punishments that usually follow such blatant disrespect toward royalty. They immediately drop to the dirt in a desperate, prostrate bow, begging for forgiveness for their ignorance and informal behavior toward their superiors. As they grovel, the princess reaches out to reassure them that no apology is necessary, realizing they truly had no idea of the company they were keeping. She stands before the princess, her posture stiff with formal deference as she addresses the royal as Your Highness. Valera, however, attempts to bridge the gap, gently suggesting that since they are of a similar age, there is no need for such rigid formality and that they should speak as friends. Despite the princess's kindness, the young recruit struggles with the shift in status, realizing with a heavy heart that the familiar title of senpai is no longer appropriate. Sensing the girl's hesitation, Valera shifts the conversation, eagerly asking to hear more about her and the young Prince Mil Limos. Watching the exchange from across the snowy camp, the prince himself can only marvel at the speed with which the two have formed a bond, his expression one of mild bewilderment. His thoughts drift to the recent efforts of the other recruits, Kanei and Gat, who had proudly presented him with a massive boar as their contribution to the group's provisions, their faces lit with a newfound respect for his station. Returning to the present, the princess reiterates her desire for normalcy, insisting that the girl should feel free to speak with her just as she did before the revelation of her royal blood. She goes on to share a private observation, recalling how the prince had smiled so naturally while speaking with the others, a sight that convinced her of his warm and generous heart despite his lack of formal dignity. A hint of longing touches the princess's voice as she admits to a certain jealousy, confessing that she wishes she could possess that same effortless warmth. Moved by this vulnerability, the young recruit's face lights up with a joyful yes, a response that brings a blush to Valera's cheeks as she quickly swears her new friend to secrecy, fearing the embarrassment should the prince ever learn of their conversation. The recruits stroll through the camp, their conversation drifting to the clear divide in their social standings. Despite the formal gap, Holmes is encouraged to speak freely, as the rigid structures of the military seem to soften in these quiet moments. One of them suddenly perks up, her eyes widening at the sight of the sizzling skewers. With a joyful shout, she alerts the others that the meat is done, eagerly presenting a portion to the young lord. She laughs as a minor mishap in the snow, leaving the young lord headfirst in a drift, fails to break the festive mood, then insists that the princess join them. Offering the smallest morsel, she watches as the armored girl accepts with a quiet, grateful stutter. She continues her silent vigil as the days turn into weeks at the Grand Fortress. Watching over the training and the daily lives of the recruits, the princess maintains an oversight that remains distant yet constant. Her efforts eventually result in a plate of peculiar, colorful sweets being set out, accompanied by a warm cup of tea. They are sampled by the young lord, his face lighting up at the unexpected treat. He remarks on how rare it is to have such snacks, especially given the austerity of their current environment. His eyes go wide with shock when the truth is hinted at. Beside him, the stoic guard can't help but let out a soft chuckle at his bewildered expression. He listens in disbelief as it is revealed that these very sweets were crafted by the princess's own hands. She had noticed his exhaustion from the endless paperwork and sought to provide a small comfort, though she quickly hides her blushing face, insisting she is still a mere novice in the kitchen. The knight's revelation about the handmade sweets sends the princess into a flustered panic, her face flushing as she demands silence and tries to hide her effort. She can barely meet his gaze, her eyes darting away in a mix of pride and bashfulness while he watches her with quiet, thoughtful curiosity. When he addresses her by her title, she responds with an eager, almost reflexive affirmation, the tension of her embarrassment momentarily broken by the formal acknowledgement. He offers his sincere gratitude, praising the flavor of her creation, which causes her to soften instantly, a gentle blush warming her cheeks at the genuine compliment. This simple praise fills her with a pure, infectious joy, her laughter ringing out just as the elder advisor enters the chamber to interrupt the light-hearted moment with official business. The old man leans in close to the boy, whispering a request for him to visit the Research Institute, a secret exchange that doesn't go unnoticed by the observant princess. Explaining the necessity of their departure to a restricted facility, the young lord asks her to remain safely in her quarters, a request she accepts with a bright, cooperative smile. As they prepare to depart, the knight observes that all secrets eventually surface, though the advisor maintains he has no interest in the kingdom's hidden affairs, focusing only on the task at hand. He enters the bustling Research Institute alongside Goman, taking in the sight of a workshop filled with busy scholars and strange inventions, including a massive winged contraption suspended from the rafters. Approaching a cluttered workbench, the young lord gazes down at a simple-looking dagger resting among various smithing tools, his curiosity piqued by the unassuming object. Because of his interest, Goman proudly explains that his team has finally cracked the secret of the Imperial weapon sharpening enchantment, presenting the blade as their first original arcane tool, rather than a mere imitation. In response to this revelation, the boy asks to test the weapon's edge, prompting the elder to order a discarded iron breastplate be brought forward for a demonstration. With a sudden, fluid motion, he lunges forward, the enchanted blade whistling through the air as it bites deep into the metal of the practice dummy. Moments later, the sound of shattering metal fills the room as the dagger's blade disintegrates into fragments, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence while the young lord concludes that the weapon is far from battle-ready. Examining the jagged hilt, he points out that the enchantment's instability caused the metal to fail and questions why they chose to use bronze instead of the far sturdier steel found in the original Imperial designs. The veteran researcher admits the boy is correct, explaining that their current techniques are unable to carve the intricate magical patterns required for the enchantment into a material as hard as steel. He leaned in close, his brow furrowed as he examined the intricate, microscopic patterns etched into the metal. The old craftsman admitted that their current technology was insufficient to carve such delicate designs into hardened steel. However, the young lord reassured him, suggesting that if bronze could serve as a temporary vessel for these arcane tools, it would suffice for their immediate needs. Turning his attention to the assembled researchers, the boy's expression hardened with a newfound gravity. He spoke of unsettling rumors regarding Rosia, their eastern neighbor, and the looming threat of an invasion. With a firm command, He urged them to continue their research and begin preparations for mass production, sensing that time was a luxury they no longer possessed. The weight of his words rippled through the crowd, sparking a flurry of urgent whispers among the scholars. They recognized that Rosia's strength lay in their superior metallurgy, and if war were to break out, simple daggers would be useless against steel plate. One researcher voiced the collective concern, proposing that they shift their focus toward crafting swords or spears capable of piercing such formidable defenses. In the days that followed, the young lord became a constant presence in the workshops, personally overseeing the frantic pace of development. He moved from station to station, decisively filtering through a mountain of proposals, discarding what was impractical and enthusiastically endorsing the most promising designs. Stepping out for a brief moment of respite, he gazed up at the towering spires of the Institute, his mind still racing with tactical possibilities. The challenge of facing Rosia's might seemed daunting, yet a spark of confidence remained. He believed that with the right tools, the gap in their military strength could be bridged. With a sudden burst of energy, he hurried through the stone corridors, his footsteps echoing against the masonry. He called out for his brother, Futaro, eager to share the progress they had made and perhaps seek further counsel on the escalating situation. A few days later, the fruits of their labor were finally ready for testing. He gripped the hilt of a peculiar new weapon, a slender blade that looked more like a needle than a traditional sword. By concentrating the enchantment solely on the tip, they had successfully managed to reduce the mana consumption, creating a specialized tool designed for one purpose: piercing the vaunted armor of their enemies. The workshop was now a hive of activity, filled with the sounds of industry and the smell of hot metal. A large sign proudly announced the birth of their second field-issue arcane tool, a weapon they had dubbed the Skewer Sword. As the researchers prepared the first batch for deployment, a sense of grim determination settled over the facility. Milimos expresses his deep concern regarding the production timeline of the new weaponry, stressing that the true challenge lies in mass-producing the blades before the Rosia forces can launch their invasion. He listens intently as Alectam attempts to soothe his anxieties, explaining that the current plan aims to have every soldier equipped with a skewer sword by the arrival of spring. The veteran remains steadfast when questioned about the possibility of an earlier attack, asserting that no competent commander would ever dream of marching their army through the treacherous winter snows. He ponders this tactical insight as Alectam elaborates on the lethality of the cold, noting that the elements would decimate an invading force long before they ever reach the battlefield. The old soldier continues to outline their strategy as they traverse the castle, suggesting that the veteran garrison in the capital should be the first to receive the new arms to maximize their training time. They eventually arrive at their destination, where Princess Valera greets them with a bright smile, her armored guards standing dutifully by her side as she welcomes the young prince. She invites them to make themselves at home, the formal atmosphere of the military briefing giving way to a more personal encounter. Nearby, a simple wooden tray holding 2 warm buns sits ready, a small but welcome comfort amidst the growing shadow of conflict. Milimos sits with Princess Valera and her guard, Families, as the princess offers him a plate of cookies she prepared herself, expressing her hope that they suit his taste. He takes a bite, and his eyes widen in surprise at the unique, delicious flavor. His shock grows when she apologetically explains that she used ground acorns and nuts instead of wheat flour, a resourceful choice that yielded an unexpected delicacy despite her humble description of the ingredients. The young lord beams, declaring that he has never tasted anything so wonderful in his entire life. His sincere praise causes her to blush deeply and giggle with delight, her usual royal composure melting away instantly. She and the others find the light-hearted moment cut short when Families' expression sharpens, sensing an approaching presence and ordering everyone to remain silent. Her vigilance is proven right as the doors are thrown open and a messenger rushes in, urgently calling for Marshal Milimos. He delivers grim news that shatters the room's calm. Prince Futaro has returned unexpectedly, and the critical diplomatic negotiations with Rosia have ended in a total failure. He watched as the dire news took shape in the courtyard, the messenger's words becoming a haunting reality. His brother had narrowly escaped being detained by Rosia, pushing himself and his mount through the frozen mountain passes until his very life force seemed spent. As the exhausted horse finally came to a stop, the castle grounds erupted into a frantic blur of activity. Servants and guards scrambled to provide aid, their voices rising in a chorus of urgent commands for boiling water and every available blanket to stave off the biting frostbite. Amidst the turmoil, a weary voice pleaded for someone to tend to John, the faithful horse that had galloped without rest to bring its rider to safety. The young prince pushed through the gathering crowd, his breath hitching as he finally saw the state of his sibling. The figure huddled beneath the heavy, snow-dusted hood was a shadow of the man he knew, his face pale and his eyes wide with a haunting, hollow stare. A desperate cry for his brother escaped his lips But the older man remained locked in his own silent battle against the cold and exhaustion. He stood paralyzed by the sight, a crushing weight of failure settling in his chest. Despite the memories of a past life and the strategic advantages he thought he held, the brutal truth was now laid bare. His efforts had not been enough to halt the march toward conflict. The war he had tried so hard to prevent was no longer a distant threat, but a present, devastating reality. But as the initial wave of despair receded, a new, steely determination took its place. The failure to stop the war with his current power didn't mean the end of his struggle. It simply meant the stakes had changed. His gaze hardened, reflecting a resolve to find a new path through the impending chaos, no matter the cost. The Rosia Kingdom's central assembly hall stands as a bastion of order amidst the rolling landscape, its grand architecture a testament to the nation's history. Inside the hall, a scout delivers a report to his superior, confirming that the first prince of Nanette has fled back to his homeland. He notes that the prince's mount, a sturdy mountain-bred horse, likely aided in his swift escape. He dismisses the messenger, ordering that the weary troops and their mounts be given time to recover. This is General Durba Aididam of the Rosia National Army, a man whose stern gaze reflects the heavy responsibilities he carries. He turns toward the window, his mind already churning with the logistics of the coming days. The time for idle observation has passed. Preparation for the next phase of their operation must begin in earnest. The general later ventures out into the capital, his heavy boots echoing against the cobblestones of a town that feels far too quiet for its size. He remembers a time when these very streets were teeming with life and commerce, a sharp contrast to the sight of citizens now huddled in the shadows of alleyways, their faces etched with hardship. Entering a local forge, he listens as a craftsman laments the state of their economy. The worker explains that 80% of the shops have shuttered, leaving the remaining smiths to rely on meager exports of iron and silver to foreign lands, barely earning enough to survive. The worker admits that while the situation feels like a dead end for common folk, there's a lingering hope that the leadership has a grander design for reconstruction. Hearing this, the general can only offer a quiet apology for the burdens they endure. He watches as the blacksmith's face softens with a sense of relief. The man's simple gratitude is stark contrast to the weight of the general's secret burdens. He offers a final word of encouragement, promising to return for the craftsman's services, while the old man bows deeply in respect. Meanwhile, at the heart of the capital, word spreads quickly through the corridors of power that the Prince of Nanette has successfully returned to his homeland. Inside the council chamber, he stands before the nation's leaders as they discuss the next phase of their plan, a full-scale invasion to turn Nanette into a vassal state. A move they claim is essential for their country's survival. A sharp memory of his own defiance resurfaces, a moment when he had dared to accuse them of fabricating a pretext for war by pinning a false crime on the Nanette prince, only to be met with a sharp command to watch his tongue. Returning to the cold reality of the meeting, he remains silent as the officials dismiss his concerns, reminding him that his sole duty is to lead the army according to their whims. The lead official, his face twisted with a mix of greed and determination, bellows for the total mobilization of their forces to crush their neighbors once and for all. Back in the quiet of the shop, he finally turns to leave, the echoes of the council's warmongering still ringing in his ears as he prepares for the dark path ahead. He listens as the blacksmith explains the shop's closure, a casualty of the kingdom's current state. The craftsman offers a glimmer of hope, promising to reopen the forge should prosperity return, while the general offers a parting word of caution. Moments later, he stands before his superiors, his expression hardening into one of grim determination. Despite any personal misgivings, he formally accepts the mission laid before him, his voice steady and respectful. Meanwhile, within the stone walls of the Nanette castle, a different kind of struggle unfolds. In a quiet infirmary, a physician tends to the bandaged wounds of the eldest prince, while his younger brother watches with a heavy heart. The prince offers his thanks for the care, but when the doctor insists on further rest, he dismisses the notion. He insists that the current crisis leaves no room for such luxuries, his gaze fixed on the weight of his responsibilities. Seeing his brother's resolve, the young marshal approaches the bedside to discuss the gravity of their situation. He demands a full report of the events that transpired, and the elder prince leans in, sharing the harrowing details in a hushed, urgent whisper. Their private council is interrupted as the heavy doors swing open, revealing a contingent of visitors led by a stoic knight. Among the crowd, a young girl in a regal dress steps forward, her eyes wide with concern for the injured royal. He manages a polite greeting despite his weakened state, introducing himself as the first prince of the realm. In response, the young visitor reveals her own high standing, identifying herself as a princess from the Holy Night Nation. As the introductions conclude, the young marshal turns to the physician to ensure their guests can be accommodated. He then formally presents the knight who accompanied the princess, acknowledging her rank and service to their foreign allies. He stands quietly as his older brother dismisses the physician's concerns, The doctor warns that the sheer number of people seeking an audience will take a heavy toll on a recovering body, but the prince insists he is well enough to continue, prioritizing duty over his own health. Beside him, the younger boy watches with a heavy heart, sensing the unspoken tension radiating from his sibling. His fist clenches tightly against his leg as his frustration boils over. He cannot fathom the accusations. His brother is a master of diplomacy, a man who would never jeopardize their standing by committing a crime on foreign soil. The question of why they were pursued so relentlessly remains a bitter mystery. Nearby, the princess of the Night Kingdom observes the unfolding drama with a contemplative gaze. She suggests that her nation should perhaps intervene to provide aid, but her stoic guard reminds her that such a decision is complex and entirely dependent on how the political situation evolves and whether their help is truly warranted. The memory of the failed negotiations with Rosia resurfaces, casting a shadow over the present. In that meeting, the prince had questioned the absurdity of starting a war over a mere certificate of equality, a single piece of paper that held the balance of power between their nations. Yet the king remained unmoved. He recalls the cold indifference of the Rosia king, who sat comfortably while confirming that the mobilization of his army was indeed based on those very orders. General Durba stood by, a silent witness to the blatant provocation being leveled against their house, as the king made his intentions for war clear. His hands tremble slightly as he grapples with the conflicting information, searching for any crack in the enemy's resolve. The memory concludes with the king's mocking ultimatum. If the prince truly fears war, he must surrender the certificate and allow his land to be annexed. The tyrant sneers, claiming that equality between their nations is a concept that offers no benefit to his own expansionist goals, and he has no intention of repeating himself. He watches with a sneer as the young prince slams his fist down, his voice rising in a desperate attempt to reason with the stubborn monarch. Futaro challenges the notion that a mere document could ever truly bridge the gap between their nations. The young prince is quickly silenced as the sovereign bellows for order, his face contorted with rage. The king scoffs at the idea of equality, pointing out that a nation truly seeking peace wouldn't be stockpiling weapons or boasting of superior metallurgy. He continues his verbal assault, mocking the visitor as a mere provincial ruler who understands nothing of the complex economic gears that drive a kingdom like Rosia. Futaro can only listen, his jaw set as the insults pile up. He remains silent as the king dismisses his diplomatic overtures as nothing more than naive fantasies. As the monarch speaks, a chilling realization begins to dawn on the prince, who watches the exchange between the king and his general with growing dread. His knuckles whiten as he grips the table, the truth finally becoming clear. These men have no interest in peace. They are merely using this failed negotiation as a justification to ignite the fires of war, and he must maintain his composure at all costs. Recognizing the futility of further talk, he stands and offers a formal, if hollow, farewell. He promises to return for further persuasion, though both parties know the diplomatic bridge has already been burned. Once clear of the throne room, he quickens his pace, his previous calm replaced by a sharp, focused urgency. He commands his guards to ready the horses immediately, knowing that every moment spent within these walls is now a gamble with his life. He strides through the cold, echoing halls of the palace, a lone figure dwarfed by the oppressive architecture of a kingdom that has already declared him an enemy in all but name. He finds himself completely surrounded. As he steps out, the courtyard is filled with armed men, their weapons drawn and eyes fixed on him. The realization of the trap hits him with the force of a physical blow. One of the armored guards steps forward, his voice booming with authority as he demands a peaceful surrender. He levels a grave accusation, claiming the prince is suspected of treason against the state. Futaro can only stare in horror, the bitter truth sinking in that his window for escape has already slammed shut. Watching from the shadows, the sovereign allows a cruel smirk to touch his lips. To him, this was never about diplomacy. The young prince had been the intended prey from the very beginning, a pawn in a much larger game of conquest. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierces the air, and a powerful silhouette leaps over the heads of the startled guards. The soldiers recoil in shock as the massive beast clears their line, disrupting their formation in a single, daring bound. Seizing the momentary chaos, he lunges forward and catches the reins with practiced ease. In one fluid motion, he hauls himself into the saddle, his heart hammering against his ribs as he prepares to make a desperate break for freedom. With a sharp kick, he spurs the animal into a frantic gallop, tearing away from the palace gates. Behind him, the guards scramble to recover, their shouts of alarm echoing off the stone walls as they realize their prize is slipping through their fingers. He leans low over the horse's neck, whispering words of encouragement to his loyal companion, urging the beast to find the strength to reach the safety of Nanette. Meanwhile, the commander of the pursuit bellows orders to his men, demanding they give chase but insisting that the prince be taken alive. The lone rider becomes a speck against the vast, desolate landscape, pushing onward through the biting wind. This harrowing tale of betrayal and escape is finally recounted within the quiet walls of a distant room, where the gravity of the situation settles heavily upon those listening. He listens as King Chorex fumes, the monarch's voice dripping with disdain for Rosia's shameless tactics. The king realizes that their enemies will likely frame Futaro as a felon and claim Nanette is harboring a criminal to incite unrest. Because of the gravity of these accusations, Futaro turns his attention toward the stoic knight from the Holy Kingdom, a flicker of hope in his eyes as he prepares to ask a crucial question. He asks directly if her nation can provide reinforcements, his voice strained with the weight of the impending conflict. The room falls silent as everyone awaits the response from the representative of such a powerful ally. In the quiet chamber, the group stands in a tense tableau, the air thick with the unspoken fears of a kingdom on the brink of a war it did not seek. The knight's response is immediate and devastatingly brief. It is impossible. Futaro reels from the blunt rejection, his desperation mounting as his last hope for external aid seems to vanish. He realizes the cold political truth. His desperate flight and the actions he took to prevent a massacre can be twisted into a narrative of meddling in Rosia's internal affairs, stripping him of his status as a victim. The knight clarifies that her nation would only intervene if there were undeniable proof of a conspiracy by Rosia's central authorities, a condition Futaro finds absurdly difficult to meet given the circumstances. Seeing his distress, Princess Valera steps forward and offers a soft, pained apology, her hands tightly gripping the fabric of her skirt as she shares in the heavy burden of their shared predicament. She reflects on the heavy burden of their kingdom's power, noting that because their strength is so great, they must never lose sight of what is truly right. He offers a gentle smile, telling her not to apologize, as he was the one who asked for the impossible. Turning his attention to his younger brother, he calls out to Mil Limos, who responds with a firm, resolute affirmation. He leans in close, entrusting the safety of the country to the young boy in place of his own perceived inadequacies. The young prince stands tall, his resolve hardening as he formally accepts the weight of his brother's request. With the gravity of a true marshal, he swears a solemn oath to defend the kingdom of Nanette at any cost. Far from the quiet resolve in the sick room, the imposing spires of Rosia Castle loom against a cloudy sky, a silent harbinger of the coming storm. Inside the throne room, the king of Rosia issues a ruthless command to mobilize the entire army, declaring that even a 1 in 10,000 chance of defeat is unacceptable in their quest to conquer Nanette. He has set a dishonorable path in motion, forcing his soldiers to follow a national policy built on false pretexts. Even those within his ranks recognize the shame of mobilizing an entire army just to smear a foreign prince over a mere scrap of paper. Yet they feel bound by duty to obey. A cold, unwavering resolve settles behind his eyes as the moment of no return arrives. With a thunderous roar that echoes through the command center, he commands the immediate invasion of Nanette. The order is instantly relayed to all forces, setting the massive war machine of Rosia into irreversible motion. Meanwhile, within the walls of Nanette, the peace is shattered by the arrival of a breathless messenger. He urgently seeks out the young Lord Mil Limos, his face pale with the weight of the news he carries. The messenger delivers the grim tidings. Rosia has officially declared war, and their vanguard is already pressing toward the southern mountains. The gravity of the situation settles over the room, reflected in the grim, determined faces of the young lords and the night princess. The heavy gates of the castle groan as they are thrown open, signaling the start of a desperate mobilization. He wastes no time, immediately assuming his role as marshal and issuing a flurry of commands. He orders the immediate gathering of all available troops at the southern border mountains, signing off on the mobilization of 500 regulars and the summoning of reserves from across the nation to the royal castle. As he coordinates the defense, he questions the state of their intelligence, asking about the status of their spies within Rosia. The realization that even field guards must be mobilized for the coming winter conflict underscores the sheer scale of the threat they now face. The Great Eastern Range stands as a silent, impassable barrier, its jagged peaks cutting off all communication and leaving the kingdom blind to the movements within Rosia. Without agents stationed across the border, the flow of information has completely dried up. He grits his teeth in frustration, realizing that they are losing the information war before it has even truly begun. Beside him, the Duke notes that while they have eyes in the southern mountains, the delay in reporting means they won't know the true scale of the threat until the enemy is nearly upon them. As the dark silhouettes of an approaching army loom in his mind's eye, the young marshal understands the grim reality of their situation. With their numbers so vastly depleted, victory is an impossibility without precise intelligence on the enemy's strength and equipment. The heavy doors of the chamber swing open as Goman returns from his mission, prompting an immediate and anxious inquiry from the Duke regarding what the veteran has discovered in the field. He speaks with a sense of mounting dread, warning that while the exact figures remain elusive, the sheer scale of Rosia's mobilization is set to dwarf even the combined forces of Mendacium. Hearing this dire assessment, the Duke turns his focus to their own secret preparations, demanding to know how many of their specialized skewer swords can be ready for combat before the first clash occurs. He raises a hand to temper the young lord's expectations, relaying the research department's sobering report that only 50 of the weapons are currently available for deployment. As they walk through the cold stone corridors, the Duke offers a desperate alternative, suggesting they could double that production to 100 if all other national projects are immediately halted, leaving the weight of the decision to rest heavily on the boy's shoulders. He stares ahead, the weight of the situation pressing down on him as he contemplates the meager number of specialized weapons they can produce. Even with a maximum effort, 100 blades seem like a drop in the bucket against the coming storm. Turning his attention back to the resources at hand, the young lord recalls another asset, the Imperial staves. He questions his advisor on who among their ranks is capable of wielding such instruments of power. His advisor clarifies the grim reality that while many possess a basic grasp of magic for daily tasks, true battle mages are a rare breed. Despite this, they agree that arming those with even a modicum of talent with the staves is better than leaving them defenseless. The discussion is abruptly interrupted by the arrival of a breathless messenger, whose urgent report sends a jolt of alarm through the room. The young lord demands to know the size of the approaching force. The scout's report paints a terrifying picture of a massive host, nearly 2,000 strong, clad in full steel harness and bristling with long-reaching weaponry. It is a sea of iron and malice marching toward their borders. Faced with these staggering odds, 2,000 enemies against their own force of barely over 100, a heavy silence falls over the council. The disparity in numbers is overwhelming, threatening to crush their resolve before the first blow is even struck. In the quiet that follows, the young leader sets his jaw, a flicker of grim determination replacing his initial shock. The time for hesitation has passed. The survival of his people now rests on the speed of their preparations. With newfound authority, he barks out a series of commands, ordering the research department to prioritize skewer production above all else and to dispatch the first batch to the southern mountains immediately. He directs the formation of mage units with the staves, his advisors moving quickly to execute the desperate plan. He draws his blade with a sharp, metallic ring, his eyes hardening with a newfound resolve. The weight of the kingdom's defense rests on his young shoulders, and he knows there is no more time for hesitation. He must be prepared for the coming storm. While the young lord readies himself, the enemy is already in motion. Within the walls of a distant fortress, General Durba receives a report that his vanguard is nearing the border mountains. He muses that while a swift victory by the lead units would be ideal, he is prepared for a more complex operation. He stands before his armored legions, outlining a ruthless strategy. The general explains that the main force will follow the vanguard after a calculated delay, creating a devastating two-stage assault designed to utterly crush the non-net forces. Mil-Limos stares ahead, his expression hardening with a newfound sense of purpose. He grips the hilt of his sword, the leather wrapping familiar against his palm as he prepares for the journey ahead. Having completed the administrative tasks and directives left by his partner, he realizes he must now prepare to head south. Turning his attention to his companion, he softly asks if she has managed to find some calm. His breath catches as he realizes Princess Valera and her guard are standing right there, watching him. Panic flares within him as he realizes he slipped into his informal, everyday manner of speaking. He quickly bows, stammering an apology for his lack of decorum and hoping he hasn't caused offense during such a chaotic time. To his surprise, the princess offers a gentle smile, admitting that she actually finds his casual tone quite refreshing. He lets out a breath of relief, glad that his slip-up wasn't taken as an insult given the emergency they just faced. She goes even further, suggesting that as fellow royalty, they should speak to one another without the burden of formal titles, regardless of the size of their respective nations. Her guard, however, looks on with a mixture of shock and disapproval at such a breach of protocol. When he hesitates, unsure if he can truly drop his guard so completely, she leans in close, her face flushed with an intense, almost desperate energy as she demands his agreement. She shouts with a blush, her voice cracking as she demands he use her name, insisting that if she says it's fine, then it truly is. Mil-Limos can only stare in stunned silence at her sudden outburst. Her frustration vanishes instantly when he finally relents, replaced by a radiant, beaming smile as her eyes sparkle with genuine happiness. He clears his throat, trying to regain some composure as he suggests that she wait in the guest room while his team begins their war preparations. The guard steps in, agreeing that certain strategic discussions are not meant for the ears of those outside their immediate circle. Much to his relief, she offers a gentle, knowing smile, instructing him to send word the moment he is ready to set out, mentioning that they have their own arrangements to make. This catches him off guard, and he asks for clarification on what kind of preparations she could possibly be referring to. With a cheerful and unwavering tone, she declares her intention to join him on his journey, a statement that leaves both him and her guard in a state of utter disbelief. The guard immediately objects, reminding her that their mission is to observe his conduct, not to charge into a conflict alongside him, especially given her recent emotional state. She shuts down the idea immediately, her voice booming as she declares it completely out of the question. Valera, looking downcast, admits she only wanted to be near Milimos on the field, but she yields, accepting that she might only be a hindrance. Seeing the tension, the young prince offers a light-hearted chuckle, while the knight continues her stern lecture, reminding the princess of the gravity of her station. Valera can only stammer in response, acknowledging the truth in the reprimand. He expresses his gratitude to the guard for talking sense into the princess, though she coldly dismisses the thanks, stating her actions weren't for his benefit. Valera watches him closely, sensing a shift in his demeanor that troubles her. He reasons that as long as the princess remains under such fierce protection, her safety is all but guaranteed. Beside him, the knight remains silent, her expression clouded by a grim understanding of the reality they face. She tightens her grip, her mind racing with the knowledge that the chaos of war is never predictable. No amount of skill can account for every shadow or every stray blade that might find its mark. He narrows his eyes, the weight of her words settling heavily upon him as he acknowledges the grim truth of her warning. The memory of a fallen protector looms large, a knight who, despite possessing the power of holy arts, was still claimed by the battlefield. It serves as a stark reminder that even the most divine gifts do not grant immortality to those who stand in the path of slaughter. She stares at him, stunned, as he issues a final command for them to remain within the safety of the castle walls until the conflict subsides. He promises to do everything in his power to ensure they do not fall, urging them to flee should the tide turn against them. He stands before them, his back turned as he prepares to depart for the front lines. Families questions the feasibility of his plan, skeptical that mere numbers can overcome the overwhelming force they are about to face. Turning slightly to address her concerns, he remains remarkably optimistic, suggesting that the enemy will be exhausted after crossing the treacherous snowy mountains, giving his forces a tactical advantage. As he speaks, Valera and Families are escorted toward the guest rooms, their expressions a mix of lingering worry and quiet resignation. Before he leaves, they offer their final words of encouragement from the balcony. Valera cheers him on with a bright smile, reminding him that the eyes of the Holy Kingdom are upon him, while he offers a confident grin in return, resolved to succeed for their sake. The scene shifts abruptly to the harsh, jagged peaks of the southern mountains of Nanette, where a relentless wind howls across the desolate, snow-covered landscape. Standing alone near the border, he gazes out over the frozen terrain, his cape billowing in the gale. He reflects on the utility of his holy arts, realizing that he can use them to maintain his body heat even in this biting, sub-zero environment. As the flag of his nation snaps in the wind, his thoughts turn to the political weight of his secret. He understands that if the Night Kingdom were to discover the extent of his power, it would lead to immense complications. Yet he feels a pang of regret that he cannot simply teach this life-saving art to everyone. Trudging through the deep, untouched drifts, he scans the horizon for any sign of movement. Despite his vigilance, the Rosia army remains nowhere to be seen in the vast white expanse. Deciding that he has seen enough for now, he leaps across the snowy crags with unnatural grace. He resolves to head back to the castle and continue his preparations, knowing that the calm before the storm will not last forever. He has reached the field encampment, a cluster of tents and wooden fortifications nestled against the backdrop of towering, snow-capped peaks. As he wanders through the outskirts, a stern voice cuts through the cold air, addressing him as Prince Milimos and reminding him that as field marshal, he shouldn't be roaming aimlessly. The young prince offered a sheepish laugh, explaining he was merely scouting the area, but the commander remains unimpressed, noting that many soldiers from the Mendasium front have been reassigned here and warning him to abandon any reckless plans for night raids. Walking together through the bustling site, he remarks on the impressive speed with which the camp was established, though a sense of unease still lingers in his voice. Their conversation turns to the local security, with the commander explaining that bandits rarely frequent areas with such light traffic, while also noting that the troops were already well prepared for the possibility of war breaking out. He pauses, his attention caught by the equipment carried by the sentries, realizing that the preparations go beyond simple logistics. Upon closer inspection, he identifies the long, ornate objects as magic staves, a significant addition to their arsenal. While he acknowledges the advantage of such powerful weaponry, he remains grounded in the harsh reality that even with magic, they face a daunting force of over 2,000 enemies. He stands before the meager supplies, his brow furrowed as he realizes their tactical options are dwindling. The lack of lamp oil in the camp means a night raid with firebombs is out of the question, and the meager leftovers from the previous war are far from sufficient. Because of this shortage, he suggests relying on the ignition magic of their staves instead. However, the commander quickly dampens his hopes, explaining that in this biting cold, the oil becomes a thick slush that refuses to ignite with a simple spark. Without the necessary oil, he is left to wonder what other options remain. He briefly considers the destructive potential of a single spark causing a massive explosion, but he quickly realizes that without proper firebombs, such a feat is impossible. Suddenly, a fierce, icy wind sweeps across the encampment, forcing him to brace himself against the sudden drop in temperature. As the cold bites into his skin, he grits his teeth, determined to endure the same hardships as his soldiers by refraining from using sacred arts for warmth. The commander notices his struggle and sternly warns him to keep his hood secured, lest the freezing mountain air claim his ears. Shifting the conversation, the veteran warrior inquires about the status of a certain bird-shaped artifact that could aid them. He regretfully explains that the device is useless in the dead of winter, as the harsh conditions make even basic necessities like washing one's face a form of torture. This limitation stems from a previous failure where a similar flying device, intended for high-altitude reconnaissance, froze and shattered in the thin, frigid air. The officials back at headquarters had hoped it would make scouting effortless, but the environment proved too hostile for their current technology. Seeing no other way to gather intelligence, the young lord impulsively offers to handle the reconnaissance mission himself. The suggestion is met with an immediate and thunderous refusal from the general, whose face contorts with protective fury at the thought of his young charge taking such a risk. He bellows at the young prince, his voice echoing through the tent as he explains that scouts have already been dispatched. He warns that if they don't follow protocol, Alektim will have their heads, and commands the boy to simply act like a leader and stay put. He storms out into the freezing wind, leaving a final, booming command to stay inside. Left alone in the quiet of the tent, the young lord sits on a simple stool, the weight of the command and the isolation of the command post settling over him. He takes a moment to reflect, acknowledging that the local soldiers possess a far deeper understanding of this frozen terrain than he ever could. While he is content to trust their scouting, his mind remains fixated on a critical problem: finding a way to replace the firebombs that have been rendered useless by the cold. He turns his attention to the strategic maps, contemplating the folly of a direct confrontation in these heights. He reasons that dragging thousands of troops into their territory would only lead to a grueling, protracted conflict. The only viable path is to somehow lure the enemy down from their mountain stronghold. He shivers violently as a gust of wind rattles the tent, a brief thought of relief crossing his mind that Princess Valera was spared this bitter environment. As he huddles for warmth, his gaze falls upon the frost-covered interior, and a sudden, sharp realization begins to take shape in his mind. He grins as the pieces of the puzzle finally click into place, his eyes wide with a newfound clarity. The very element that had been their greatest obstacle, this bone-chilling cold, is not just a hindrance, but the perfect weapon to turn against their foes. His epiphany is cut short by a messenger who bursts into the tent, breathless and urgent. The soldier reports that a message has just arrived via bird note. The Rosia army has officially begun its treacherous ascent up the mountain. He stands up immediately, his previous hesitation replaced by a firm, unwavering resolve. With a sharp nod and a confident acknowledgement of the news, he prepares to step out and execute the plan that the winter itself has provided. He turns to the mage, asking if he can borrow her staff for a moment. The request catches her completely off guard, her eyes widening in surprise as she stammers out his title. She hands the crystalline staff over, though she seems hesitant and confused about why he would need such a tool. A sharp, confident smirk plays across his lips as he feels the weight of the magical focus in his hands. With a sudden burst of energy, he leaps away into the snow, declaring his intention to go and harass the Rosia army. The mage reaches out, her voice filled with panic as she tries to stop him from charging off alone, shouting for him to wait. Far below, the Rosia vanguard trudges through the deep drifts, their heavy plate armor making every step a laborious effort as they begin their ascent. From his high vantage point, he watches the long line of soldiers snaking through the White Valley, a lone figure against the vast expanse. He begins to calculate their strength, estimating at least 2,000 to 3,000 men, though he knows a nation of Rosia's size could easily field far more than this initial force. He observes their slow, meticulous progress, realizing that while they have planned carefully, their advance is sluggish. He suspects they are intentionally drawing his brother's attention away, while simultaneously positioning other troops near the mountain range. He peers from behind the cover of a thick tree trunk, his gaze fixed on the advancing enemy. With a resigned sigh, he accepts the task at hand, gripping the borrowed staff firmly as he prepares to make his move. Stepping boldly into the open, the young lord raises the crystalline staff toward the sky. He declares his intent to halt the enemy's progress right there, his voice steady despite the overwhelming odds. As he begins the incantation, a faint glow emanates from the staff's tip. He whispers of trickles becoming droplets and droplets turning to a stream, focusing his will to transform a simple flow into a raging torrent. The air around him crackles with magical energy as he calls upon the waters to manifest and sweep the invaders away. He mentally prepares his exit strategy, planning to enhance his own physical capabilities with a sacred art to ensure a swift retreat once the spell is unleashed. With a final, powerful cry, he releases the stored energy, shouting the command for the flood to surge. A massive, serpentine wave of water and slush erupts from the staff, hurtling toward the unsuspecting ranks of the Rosia army. The sudden deluge catches the front lines by surprise, the sheer force of the water threatening to upend their formation. The icy mixture of mountain snow and conjured water crashes into the armored men with a deafening roar. Seeing the impact, he is momentarily stunned by the unexpected potency of the borrowed weapon, realizing he might actually be able to wash the entire force away. However, the enemy's discipline is ironclad. Their commander bellows an order to harden their formation, and the soldiers instantly lock their heavy shields together to weather the storm. The torrential wave slams into the wall of steel, spray erupting in every direction as the soldiers brace themselves against the freezing onslaught. Despite the power of the magic, the Rosia line holds firm, their shields acting as a breakwater against the magical flood. They stand firm, their heavy shields and spears unyielding against the torrent. Mil-Limos stares in disbelief, his eyes wide as he realizes his magic failed to break their formation. From the Rosia ranks, a command rings out, identifying him as a mage and ordering the men to drive him back immediately. Seeing the counterattack beginning, he decides it is time to make a hasty exit. A projectile slams into the earth, right where he stood moments before, kicking up dirt and snow as he turns to flee. Behind him, the armored battalion surges forward with a collective, thunderous roar. Their heavy boots trample the slush as they begin a determined pursuit of the young mage. Their heavy pursuit forces him to sprint across the frozen waste, glancing back at the lumbering wall of steel. He reasons that their heavy equipment will eventually tire them out, and with his own magical enhancements, he is confident they cannot catch him. Farther away, the Mendasium mage watches the unfolding chaos, her expression grim as she reflects on the inherent unpredictability of war, noting that one cannot predict or repel every danger on the battlefield. Having put significant distance between himself and the enemy, he pauses to survey the snowy valley. He is pleased, despite the lack of casualties. He has successfully drenched the entire Rosia vanguard, completing the first phase of his plan. He has watched from the edge of the clearing as the soldiers finally halt their chase, watching the small figure disappear into the distance. One grumbles about the boy's agility, comparing him to a nimble animal, while another reports to their superior that the threat has been successfully driven off. However, their victory feels hollow as the biting cold begins to set in. The men shiver violently, their wet armor turning into icy prisons, and they plead for a chance to dry their clothes before they freeze to death. Their commander, unmoved by their suffering, barks orders for them to maintain their discipline, reform their ranks, and resume the march immediately. Recognizing their precarious state, the captain eventually relents slightly, pointing toward a more sheltered area ahead. He decides they will reposition there, where the ground is wide enough to finally pitch their tents and seek some relief from the elements. He is questioned by a subordinate about his familiarity with the treacherous terrain, to which he simply explains that these lands were his childhood home. While the captain leads on the ground, General Durber reflects on the harsh reality of the march. He recalls how he had explicitly advised against a winter campaign, only to be met with the cold indifference of those who see soldiers as mere expendable pawns to be used and discarded. The vast army continues its grueling trek, a long line of figures struggling against the relentless white expanse of the mountains. As the army halts, the commander barks urgent orders to pitch the tents immediately. He commands those who are soaked to strip off their frozen gear and huddle together inside, explaining that their collective body heat is the only thing that will keep them from freezing to death. Inside the cramped shelters, the air grows thick and humid as dozens of men press their bare skin together, their collective body heat creating a desperate sanctuary against the cold. They find a grim comfort in the shared heat, acknowledging that the suffocating closeness is a small price to pay for survival. This proximity inevitably leads to friction, with men grumbling and shoving as they struggle to find a modicum of space amidst the tangle of limbs. Even so, a sense of shared resilience emerges among the men. One soldier observes that while the conditions are miserable and they are sweating profusely, their morale remains unbroken, for they have found a way to survive the night together. They are suddenly jolted from their huddle as a roar of rushing water fills the air. The soldiers, already shivering, look on in horror as their temporary sanctuary is breached by an unexpected surge. Because of this sudden deluge, the camp is thrown into absolute chaos. A massive torrent of water sweeps through the tents, drenching everything in its path, while a soldier shouts in realization that their harasser had been lurking much closer than they ever anticipated. As the water recedes, General Durba Aditom demands an immediate damage report. He stands shirtless, his breath visible in the freezing air, while a knight confirms that while the men have survived the initial shock, the majority of their vital supplies are now uselessly soaked. He stares out at the snowy landscape, the grim reality of their situation sinking in. It becomes clear that the enemy isn't just trying to kill them directly. They're systematically dismantling their ability to sustain a march by targeting the supply lines. Meanwhile, tucked away behind the thick trunk of a snow-covered tree, Millimos Nanette catches his breath. He leans against his staff, his small frame nearly swallowed by the winter landscape, watching the confusion he has sown from a safe distance. He looks on with a sharp, calculating gaze, satisfied with the result. By ruining their supplies and forcing them to deal with the flood, he has successfully pinned the entire army in place for at least another day. For days pass in a tense stalemate. The infantry stands in a rigid, disciplined shield wall, their spears bristling like the quills of a porcupine. One knight scoffs, suggesting that their elusive tormentor has finally lost his nerve and fled from their superior defense. However, another soldier remains vigilant, his eyes scanning the horizon through the narrow slit of his helmet. He knows better than to underestimate their foe, warning his comrades that a single moment of lapsed focus is all the enemy needs to sweep them all out. They trudged through the biting cold, their armor slick with a layer of frost that seemed to grow heavier with every step as they navigated the treacherous, icy terrain. Confusion rippled through the ranks as the soldiers looked up at the sky. Despite the clear expanse above, a freezing rain began to pelt them, and they cursed the monkey they knew was responsible for this defiance of the natural order. The source of the unnatural weather soon became clear as a lone figure stood atop a distant ridge, his staff raised high to channel the mist that now choked the valley, turning the very air into a weapon against the marching army. One of the armored men stared in disbelief at the silhouette, realizing with a sinking heart that their tormentor was positioned far beyond their reach, at a vantage point that would take a full day's march to even approach. The realization of their enemy's cunning dawned on them. He had waited 4 days, observing their pace just to time this assault perfectly, and now their only hope for survival was to keep moving through the ice, for to stop meant certain death by freezing. They watched the solitary figure on the horizon, stunned that a single scout could orchestrate such a devastating and lonely offensive against an entire army, maintaining his position with an eerie, unwavering focus. He gripped his catalyst with a determined grin, his eyes bright with the thrill of the hunt as he prepared to continue his relentless magical barrage, intent on drenching the invaders until they had no choice but to retreat back to their own lands. The wind howls across the desolate, snow-covered peaks of the mountain range, a silent witness to the unfolding conflict. Through the thick blanket of white, 3 figures draped in heavy winter cloaks trudge forward, their voices barely carrying over the chill as they call out for Prince Millimos, fearing he has ventured too deep into enemy territory. They soon find him perched atop a rocky outcrop, staff in hand. He greets them casually, much to the shock of the search party who had been scouring the slopes for any sign of his presence. The lead soldier, his face flushed with frustration, begins a heated lecture, shouting that the prince's reckless solo excursion nearly led him straight into the hands of the Rossi army. He continues his reprimand, asserting that such dangerous maneuvers are beneath the station of a royal, while Millimos attempts to defend his actions by pointing out the effectiveness of his hit-and-run tactics against the encroaching forces. His expression shifts to one of sudden realization as the weight of the situation, or perhaps a new discovery, dawns on him. The rescuers inform him that they are prepared to take over his duties, revealing they have brought a specialized magic staff to ensure the mission continues without further unnecessary risk to his person. When the hooded figure clarifies that their intervention was specifically commanded by Lord Alectam, the young prince is left speechless, his eyes widening in genuine surprise at his mentor's direct involvement. He tentatively asks the soldiers if their commander left any specific instructions. They confirm that Lord Alectam arrived personally and that 50 specialized skewer swords have already been deployed to support the operation. In response, the spiky-haired marshal remains firm, stating that the orders were absolute. He is to be brought back immediately. Accepting his fate, the young prince agrees to step aside, but offers to share his tactics for harassing the advancing forces before he departs. The soldier scoffs at the suggestion, labeling the prince's penchant for harassment a dubious talent. Despite the mockery, they acknowledge the effectiveness of dousing the enemy in water amidst the freezing mountain air. Below them, the snowy pass is dotted with the slow, rhythmic movement of the invading army's vanguard. Watching the procession, he finds the situation increasingly bizarre. While this group is clearly the lead element, There is no sign of the massive main force that a nation of Rosia's size should be able to field. He calculates that 10,000 men would be a more expected number, yet the mountainside remains eerily empty of such a host. The results of his previous efforts are visible among the ranks below, where armored soldiers huddle together, shivering and visibly ill from the relentless cold and dampness. Yet, despite their obvious suffering, the line of infantry continues its dogged march forward. The marshal points out that even sickened soldiers serve a purpose in a vanguard, as their primary role is reconnaissance rather than direct combat. He concedes the point, realizing that the burden of the infirm only serves to drag the entire unit's pace down as they ascend. A chilling thought suddenly strikes him as he looks back at the sparse line of soldiers. If this struggling group is merely a distraction, he wonders with growing dread where the true main force is gone. He stands before General Durba, enduring a stern reprimand. The veteran's voice booms through the field encampment, reminding the young prince of his dual responsibility as both a marshal and a royal. Durba's face is contorted with frustration as he demands to know if the boy has forgotten his station. Milimos, though cowed, insists he hasn't forgotten, but that something more pressing demanded his attention. The lecture continues as the commander emphasizes that someone of his rank must never venture alone before the enemy or stand on the very front lines. Beside them, the Mendacium marshal listens in silence, the weight of the military protocol hanging heavy in the air. An hour passes before the tension finally begins to ebb. The general lets out a weary sigh, his anger replaced by a somber exhaustion. Milimos remains quiet, waiting for the right moment to speak his mind. Finally, the veteran turns the conversation toward the reason for the boy's reckless behavior, asking what he noticed about the Rosia troops that was so urgent it warranted facing such a scolding. Milimos looks up, his expression hardening with resolve. He explains his theory, gesturing toward the vast landscape. He suggests that the unit they encountered in the southern mountains was merely a decoy or an advance unit, and that the true main force is likely taking a different route entirely, perhaps crossing the treacherous eastern Great Range to strike at Nanette Castle. The general's reaction is immediate disbelief. He calls the idea impossible and pulls the boy over to a large tactical map spread across a table, demanding he look closer at the reality of the terrain. Pointing a gloved finger at the jagged peaks on the map, the commander explains that the eastern range is 3 times the size of Nanette's territory. He argues that forcing a march through such deep snow would be suicide, leading to accidents, falls, and freezing death for most of the army. To him, there is no viable route but the southern mountains. Despite this logical dismissal, the young prince remains unconvinced. He stares down at the map, his mind racing. While the southern route seems the only logical choice, the lack of any sign of the main force climbing that way leaves a chilling void in his tactical assessment. The young prince pressed his point, questioning why the rumored 10,000 Rosia soldiers hadn't arrived, yet if they were truly on the march. He looked at the veteran commander, seeking an explanation for the delay that seemed to contradict the reports. He watched as the general looked down at the tactical map, calculating the enemy's strength and noting that if 3,000 had indeed advanced south, 7,000 remained unaccounted for, assuming the boy's theory held any weight. He gestured toward the carved wooden pieces representing the vast armies, emphasizing the sheer scale of the forces involved in this looming conflict. He remained skeptical as the boy insisted that Rosia's ruthlessness, evidenced by their framing of his brother, meant they must have a swift and decisive plan in motion, despite the impossibility of the mountain route. He listened as the veteran pointed out the grim reality of such a trek, explaining that even if they attempted the crossing, only a few hundred would emerge alive, hardly enough to wage a proper war. He left the young prince momentarily speechless, staring at the map as the silence of the command tent amplified his growing unease and the weight of the tactical dilemma. He broke the tension by asking the general for a promise not to laugh before proposing an idea that even he admitted sounded far-fetched given the circumstances. He tentatively suggested deploying a small force to scout the eastern range just in case, but the veteran immediately shut him down, calling the notion completely absurd. He remains skeptical, rubbing his face in frustration as the young prince admits his theory about an aerial or magical invasion sounds far-fetched. Despite the lack of evidence, the boy insists that the threat is real, even if it defies conventional military logic. Seeing the boy's unwavering conviction, the veteran warrior sighs and concedes that they should at least prepare for the worst-case scenario. The prince's eyes light up with a spark of hope, grateful for even this small measure of support. They turn their attention to a map of the realm, strategizing their next move. The elder suggests a compromise. They will keep the reserve troops gathered at the royal castle until the very last moment, ensuring they are ready to intercept the main enemy force wherever it may appear. To further bolster their defenses, Alectem mentions a contact he has near the eastern range and offers to send a message via bird to keep watch over the area. The boy beams with gratitude as a hawk is released into the sky, carrying their silent plea for vigilance. 2 days pass in a blur of anxious waiting until a messenger finally bursts into the field camp with urgent news. While the main force holds their position, reports from the front indicate a desperate struggle is unfolding elsewhere. The scout reaches Mil-Imos and his mentor, gasping for air as he thrusts a crumpled note into their hands. He frantically explains that a heavily armored battalion has suddenly emerged at the base of the Eastern Mountains, only to find themselves locked in a brutal combat against a horde of monsters. The young lord stands frozen, the weight of the revelation sinking in as he realizes his dark premonition has come to pass. His mentor stares in disbelief, the impossibility of the situation finally shattering his skepticism. Reading the report further, Gomen explains that the forest hides a treacherous monster den, a place so dangerous that any who enter are marked for death. The boy is shaken, recalling his own training in those woods and realizing just how close he had come to a similar fate. He carefully unfolds the parchment, his eyes scanning the message from an old contact. He explains to the young lord that his associates are motivated in performing thorough reconnaissance, providing vital intelligence on the enemy's movements. Looking down at the boy with a rare, softened expression, he remarks that the young prince has certainly managed to surround himself with capable and loyal companions. His gaze returns to the report, his brow furrowing as he delivers the grim news that the enemy force is massive, numbering at least 5,000 strong. The sheer scale of the invasion leaves the young lord speechless, struggling to process the magnitude of the threat they face. Meanwhile, deep within the frozen woods of the eastern foothills, the massive Rosia army marches blindly into the dense thicket. Suddenly, the silence of the forest is shattered by a violent eruption of magic and steel as the first wave of monsters strikes the unsuspecting column. Amidst the growing panic, a captain bellows for order, urging his men to stay calm and use their weapons to wear the beasts down. He tries to convince them that the creatures are just animals regardless of any magic involved, but his soldiers are left wondering why there are so many monsters in this one location. Observing the carnage from a safe distance, the veteran warrior notes with a grim satisfaction that these invaders are ill-equipped for the horrors of the wild. His companion agrees, remarking that the enemy's lack of experience in fighting monsters will buy their own forces plenty of time to prepare. Even with the evidence before their eyes, the magnitude of the monster nest beyond the pass remains difficult to comprehend. The realization of the sheer scale of the infestation leaves them in a state of disbelief, acknowledging that despite the visual proof, the reality of such a massive threat is hard to accept. The Rosia infantry, heavily armored and carrying long spears, begin their silent infiltration through a massive tunnel carved into the heart of the mountain range. Mil-Imos reads the urgent report with wide-eyed shock, realizing that the enemy has bypassed their natural defenses by tunneling directly toward the heart of Nanette. He immediately breaks into a sprint, his small figure dwarfed by the immense, snow-covered peaks that now hide a secret path for the invading army. While conferring with Gomen, the young lord decides to leave the mages behind to use amplified magic to keep the monsters agitated as a distraction, while ordering the rest of the troops to arm themselves with skewer swords and move to the eastern forest. He then charges back toward the castle, ignoring Gomen's frantic warnings about overextending himself in his desperate bid to lead the defense. Arriving at the massive stone walls of the fortification, he is greeted by an eerie silence and the sight of a completely deserted training ground. It soon becomes clear that the main force has already mobilized and departed for the eastern forest, leaving him behind in the empty courtyard. Just as he begins to panic about catching up, he is stopped by Senis, who casually admits to being late himself and warns the boy that his worried expression will only discourage the troops. He sets down a hearty meal, the steam rising from the bowls as they are placed on the table. He then shares news of a message that arrived from one of Electum's old associates, informing them of the current situation. They discuss the Rosia army's tactics, realizing that the enemy's use of monsters to delay the march has inadvertently given their own forces a much-needed moment to rest. He shifts the topic to something more personal, teasing the young lord about his return and suggesting he go visit his sweetheart princess. He observes the boy's stunned reaction as the realization dawns that the princess's feelings for him might be far deeper than he had ever imagined. He hears the soldier's boisterous laugh as he is told to get some rest before reporting to his unit for the upcoming engagement. He sees the young lord's eyes flutter and grow heavy, the warmth of the meal and the weight of his travels finally taking their toll. He finally succumbs to exhaustion, drifting into a deep, dreamless sleep as the world around him fades into a quiet darkness. He slowly stirs, his mind foggy as he feels a strange sensation against his cheek. The memory of eating and then immediately succumbing to exhaustion flickers through his consciousness, leaving him wondering how he could have fallen asleep so abruptly. Opening his eyes, the young boy finds himself staring up at the ceiling, the grogginess of a deep sleep still clinging to him as he tries to orient himself. As his vision clears, he notices a cascade of pink hair and a gentle gaze fixed upon him, a sight that immediately sharpens his senses and dispels the last of his slumber. The realization hits him that Princess Valera is leaning directly over him, her face flushed with a deep crimson as their eyes meet in the quiet room, creating a moment of unexpected intimacy. Startled, he offers a clumsy thanks for whatever she was doing, to which she shyly explains that she only intended to wipe a bit of dirt from his face, insisting it was no trouble at all because she truly wanted to help. She continues her task with a tender focus, leaning in close to catch a lingering spot while he lies there, his own face burning with embarrassment at the close proximity. This quiet, charged moment is abruptly shattered by a sharp, authoritative cough that sends the princess recoiling in a sudden, wide-eyed panic. Standing at the bedside is Families, whose stoic presence prompts a flustered inquiry from the boy about how long she had been watching. The knight simply observes that the task of cleaning his face appears to be complete. She bluntly states she witnessed the entire intimate moment, asserting her constant presence by the princess's side. Mil Limos is visibly shaken by the revelation. Watching her stoic expression, he shakes off the awkwardness and springs to his feet with renewed vigor, declaring that his rest is over and it is time to move. As he prepares to leave, she stops him with a heavy question, her eyes searching his for any sign of doubt as she asks if he truly believes victory is possible. Looking back at her, he responds with grim resolve, explaining that the survival of Nanette depends entirely on their success. Without it, their home will cease to exist. Hearing his resolve, she counters by pointing out the overwhelming odds against them, tentatively suggesting that surrender might be their only viable path to survival. Despite her doubts, a moment of silence follows as he considers her words, his expression hardening with a conviction that goes beyond mere strategy. He argues that a nation willing to sacrifice its integrity, even framing the innocent to spark a conflict, is already doomed to collapse from within. With a defiant shout, he proclaims that they cannot abide living under such a corrupt regime, refusing to let their people be dragged down by a failing state. He and the forces moved to the forest at the eastern foothills the following day. The peace was shattered as horned beasts lunged from the brush, catching the Rosia infantry off guard. Commanders barked orders to form a shield wall and strike from safety, but the suddenness of the assault left the men scrambling. One of the creatures let out a piercing cry as it threw its weight against the line. Panic flared among the ranks. Some screamed to slay the beast immediately, while others desperately reminded their comrades to hold their ground and keep their shields raised. A spear tip found its mark, driving deep into the skull of a charging monster with a sickening crunch. Despite the kill, the cost was mounting. Wounded soldiers slumped in the snow, clutching their injuries and groaning in agony. Before the remaining line, another beast stood its ground, its presence a constant threat to the weary men. Watching the carnage from a distance, General Durba observed with a grim expression. He knew that Rosia's own lands had been cleared of such threats long ago, leaving his men inexperienced. He worried that these green recruits would be spent and broken by these monsters before they even faced the true enemy in the coming war. The onslaught continued as a fresh wave of beasts thundered toward the line. The soldiers' morale wavered, their voices filled with confusion as to why the forest teemed with such aggression. Nearby, Goman watched the chaos with a knowing look, explaining to young Ark that the creatures were being intentionally herded toward the Rosia front. Ark could only marvel at the ruthless efficiency of Goman's associates. Away from the front lines at the Nanette army's rally point, Hones brightened as she spotted a familiar figure approaching the hunter's lodge. She called out to her senior, relieved to see Mil Limos returning from his scouting mission. His fellow recruits gathered around, some offering backhanded compliments on his work, while others joked that his small stature made him far too easy to lose in the dense woods. He didn't take the bait, firmly telling them not to look down on him just because of their higher rank. Kanei, however, wasn't finished, mocking the boy for supposedly freezing up during the heat of battle and warning him that such hesitation would make him nothing more than dead weight in the trials to come. Mil Limos asserts his authority, calling for a raid planning meeting. Kanei, though still somewhat mocking, acknowledges the command, noting he'll use his rank to follow through. His fellow recruits, Hones, Kanei, and Gat, listen with newfound gravity, their expressions shifting from skepticism to focused attention. As the group begins to move, Hones eagerly rushes ahead to carry out her task, prompting him to call out for her to wait a moment. Inside a rustic wooden command post, he gathers the leaders around a large table covered in maps and tactical markers. He points out that the Rosia column is overextended, making it impossible for them to maneuver effectively through the dense woods. He demonstrates their predictable response to monster attacks using small figurines, showing how they instinctively form a defensive square while the rest of the troops converge on the point of contact. This predictable formation is exactly where he sees their opportunity. By striking as ambushers into the gaps created during their maneuver, they can force the massive army into the kind of small-scale, chaotic engagements where his smaller force can thrive. General Durba listens intently, but raises a practical concern. The Rosia soldiers are encased in heavy iron armor, and he wonders if their current weaponry is up to the task. In response, the young commander draws a slender, needle-like blade, explaining that these specialized skewer swords are designed specifically to pierce the gaps in that very armor. He stood by as his recruits marveled at the new equipment, whispering about the research team's tireless efforts to mass-produce blades capable of slicing through the thickest iron plating. While the name of the weapon was perhaps too literal for some, the promise of its power was undeniable. He felt the weight of the situation as General Durba voiced a harsh reality. Piercing armor was one thing, but their numbers remained dangerously low. He could only offer a quiet, somber acknowledgement of the truth, his expression tight with the pressure of command. The general leaned in, questioning if a concrete strategy existed behind the boy's confident tone. Gesturing to the map, the young commander explained that by exploiting Rosia's predictable movement patterns, they could maximize the efficiency of every strike and overcome their numerical disadvantage. They gathered closely around the tactical table, the air thick with anticipation as everyone prepared to hear the details of the gamble. The veterans and recruits alike fell silent, their eyes fixed on the map as the final briefing began. The seasoned warriors watched with grim intensity, weighing the risks of the upcoming operation. He reached out and firmly placed a carved wolf figurine onto the battlefield, his voice ringing out with newfound iron. He declared that they would not meet the enemy in a standard formation, but would instead hunt with the ferocity and coordination of a wolf pack. The Rosia captain stands amidst the silent trees, his gaze fixed on the path ahead as he leads his men deeper into the unknown territory. Behind him, the heavy infantry of Rosia marches in a long, disciplined line through the dense, snow-dusted forest, their armor clinking softly with every step. As they trudge through the thick undergrowth, the men begin to grumble about the difficult terrain, though one soldier observes that the abundance of wood would be a fortune for fuel back in their homeland. Looking past the immediate canopy, the vast, snow-capped mountain range looms in the distance, a natural barrier that makes this land feel like an entirely different world from the familiar plains of Lacha. This moment of quiet reflection is shattered by a sudden outcry as the soldiers realize they are under attack, not by the monsters they expected, but by a coordinated human force. He watches with growing alarm as the enemy forces charge down the slopes with incredible speed, leading him to wonder if they had seen through his unit's role as a decoy, and if the main non-net force is closer than anticipated. The chaos intensifies when a frantic soldier reports that the rear supply convoy has also fallen under siege, effectively cutting off their support and trapping them in the woods. Within moments, the forest floor is engulfed in flames and smoke as the ambush turns into a full-scale rout, leaving the armored knights struggling to maintain order amidst the heat and the screams of their comrades. They watch as the attackers vanish into the snowy woods. The non-net raiders cry out in triumph, their objective met, as they signal a full retreat from the burning wreckage of the convoy. Seeing the smoke rise, the general realizes the gravity of the deception. He bellows orders to redirect the forces to the rear, finally understanding that the skirmish ahead was merely a distraction to leave their vital supplies vulnerable. He is soon met by a frantic scout who confirms the worst. The rear attackers have already vanished into the treeline. The general stands amidst the chaos, his silence heavy with the weight of the tactical failure. The commander listens grimly as the damage report comes in. A subordinate informs him that nearly a fifth of their total supplies have been lost to the flames and the raid, a blow that stings despite their superior numbers. He ponders the enemy's desperation, noting that their reliance on inferior bronze weaponry likely drove them to target the Rosia's logistical heart. He resolves to bolster the caravan's defenses, certain that such a lapse in security will not happen again. Nearby, a lone sentry trudges through the deepening snow, his spear held tight against the biting cold. He remains vigilant, unaware that the danger has not entirely passed with the main force's retreat. Suddenly, a jagged blade catches the pale winter light, a silent harbinger of death emerging from the shadows. It finds its mark with brutal precision, piercing the soldier's armor before he can even raise an alarm. He collapses into the snow, his final breath stolen by a hidden foe who remained behind to finish the job. He and his fellow raiders burst from the snowy treeline, catching the Rosia sentries completely off guard. The suddenness of the strike leaves the armored men scrambling, their cries of an enemy attack echoing through the cold air. As the chaos erupts, Mil Limos leads a coordinated three-pronged assault, striking at the thin center of the enemy line. The Rosia soldiers are baffled, struggling to understand how their attention was drawn so easily to the front and rear while their core was being dismantled by strange, unfamiliar weapons. These weapons prove devastatingly effective, slicing through the heavy plate armor as if it were parchment. The soldiers can only watch in horror and confusion, wondering what kind of steel could possibly pierce their supposedly impenetrable defenses. Having dealt a swift, bloody blow, Mil Limos immediately signals for a retreat, shouting for his group to fall back into the woods. They turn and sprint away, their light gear allowing them to move much faster through the deep snow than their heavily armored pursuers. Seeing their attackers flee, the Rosia infantry loses their discipline, refusing to stand by and take the humiliation. Despite warnings to hold their formation, they charge after the retreating raiders, exactly as Mil-Limos had hoped, his face lighting up with a grim satisfaction as the trap begins to close. The pursuit quickly turns disastrous for the heavy infantry as they stumble into the treacherous terrain. Their momentum is their undoing, as they trip and fall over hidden obstacles, their heavy armor making them clumsy and vulnerable in the thick brush. Watching from a safe distance, Mil-Limos chuckles to himself, noting that everything is proceeding exactly according to his design. The Rosia commander can only gasp in shock as he realizes his men have been lured into a killing ground, while Mil-Limos and Hones continue their tactical withdrawal. He urges Hones to keep moving, shouting for her to run as they navigate the dense forest. She responds with a determined nod, following his lead as they disappear into the shadows of the trees, leaving the disorganized Rosia forces behind. He watches from the shadows as the enemy soldiers scramble through the dense undergrowth, their heavy boots thumping against the forest floor. The trap is set, and they are walking right into it. He has designed this strategy, known as wolf tactics, to rely on a dispersed ambush. By splitting into 3 units, the first 2 draw the enemy's attention and divide their strength, while the third delivers the decisive blow through coordinated strikes. He knows that as the enemy grows wary and slows their movement, the units must shift their numbers and timing to strike from multiple angles simultaneously. From the second engagement onward, the lethality of these wolf-like maneuvers only increases. While the strategy unfolds, Hones breathes a sigh of relief back in the safety of the trees, glad to see her commander unharmed. He, however, remains focused on the long game, wondering how many more times the Rosia forces will fall for these tactics before reinforcements arrive. Deep within the woods, the Rosia infantry finds themselves isolated and confused. The dense canopy and uneven terrain make their heavy plate armor a liability rather than an asset. Their captain realizes the futility of the pursuit, acknowledging that in such heavy gear, they will never catch the agile Nanette forces. He orders a halt, fearing that continuing would only lead to a slaughter. Gritting his teeth, he is forced to admit that the enemy held a trump card they hadn't anticipated. The realization of their tactical inferiority weighs heavily upon him as he stares into the silent, mocking forest. 3 days later, the results of this relentless pressure are undeniable. By avoiding direct engagement and relying on a series of retreats and ambushes, the Nanette forces have decimated the invaders, leaving their broken bodies and discarded equipment scattered among the fallen logs. He stands amidst his companions as the veteran warrior recounts the staggering odds they overcame. With only 1,000 men and 50 specialized blades, they held back a force of 7,000. Though the victory came at the cost of 200 casualties and the exhaustion of their magical weaponry. The seasoned commander reassures him, revealing that he has arrived with 200 fresh regular troops and 70 newly forged skewer swords to replenish their dwindling stock. This arrival is timely, as their current arsenal has been reduced to a mere 10 functional blades. Calculating the new total, the veteran confirms they now have 80 of the enchanted weapons at their disposal. The young lord nods, confident that this reinforcement will be sufficient to offset the heavy toll taken during the initial skirmishes. A shadow falls over his face as his mind turns toward the next phase of the campaign. His expression hardens with a cold, tactical intensity, already contemplating the most effective way to further dismantle the enemy's resolve. This dark reverie is interrupted by the girl recruit's enthusiastic call as she rushes toward them. The veteran warrior notes the unsettlingly sharp smile on the boy's face, prompting a cheerful, almost innocent response about being caught up in the predatory thrill of their recent wolf tactics. She presents a large, steaming portion of meat, her eyes bright with excitement. The girl announces that the rations are prepared, including some choice cuts of livestock to bolster the spirits of the weary soldiers. The 2 leaders share a brief, silent moment of respite, the tension of the battlefield momentarily replaced by the simple prospect of a hot meal. He agrees that nourishment must come first, and the veteran commander concurs. Nearby, the soldiers gather around a crackling campfire, the warmth and food providing a much-needed pause before the inevitable return to the harsh realities of war. While he finalized his strategy, General Durba listened in grim silence as his men recounted the previous night's losses, their voices trembling as they spoke of stolen rations and weapons that ignored their defenses. He listens as a shaken soldier describes the eerie, faint glow of the blades that sliced through their plate armor as if it were nothing, claiming the light looked as though it were draining the very souls of those it struck. His eyes widen in disbelief as he questions if the enemy developed such advanced magical weaponry themselves, a feat of engineering and enchantment he had never encountered in all his years of service. By the next morning, Millimos is back on the offensive, leading his cloaked raiders in a swift strike against the regrouping enemy. He leads his specialized unit with practiced precision, their cloaks fluttering as they weave through the chaos of the battlefield. The young lord immediately orders his troops to retreat and regroup upon realizing the enemy has identified the source of their power, while the Rosia captain bellows for a pursuit. His men surge forward in pursuit, noticing the raiders have stripped off their heavy armor to gain speed. They are suddenly interrupted by a cry of pain as one of the pursuers is struck down, the momentum of their charge shattered. They come to a sudden, jarring halt as the realization of their predicament sets in. One of their comrades falls, struck by an unseen force, and the panic begins to spread. The soldiers realize too late that the seemingly disorganized retreat of the Nanette forces was nothing more than a calculated ruse to draw them deep into the woods. Watching from the shadows of a thick trunk, the veteran warrior observes their confusion with a cold, detached gaze. He knows the window for escape has already slammed shut, noting that their realization has come far too late to save them. From the dense foliage of the surrounding forest, a sea of white-cloaked figures emerges like ghosts. The sheer number of Nanette raiders appearing on all sides transforms the pursuit into a desperate struggle for survival as the trap is fully sprung. Seeing the pieces in place, the young commander raises his blade high, the steel catching the dim light of the canopy. Below him, the Rosia vanguard reels in shock, their voices trembling as they acknowledge the terrifying reality that they are completely encircled. With a thunderous cry that echoes through the trees, the hidden army surges forward. The order to attack is met with a collective roar as the Nanette forces descend upon their disoriented prey from every direction. The forest floor becomes a chaotic blur of steel and blood as the ambushers close the distance. The raiders strike with practiced precision, their blades finding the gaps in the heavy Rosia armor before the soldiers can even raise their shields in defense. Amidst the fray, the boy lord delivers a decisive blow, his mind as sharp as his sword. He reflects on the success of the lure-in ambush strategy, knowing that by stretching the enemy's line and isolating the vanguard, they have turned the tide through sheer local superiority. The slaughter continues as the Nanette warriors press their advantage, carving through the panicked ranks. Nearby, the old veteran watches the brutal efficiency of the maneuver, his expression grimly satisfied as the plan he helped oversee reaches its bloody conclusion. He leads the final, brutal push through the snow-dusted trees, his blade finding its mark as the last of the Rosia vanguard falls. The woods echo with the sounds of a desperate, losing struggle. As the din of battle fades, a heavy silence settles over the clearing, broken only by the sight of fallen men and abandoned weapons scattered across the blood-stained snow. Standing amidst the carnage, the veteran listens as a grim report is delivered. Nearly 300 of their own are dead or wounded in the wake of the ambush, a heavy price for their victory. Nearby, a hand tightens its grip on a gore-slick blade, the physical weight of the struggle lingering in the cold air. Millimos, his face and tunic splattered with the blood of his enemies, acknowledges that while they held the numerical advantage, the cost was far from negligible. He then turns his focus to the state of the Rosia forces they just decimated. Far from the battlefield, General Durba Aditom reels from the news, his face contorted in disbelief at the report that a pursuit force of 1,000 men has been completely annihilated. His subordinates can only offer excuses, lamenting that despite their superior numbers, they were unable to deploy them effectively before falling headlong into the enemy's meticulously laid trap. The realization begins to dawn on the general that the opposing commander is far more dangerous than anticipated, having gambled by ignoring other fronts to concentrate a crushing force in this single, decisive location. He stands beside the young lord, his voice low and heavy with the weight of command. He declares that to truly seize control of the conflict at Nanette's royal castle, they must eliminate the enemy commander. This strategic necessity is underscored by the current state of the front. Lach's army has already pushed forward, reaching the very edge of the forest. Inside a secluded cabin, the leaders weigh their options, considering whether it is time to retreat and prepare for a long siege at the castle. The young lord stares down at the tactical map, his eyes fixed on the wooden markers representing the shifting forces. He rejects the idea of a defensive retreat, arguing that they must strike again tomorrow while the enemy's morale is still reeling from their recent losses. He believes that on their home ground, they can fight on equal footing without overextending their remaining men. In response to his resolve, the veteran warrior agrees to the plan on one condition. The young lord must devise a strategy that ensures casualties remain at an absolute minimum. Meanwhile, preparations for the specialized strike force are underway. A scout reports that only 50 of their unique skewer swords remain, effectively capping the number of soldiers who can participate in the upcoming dawn sortie. He absorbs this information, his expression hardening as the reality of the limited resources sets in. Soon, The plan is set into motion as the chosen 50 sprint through the dense woods, their movements swift and coordinated as they launch their opening gambit. He and his fellow raiders burst from the tree line, catching the Rosia infantry completely off guard. A frantic cry of an enemy attack echoes through the woods as the first line of defense scrambles to react to the sudden intrusion. In the ensuing chaos, the Rosia commanders desperately try to rally their men, shouting for shields to be raised and for scouts to fall back while slinging stones. They attempt to organize a headcount and shift their left flank 50 paces to compensate for the breach, but one soldier is silenced mid-shout as a projectile finds its mark, sending him reeling. While the enemy struggles to form a cohesive line, the cloaked raiders use the dense foliage to their advantage, flanking the rigid shield wall with practiced ease and preparing to strike from the shadows. Watching the precision of the maneuver, General Durba observes the young lord's command as Millimos bellows the order to charge, his voice cutting through the din of clashing steel and the frantic calls of the Rosia officers. He leads the vanguard into the fray, where the raiders' specialized skewer swords prove their worth, slipping through the narrow gaps in the heavy Rosia shields. The enemy soldiers grunt in pain and surprise, realizing too late that their standard defensive formations are useless against such unconventional weaponry as they cry out in alarm about the strange blades. The strike is surgical and brutal, with the raiders weaving through the panicked ranks to deliver lethal blows to the exposed joints of the infantry's plate armor, exploiting every opening created by the initial shock. Amidst the carnage, the young lord fells another opponent with a decisive strike, prompting a shout of approval from Goman, who immediately signals for the next phase of the maneuver, a swift wheeling retreat to reset the line and keep the enemy off balance. Following the signal, the small force melts back into the shadows of the forest, their movements a blur of coordinated motion as they prepare for the next lightning-fast strike against the reeling Rosia forces. He and the other raiders lead the charge away from the front lines, shouting for the enemy to follow them into the preset traps. The Rosia soldiers, fueled by frustration and adrenaline, take the bait, cursing as they pursue the nimble group through the chaos. As the pursuit intensifies, a heavy helmet clatters onto the snowy ground, discarded or lost in a frantic movement. Nearby, a sharp blade bites into the earth, marking the spot where a strike narrowly missed its mark amidst the shifting feet of the combatants. Suddenly, the momentum of the skirmish halts as a powerful figure emerges from the ranks. General Durba Aditom bellows his name and title, identifying himself as the commander of the entire Lacha host, his presence immediately commanding the attention of the young lord. He stares down the boy, his gaze unwavering as he issues a formal challenge, demanding a duel of single combat with the opposing commander to settle the matter. The young lord is momentarily paralyzed by the audacity of the request, while behind him, his veteran advisor realizes they have been cornered by tradition. The elder warrior explains the dire implications. Refusing such a public challenge would give the Holy Knights nation the political justification they need to intervene on Lacha's behalf, leaving them with no choice but to accept. General Durba warns that shying away from a duel could be disastrous. He explains that the Night Kingdom might interpret such a refusal as a sign of weakness, potentially leading them to align themselves with Lacha instead. Goman and Millimos listen intently, the weight of the political situation sinking in. The veteran knight elaborates on the gravity of the situation, noting that a duel carries the weight of a nation's entire honor. Millimos, however, struggles to grasp the logic, questioning why the Night Kingdom would place so much importance on such a tradition. He continues his lesson as they trek through the snowy woods, asserting that any nation that would choose a coward is fundamentally flawed. In his view, a leader who avoids a duel is utterly unworthy of representing an army on the field of battle. Meanwhile, Famili stands firm before the unit's banner, confirming that this rigid code of conduct is the very reasoning maintained by the Knight's Kingdom. Behind her, the young lord remains deep in thought. He further explains the tactical nature of these encounters, noting that the victor can demand significant promises under the authority of the opposing commander. While duels are often a trump card used to overcome a disadvantage, Millimos remains puzzled as to why the Rosia army, despite their superior numbers, would request single combat at all. He suddenly draws his blade, his expression hardening with resolve. Declaring himself as the young lord's guardian, he insists on fighting in Millimos' stead and commands the boy to fall back with the others. The young lord clenches his fist, the weight of the decision pressing down on him. For a moment, it seems he might yield, offering a quiet apology and entrusting the fight to his loyal protector. He suddenly shatters the silence with a roar of defiance, declaring that he would never utter such cowardly words. With a sharp metallic ring, he draws his own blade, his resolve catching his guardian completely off guard. He remains steadfast, dismissing the pleas of his elder. When Goman begs him not to throw his life away, reminding him of his royal status, the young prince counters that he has no intention of losing. He reasons that with so many older siblings, his death wouldn't even destabilize the throne. As they move through the woods, he tries to reassure his companion, claiming that his mastery of the sacred arts makes him even stronger than Alektem. He tells Gomen not to worry and to focus on the troops instead, though the older man remains unconvinced. He receives only a resigned sigh from the veteran, who notes that the young lord has never been one to listen to reason. He is joined by General Durba, who declares his intent to witness the boy's valor with his own eyes, his expression one of grim respect for the prince's resolve. Suddenly, the sound of movement through the brush alerts them to the enemy's arrival as Rosia scouts spot the group, confused by the presence of two potential targets. Facing the approaching threat, the general realizes that taking out the enemy commander in this duel would significantly simplify the battles ahead, while the Rosia captain watches coldly through his visor. Stepping forward with a fierce cry, he announces himself as Millimos Nanette, the marshal leading the army and a prince of the royal house. He declares that he will shoulder his nation's honor and accepts the challenge of single combat. His proclamation is met with immediate derision from the opposing ranks. The Rosia soldiers scoff, refusing to believe a mere child could be the commander and accusing the Nanette forces of swapping in a stand-in to hide their true leader's cowardice. He bellows a final warning, his voice booming through the clearing as he declares that no mercy will be shown in the coming clash. The armored commander stands firm, his massive axe resting on the snowy ground as he and the young prince face each other in the quiet woods. He offers a formal word of thanks to the boy for accepting the challenge of single combat, but the young prince interrupts, insisting on clarifying the terms before the first blow is struck. The boy lays out his condition: a total cessation of all hostilities toward the Nanette royal castle, should he emerge victorious. A demand the general finds surprisingly modest, given their existing plans to withdraw. With a sudden intensity in his gaze, the prince demands the truth regarding his brother Futero's alleged disrespect toward the Rosia nation, calling for an honest declaration here and now. He draws his blade with a steady hand, mindful that the eyes of the Night Kingdom are watching this duel, while the princess's guard observes the unfolding drama from the sidelines. The general watches the boy's movements closely, noting with a hint of surprise that his opponent has chosen a standard blade rather than his fabled magic sword. He dismisses the concern, stating he will fight with this weapon for now and simply request another should it shatter, provided his opponent survives long enough to see it happen. He stood poised, his gaze fixed on the armored figure before him. The Rosia captain, encased in steel, cautioned that the moment hadn't quite arrived, prompting the young lord to offer a dry thanks for the warning while questioning if the formalities were finally over. Suddenly, the captain lunged forward, his heavy halberd cutting through the air as he roared that the time for talk had ended. The suddenness of the charge forced the boy to tighten his grip on his blade, bracing for the inevitable clash. Despite the ferocity of the attack, the strike was telegraphed and clumsy, allowing the youth to easily sidestep the massive weapon. Seeing his opening, he lunged forward with a sharp cry, aiming a precise counterstrike at the gaps in the heavy plating. The blade connected with a jarring metallic ring, but the resistance was far greater than he had anticipated. His eyes widened in shock as the steel of his sword failed to bite into the armor, feeling as though he had struck a solid mountain of stone. The force of the failed strike sent a shudder through his arms, knocking him backward as the captain stood his ground, unmoved. The momentum of the exchange left the young swordsman scrambling to regain his footing on the uneven terrain. From the sidelines, General Durba watched the exchange with a calculating eye, noting the limitations of the boy's current approach. He mused to himself that while the young lord's sword was mere iron, it should have been enough to leave a mark, unless the boy was struggling to balance his magical energy with his physical technique. Sensing his opponent's confusion, the captain let out a mocking laugh, taunting the boy for his miscalculation. He boasted that his protection was no ordinary plate, but a specialized copper steel composite specifically forged to render standard blades useless. With a renewed sense of dominance, the armored giant pressed his advantage, swinging his massive axe in a series of crushing blows. The young lord was forced into a desperate defensive, his mind racing to find a way through a defense that seemed impenetrable. He gripped the hilt of his blade with renewed determination, realizing that the only way to pierce the captain's defenses was to channel his mana directly into the steel. The young lord strained to maintain his focus, desperately trying to weave sacred arts and mana channeling together, a feat he had yet to master in the heat of combat. As he poured his will into the weapon, the blade began to hum with a low, resonant vibration, signaling the flow of energy through the metal. Seeing his struggle, the captain mocked him, declaring that without arcane weaponry, defeat was inevitable against the peerless solidity of the Rosia armor. The boy gritted his teeth in frustration, feeling the impossible hardness of the metal and cursing his own lack of preparation, realizing he should have dedicated more time to his training. He barely had time to react as the armored giant lunged forward with a heavy strike, forcing the boy to leap back to avoid the blow. The veteran noted his agility with a smirk, commenting on how quickly he retreated before declaring that it was now his turn to take the offensive and end the duel. He swung a massive, spiked flail that whistled through the air, narrowly missing the agile youth as he scrambled across the snowy ground to maintain his distance. As the heavy weapon struck the ground, the young lord's focus sharpened, and he seized a momentary opening, lunging forward with a fierce cry. The sudden burst of speed and power caught the veteran knight completely off guard, leaving him to wonder in shock where such a massive surge of strength could have originated from such a small opponent. He realized that even the strongest armor had its flaws, specifically the gaps at the joints. Aiming his blade directly at the exposed inner thigh, he reasoned that if he could strike an area without plating, he could slice through his foe without needing to rely on the mana he was struggling to channel. He lunges, aiming for the gap in the armor, but his eyes widen in shock as he realizes even the thighs are protected. The captain scoffs at the boy's naivety, easily parrying the desperate strike. Following through with a powerful counter, the armored commander sends him tumbling backward through the thick snow. The captain stands tall, declaring that targeting the joints is a futile effort against their superior craftsmanship. On the ground, the young lord gasps for air, his body aching from the impact. Watching from the sidelines, General Durba calls out in concern as the boy struggles to find his footing. The surrounding soldiers remain tense, witnessing the lopsided duel unfold in the frozen clearing. He stares down at his blade, realizing that his current tactics are failing him completely. Suddenly, a faint light begins to emanate from the steel, responding to the desperate surge of mana within him. Seeing the strange glow, the captain pauses, questioning if the boy wields a magic weapon or some high-grade imperial steel. He quickly dismisses the thought, shouting that it must be nothing more than a bluff or a cheap counterfeit. Despite the mockery, the boy charges forward once more, his determination unshaken. The captain narrows his eyes behind his visor, amazed by the reckless head-on assault and vowing to take both the boy's head and his weapon. With a defiant roar, he closes the distance, his glowing sword raised high for a final, decisive blow. The commander braces himself, the air crackling with the intensity of their imminent collision. He lunges forward, his small frame a stark contrast to the hulking, armored figure of the captain. The heavy axe of the Rosia commander sweeps through the air, narrowly missing the boy as he dances just out of reach, testing the limits of his opponent's reach. Its sheer power is terrifying, crafted from imperial magic steel that can cleave through almost anything. Even knowing its lethality, most seasoned soldiers would flinch at the sight of such a blade. Yet the young lord holds his ground, his eyes fixed on the lethal edge. The young lord realizes that a direct kill is not the goal. Instead, he must aim for the joints, specifically the arm, to disable his opponent without taking a life. Gritting his teeth, he commands himself to stay focused, his grip tightening on his own blade as he prepares for the next exchange. Suddenly, the rhythm of the duel is shattered as the captain's weapon fails and a fresh blade whistles through the air, nearly striking the boy. His allies have intervened, throwing a replacement into the fray to ensure their commander remains armed, a move that disrupts the sanctity of the one-on-one fight. He recoils in disbelief, his voice cracking with indignation as he demands to know if this was not supposed to be a duel of single combat. The blatant betrayal of the unspoken rules of engagement leaves him momentarily stunned and vulnerable. From the sidelines, General Durba watches with a calculating gaze, noting that passing a weapon is not technically against the rules of their specific traditions. Nearby, the Rosia infantrymen justify the act, claiming it was merely a necessary replacement that happened to nearly hit the boy by chance. The captain remains unmoved by the boy's protest, coldly advising him not to label the tactic as cowardly. To the Rosia, victory and survival outweigh the niceties of a fair fight, and he readies his new spear for a final strike. The young lord looks down, a somber realization washing over him as his idealistic view of honorable duels crumbles. If this is how they intend to play, he decides with a hardened expression, then he will have to employ a few quick and dirty tricks of his own to survive. He grips the hilt of his blade, the metal cold against his palm as the weight of the duel settles in. Suddenly, the young lord is knocked back, hitting the dirt with a sharp gasp of surprise as the momentum of the fight shifts against him. In that moment of vulnerability, a vision of the princess flickers in his mind. She offers words of encouragement, reminding him that he is trying to do the right thing. He tightens his hold on the sword, the wood of the hilt creaking under his renewed resolve. With his eyes burning with a new fire, he decides that if his allies are watching, he won't just survive, he will win so decisively that the victory will be something to brag about. General Durba cries out in concern as the boy lunges back into the fray, clashing against the captain's heavy defenses. He realizes that without the power of sacred arts, he cannot hope to pierce that magic-infused armor directly, as it remains impenetrable to standard strikes. Seeing the magical glow fade from the boy's weapon, the captain senses an opening, believing the child's strength is finally spent. He prepares to end the contest, unaware that the shift in his opponent's strategy is already underway. Instead of retreating, the young warrior charges forward with a roar, his movements a blur of desperate speed as he rains blows upon the armored giant. He understands now that while the steel may be impenetrable, the man within is not. Every impact sends a jarring shock through the captain's body, and if he keeps hammering away, the pain will eventually take its toll. He senses the shift in momentum, realizing that a critical opportunity is about to emerge. With the armored giant momentarily off balance, he prepares to seize the moment, his mind racing with the tactical necessity of this strike. He invokes his sacred arts to counter the captain's lunge, but the impact doesn't feel as heavy as he anticipated. He is left wondering if his strength is beginning to fail, or, with the enchanted armor, is absorbing more of the force than he thought. He pushes through the doubt, letting out a guttural scream as he continues the assault. The captain's visor looms close, a cold, metallic mask reflecting the boy's desperate intensity as they struggle for dominance. He drives forward again, the clash of steel ringing out as his blade meets the enemies in a shower of sparks. They remain locked in a grim dance of death, their silhouettes sharp against the light as they push themselves to their absolute limits. Observing the stalemate, General Durba Atom watches with a grimace of growing concern, his brow furrowed at the tenacity of the young opponent. Nearby, his infantrymen stand ready, their hands tightening on their weapons as one soldier mutters a plea for forgiveness, sensing the gravity of the command he is about to follow. The young warrior suddenly finds himself face to face with the general himself, lunging forward with a defiant roar. He refuses to back down, his eyes wide with a fierce determination to overcome the odds. He continues the relentless exchange, blood spraying as he strikes, fueled by the need to compensate for his past failures. Every blow is a testament to his resolve to protect his country, and he vows that there is no way he will lose this fight. He delivers a decisive blow, his blade slicing through the air and severing the general's arm in a spray of crimson. The general collapses to one knee, the agony of the wound forcing a guttural roar from his lungs as he desperately vows to kill the boy, even if it means tearing his throat out with his teeth. Standing over his fallen opponent, the young lord questions why the man still clings to his pride, refusing to accept the obvious end of their duel. His gaze remains steady, a mixture of grim determination and the heavy weight of the violence he has just committed. In contrast, the general's expression shifts from defiant rage to a sudden, chilling realization of his own mortality. He finally closes his eyes, the fight draining out of him as a severed limb lies nearby in the snow, a silent testament to his failure. Across the quiet, snow-dusted clearing, the veteran commander finally utters the words of surrender, admitting his total defeat.